Alright, y'all. Today we're doing a reaction to Up Church All Alone. The visuals on the thumbnail look very interesting. This should be good. Uh, let's get into it. Before we do, hit that sub, hit that like. It means a lot, man. It takes this channel a long ways, man. I'm trying to grow. Anyway, let's get into it. Up Church All Alone. You ain't alone, church. We're here with you, buddy. Love the visuals.
Driving to the full moon to hide inside a home where there aren't any protests or people with camera phones. I'd like to find the best friend on the dark side that's unknown. Maybe we can watch the earthlings since I left to be alone. So pick me up in a chrome spaceship. I don't care if we land again. There's too much noise inside my head. Bathing in hate and living in stress all alone.
It's like classic rock or something. Rock.
All alone. All alone. The bedroom inside my skull is cluttered up like a dump. But one man's trash is another's treasure, and I'm swimming in gold. There's diamonds on Venus. I don't care to see. I can shake my head in disbelief and see silver flakes on my sled. Pick me up in a chrome spaceship. I don't care if we land again. There's too much noise inside my head. Laying and bathing and living in stress all alone. All alone. All alone. All alone.
Definitely not what I expected. I mean, definitely enjoying it. It's not rap. I don't. It's like rock, like classic rock or something, like a almost a disco rock or something. I'm sorry for interrupting you again, church man. I said it wouldn't happen again. But anyway, I love the music. You're doing your thing. I love the change in the music.
Frost inside my pupils, being cold made me shine. Some people say I'm mean, but I disagree 99 times. But the other one is an open guess. With me, I'm not predicted, but we made peace inside my head, and both like being vindictive. So pick me up in a chrome spaceship. I don't care if we ever land. There's too much noise inside my head. Bathing in hate, living in stress. So pick me up on a chrome spaceship. I don't care if we land again. There's too much noise inside my head. Bathing in hate, living in stress. All alone. All alone.
I love it.
All alone. All alone.
Definitely going on my playlist.
Cut.
Man, I really like that. I think Church stepped out of his genre right there to show everybody how talented he is. Man, if you don't see how talented Church is, there's something wrong. This dude right here is very, very talented. I mean, he just went right outside of rap and just did a whole
There's something wrong.
It's working. A great fucking
Pre-recorded.
song. I mean, all I can say is wow, and please hit that like. It means a lot. And until next time. What's good, y'all? Today we're gonna react to Struggle Jennings featuring Yellow Wolf, Alligator Boots. I have reacted to Struggle. He did a country song. I know he's a rapper. He tripped me out when he did that country song on me. But Yellow Wolf's a rapper. I believe he signed with Eminem. Yeah, this is going to be Alligator Boots by Struggle Jennings featuring Yellow Wolf. Man, I hope Struggle raps. I like the way Struggle raps. Yeah, Alligator Boots. Let's get it.
Alligator boots, Stetson on the roof, jumping off that bus. I ain't talking school. Harley's in the drive, couple Chevys too. Fuck a number one, we the hardest too. Yeah, butter like cocoa. Chevy on the block with the peanut butter polo. Yeah, looking like a hobo, shirt like a rag but a low key mogo. Yeah, funk by the boatload, trunk full of knock and a fist full of Rolo. Yeah. Show sold out, got a video on deck, but I put her on hold though. Yeah, got nowhere to go, no, ain't nowhere to go. She running out solo. Yeah, got her tied up like a rope though. She saw me in the lights like a popo. Yeah, she was looking so-so. Took a hit in the creek, she's so-so. Yeah, took another shot, had to throw her in the Jeep. I was playing for the keep like a goal
You
pole.
mad at me about something? Yeah, I don't know you nothing. Nah, standing on the edge of a cliff that you can't climb, quit bluffing. Take a dive in these dangerous waters, we too deep to be touching. Gonna come out cussing with your head busting, tell your mama check for concussions. I don't mean to be aggravated, cause you hating on me, got me agitated. I'm the last one that should be isolated as a sellout because I finally made it. Same guy for the money, same goon with the bag. Check the stripes, you know I sacrificed to get all the shit that I had.
Alligator boots, Stetson
Oh,
on
he
the
can
roof,
rap, boy.
jumping off that bus. I ain't talking school. Harley's in the drive, couple Chevys too.
Yeah.
Fuck a number one, we the hardest too.
Is it shallow if I'm talking deep pockets? Going back to rapping about my street topics. Plug, baby Johnny Socket ending up back on that court docket. No, not me, no, never that. Unless you shoot first and I'm shooting back. Came from the flame, but I grew from that. Used to be on fire, now I'm a cooler cat. Don't get confused, I'm still a carnivore. Answer back with more than what it's calling for. Better hang it up before it's off the hook. Get your call cleared, that's an awful look. All it took was a take a nail. Now your mama crying, gotta make a bail. We all love to win, but we hate to fail. You fake as hell, scared to break a nail. Oh bitch shit, can I get a witness? Heard you knew a few whole crew be snitching. Hit you with your own fist, hit your bitch. Now she telling me all of your business. That slick shit you be rapping. As my kids say, you just capping.
Oh, who's he talking about?
With a long mag hanging out the ass of this dragon. Ain't sad to say that I'm happy. You mad to hear that I'm good. You upset with my upset only cause you wish that you could. Alligator boots, Stetson on the roof. Don't be dying over nothing. Baby, we the living proof.
Alligator boots, Stetson on the roof.
Oh, I love
jumping
it.
off that bus. I ain't talking school. Harley's in the drive, couple Chevys too. Fuck a number one, we the hardest too. Yeah, I took 3/4 out of my back pocket, bought a rubber just so I could say out loud, motherfuck, all of you fuckers. Think I'm a brick and I kick it through windows, send it through individuals, standing against it, I'm a criminal. Fuck up a syllable, fuck up a black and pen and new linking and sinking, clocking the sink, gotta go get a crew. So plunge them out, water them down, flush them out. Bitch ass rapper, what you talking about? Got a bunch of rider boys that's jumping out. My box, Chevy pumps, I'm steady crunk, I'm ready punk. Bitch, speak your mind, I tell you what, boy, I'm a nut, just like a cone drop from a pine out in my zone, yeah. I'm a 9, yeah, that's a prime. I got some clones, but not a swine, no, not a pig, no, not a one up on this rhyme, boy. Cut your teeth, boy, I'm a wolf, boy, you a niece, boy, you a sheep, boy, you a cheap source of the meat, boy, you the beef. just popped a Zenny bar. Drank 2 shots of Van we call. Poppy, poppy like an athlete. Chewing air, tappy jaw. Fireworks is popping off. Point or mortar at your broad. You ain't gotta run, homie, but you better take your main squeeze, baby. Please, bitch, please take off. Alligator boots, Stetson on the roof. Jumping off that bus. I ain't talking school. Harleys in the drive. Couple Chevys too. Fuck a number 1. We the hardest too. Alligator boots, Stetson on the roof. Jumping off that bus. I ain't talking school. Harleys in the drive. Couple Chevys too. Fuck a number 1. We the hardest too.
Oh, I definitely like that, man. I felt that vibe through the whole thing. Man, Struggle did his thing. I loved his grill. Man, Struggle came out, boy. He was swinging. I love it. I love it when Struggle raps. Yellow Wolf, we're going to have to do some more Yellow Wolf, that's for sure. Boy, I see why Eminem signed Yellow Wolf. Man, that was a great song. I'm going to add that to my playlist. That's going to be one of my wake-up songs. Alligator Boots, boy. Man. Yeah, that was Struggle Jennings featuring Yellow Wolf, Alligator Boots, man. If y'all like this video, man, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot. Take my channel a long ways. Man, until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? This is Bo's TV, and today we are going to react to Upchurch, Appalachia. Man, I ain't good at pronouncing stuff. But anyway, this is Upchurch, and that's all that matters. If y'all will go check out Church's channel, man, he's got a lot of great music, man. And this is Appalachia. Man, if I can say it right, man. Anyway, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man, it means a lot, and it takes the channel a long ways. Let's get to it. This is that word I can't pronounce.
Church, mother.
Oh, this is
Yeah,
the
talk that
lyric
talk,
video.
you talking about me, alright. I'm gonna go and smoke my weed, then come back in the night. Psych. Level high, nobody's son and Stella wine, so never mind. Right now, I guess I'm going blind. Cause no shit opinions from a shadow get the sip to shine. Jar, Ryan Edwards, scissor hands, cut a throat, refined art. Behind bars, give me the pen pal and the pad, y'all. Got the industry in prison, lost the keys to all these padlocks. And they all mind riding. I'm in the studio coughing, cause my throat destroyed from sticking every critic in a coffin. Which is very often pallbearer, bearing a pallbearer that's bare ramen mad eye son of the south. And they stuck inside of a square garden, staring at him like an air marshal, being fly as fuck. I'm in the business like an air par. Sail tongue like a machete, being swung by the cartel. All hell. Don't tell heaven I've been killing artists in this lane while they in the car still. Raise don't pop the trunk, so to the system, everything I drop hot as hell. I kill you and it's soul, not for sale. Every track cannot derail. Call me in music a coalition edition position, even though I'm picking fence pale. My white neighbors call the law cause I've been blazing trails. Up church your last name and I'ma leave a bleeding holy grail. My daughter gonna be a savage mastermind with a ponytail. So, oh well, leaving the folk-tale. Family on the wave, they one of my grandkids after a boat sail. Good luck swimming to the next toe-tail. I done kicked so many asses, they gonna evolve with no toenails. They gon' tell my daughter I was a road male when I was sipping scissor by the oh well. Motherfucker, I'm hillbilly Appalachia history. Got the fire flame like Thermite and Jack Daniels distillery. This country cousin nothing but a valedictory. www.onlyattached-to-victory.com. Comma lungs full of the best American marijuana. For my enemies, all I roll is belladonna. So many raps underground with the sprain. Osama, to fly airport won't let me wear a jacket. Bomber, even when I'm dead, I couldn't pay to be a gunner. I guess reincarnation probably my only sponsor. The hip hop, I'm an indestructible Apache helicopter. When I'm 50, I'll be calculated. Cocksucker processing paradoxical. This energy is periodic. Trying to do me lead you to a mental hospital, period. Exclamation point, hold up, let me roll another joint. Level 2, high rolling stone. To my tongue got wrapped around the engine hoist. Don't forget, we them holla boys. Hillbilly, out the Tonka toys. Hella hater, he don't like me, but his mama does. And I'm pumping on the swisher with the fucking fuzz. Eating dinner in your town with your fucking judge. If they don't care, then we don't give a fuck. I'm a state trooper, just a different breed. Dixielanders for life down south to the Greek receipts. In 200 years here, the bass knocking from cedar trees. Coffin painted dark hunter green engraved with a HB. Repeat when I get where I'm going, pardon in Paisley. Extract the urine from my bladder, pour it in the mainstream. Save a little for the business meeting to mix inside of they mixed drink. Yes, tell them bitches I didn't even need 6 drinks. I ain't no Cash, ain't no Willie, ain't no Waylon. No shit, but ain't no Cash, Waylon, no Willie in Upchurch, bitch.
I heard that. That was fire. Church. Yeah, man, that was Appalachia. I think I'm saying it right. I think the A is an E or silent. But anyway, man, I really liked it. I thought the beat was awesome. He always goes off. That was funny. Your haters don't know me, but your mama does. Church always got them jokes, boy. But that was Upchurch, Appalachia. I think I'm saying it right. But if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man, it means a lot. It takes the channel a long ways, man. Go check out Church's channel, man. Give him a like and follow. And he's got a lot of great music. Till next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? This is Bolts TV, and today we're going to react to Country Cody, Badass White Boy official music video. We've never reacted to Country Cody, so we're in for a treat. I hope we're in for a treat anyway. Recommended, so we love to do our recommended songs. But anyway, this is Country Cody, Badass White Boy. Please hit that like, that sub, man. It means a lot. It takes this channel a long ways, but let's get it.
I'm a badass white boy. Roll around in that big old truck. See the wheels up underneath, and you gon' hear me for pulling. I'm a badass white boy. Born and raised in the dirty south. Hell raising least shell cases. Yeah, I'm the one that you heard about. I'm a badass white boy. I sip and swerve and stay in my lane. Lord knows they can't relate, but through hell and back, but I won't complain. I'm a badass white boy. What you see is what you get. Don't give a damn about where you been. Don't give a fuck who you running with. She jumping out of that lifted pickup, baby girl. Don't break your ankles, play around, but it might be dangerous. Earn my stripes like I play for the bank. She want a sip, but it's strong, trust me. Might be Tennessee, might be Kentucky. Jack Daniels in the bourbon, baby. They wonder why I've been swerving lately. Big toys on big rims, back roads and don't end. 4x4, this ain't no Benz. Enough room to fit you and your friends. They know I'm him. You gotta jump to get up in this big old truck that's hard to miss. What you expect, working hard as this. And I've been laying low like a basset hound, but my name well known, better ask around. Catch me on stage, no cap and gown. Snub nose on me, it's a hand me down. And I can give a damn about your resume. Thinking it's your time, boy, you better wait. I'ma pull up on you, I don't hesitate. I'm TNT and this bomb about to detonate. I'm a badass white boy. Roll around in that big old truck. See the wheels up underneath, and you gon' hear me for pulling. I'm a badass white boy. Born and raised in the dirty south. Hell raising least shell cases. Yeah, I'm the one that you heard about. I'm a badass white boy. I sip and swerve and stay in my lane. Lord knows they can't relate, but through hell and back, but I won't complain. I'm a badass white boy. What you see is what you get. Don't give a damn about where you been. Don't give a fuck who you running with. Whatever's in my pocket, I ain't saving. I might blow it all. Got one life, live the night. Living like there's no tomorrow. Might be in the woods, but we can turn this shit to Mardi Gras. Badass white boy. I was born to party hard. Pistol on me, nobody guard. Run around my stomping grounds. Fuck around and get your body scarred. You start a fire, we'll burn it down. Come from a place down in the south. Better watch
I like
when
this.
you open your mouth. Cause time is money and these hands ain't rent. Still get a little dirty, hope it all makes sense. I'm a badass white boy. Roll around in that big old truck. See the wheels up underneath, and you gon' hear me for pulling. I'm a badass white boy. Born and raised in the dirty south. Hell raising least shell cases. Yeah, I'm the one that you heard about. I'm a badass white boy. I sip and swerve and stay in my lane. Lord knows they can't relate, but through hell and back, but I won't complain.
Hell yeah.
Badass white boy. What you see is what you get. Don't give a damn about where you been. Don't give a fuck who you running with.
Don't give a fuck who you running with. I heard that shit. Yeah, I like that. That was pretty good, man. I like the way that dude rap, man. I like his style of rap. Badass white boy. That'll be in my head for a little bit, man. I like that, man. Dude can rap. I like his style of rap. I like his style, like the mullet. You can tell he's country. It ain't no fake shit. But anyway, if y'all like this, go check out Cody's channel, Country Cody. And if you would, give me a like, give me a sub, man. It means a lot. It takes this channel a long ways, man. Until next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? This is Bo's TV, and today we are going to react to High Res Bad Dream featuring Playboy the Beast. Right. Love us some Playboy the Beast. The dude can rap. Yeah, I've done one song of High Res. I really liked it too. I'm gonna have to check out some more of his music. Yeah, man, if y'all would hit that like, hit the sub, it means a lot and it takes the channel a long ways. I don't break down bars, so I'll just listen to the music, tell you how it makes me feel. If I'm vibing to it, I don't see why you should stop feeling good. That's just crazy to me. But if the song makes me feel good, I'm gonna listen to it all the way through and tell you how it made me feel. So if y'all would, bear with me. This is Bad Dreams. Get it.
Feel like I'm living a bad dream, just wanna wake up. Don't know how much more I can take, but I just wanna break stuff. No more American dream, it seems it's now turned to a nightmare. These demons be plotting and scheming every evening, but they don't fight fair. When it's time to fight for our freedom, best believe that I'll be right there. We the people are waking up, they finally started to see the light share. And traitors who hate in our country should head to the east and see what it's like there. Nobody is coming to save us, when it goes down you might not get your life spared. Some freedom and minimal government, that's what I'm on. You can hate it or love it, it don't really matter. Our country is plummeting, I cannot stomach it, I will not run from it. Ready for war, they invading our borders. They say with my freedom, no peace and no quarter. They keep us divided, they cause a disorder, but it won't comply with the new world order. And all of these people are so hypocritical. Get right with God, cause it's about to get biblical. Free the J6s, cause they are not criminals. Everyone knows that this shit was political. This moment is pivotal, it can get physical. Where things are headed, it's about to get critical. People in power, our leaders, they pitiful. Feels like a battery, but this what we living, don't get.
Turn on the news every day, everything not what it says. Make the rules, they don't even care who sees. A lot gets halfway around the whole world, while the truth just puts them all to sleep. I will not wait around for the world to go down like we live in a bad dream. Defending borders doesn't mean just defending white Americans. Most American border patrol is Mexican. It's evident the president and all those who elected and pretending that they genuine. It's all about the Benjamins, these intelligence agencies hiding all of the skeletons. Kids overdose on fentanyl, if not they'll find some heroin. Use emotional tactics distracting us from what's relevant. Where's the real feminists and real humanitarians? Kids getting kidnapped, murdered and raped. They call you racist if you saying you don't think that that's great. Acting open-minded but you really filled up with hate. Hollywood just push the same agenda, but it's so fake. All these celebrities would never let you into their home, protecting Ukraine's borders before protecting our own. You complain about America, you say it's not the best here. Tell me why millions of people died just to get here. Turn on the news every day, everything not what it seems. Make the rules, they don't even care who sees. A lot gets halfway around the whole world, while the truth just...
Deadliest case of human smuggling. This empty trailer, now tied to the deaths of 53 men, women, and potentially children.
All Americans, not only in the states most heavily affected, but in every place in this country, are rightly disturbed by the large numbers of illegal aliens entering our country. That's why our administration has moved aggressively to secure our borders more by hiring a record number of new border guards.
What's up, y'all? Out here enjoying beautiful, sunny Florida. Got a brand new t-shirt. Make sure y'all support me at onlyforthefans.com. Love my country, not my government. I know a lot of y'all can relate. Also,
Heard that.
every single purchase comes with a why Joe Biden is the greatest president of all time. As you can see, there's some riveting information on each page. Control your friends, your family members, and every single t-shirt purchase comes with a book. So make sure you go and grab yourself one, onlyforthefans.com. I appreciate y'all. Peace.
That was awesome. That's got to be the best book out. It's going to be a #1 seller. Liked it, man. High Res, you did your thing, man. Playboy, you did your thing, man. I really liked the video. The moral to the story was great. Man, I didn't know that many people died in that truck trailer, but man, this was a good song. That was Playboy the Beast and High Res, Bad Dreams. And if y'all like this, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot. It takes the channel a long ways. Next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? We're going to check out some of Playboy the Beast TikTok verses. I've seen him do a couple of these, so I was like, I'm going to watch these and record them. and make a video on them. So that's what I'm gonna do today. I like Playboy and I like his stuff, and I'm gonna check him out today and see how this motherfucker raps. Awesome, dude. I mean, y'all should check his channel out. You really should. But yeah, let's get going. Let's start this.
Can you wanna play, baby? Check me. I can do this all day.
Why the fuck you trying to play with me, girl? Why the fuck you trying to play with me, yeah? Not the type that you wanna play games with. Fuck around, baby, I'ma do the same shit. Swear to God that it really ain't shit. Guard always up, I'ma fall back quick. No longer getting pissed, I never clench my fist. Cause it is what it is, I ain't even gon' trip. Cut a bitch off quick, it ain't nothing to me. I don't ever need nobody to accompany me. When he rips your heart, don't come running to me. I'll keep it real, it's just funny to me. It's not my problem, there's nothing to see. I can do this all day, so stop fucking with me.
I can do this all day. I can leave you on red.
I like that.
Bring the war to Satan, time for retaliation. Bring the war to Satan, time for retaliation. I try to do better, Lord, though I know I'm a sinner. I hope you're not keeping score of the sins I've committed, cause you've got my heart and soul, I am committed. I can do better, I know, I admit it. You helped me to overcome all my addictions. You gave me the strength to fight through my convictions. Your love is eternal and has no conditions. You died for our sins through that crucifixion, and I am so grateful for all of your wisdom. Inside of the Bible, I'm striving to live it. Basic instructions before leaving earth. I was living for evil, my life was a curse, and I murdered my ego. Now I've been rebirthed, now I'm slaughtering demons, they about to get murked. Yeah, I know that Satan's coming for me, but I'll never back down. Revelations are upon us, but I'm standing my ground. We the people have been chosen by the one who wears the crown. We the people have been chosen, cause we're soldiers of God, it's time to put your armor on, bring the war.
Amen, man. I like that one.
2006.
Oh.
2016, we created this lane. Now we've been going hard for Trump that was afraid of his name. We faced a lot of backlash, but we overcame. Trump 2024, now we still doing our thing. Top down, music loud, all aboard the Trump train. My nigga Blow got that big Trump pendant on his chain. You know what we represented, no pretending like these lames. And we would never surrender till Trump is back at the reign. Keep it 100, they ruin this country, they selling us out for the power and money. They treat us as scummy, they think we dummies, inviting us running. They thinking they about to pull another 2020, but buddy, it's gonna get ugly. Our history should be studied, this shit's about to get bloody. They tempted softer than putty. They hate it, but it don't bug me. They don't even know they pronouns, and half of they bitches ugly. We the MAGA kings, God is the only one above me. Motherfuckers keep on hating, just know you can never touch. Better ask around about us, homie. We the MAGA kings. When we come around, they bow. Let the peasants kiss the ring. Big shout out, the boys are proud for you, my homies from the clink. Soon as we get Trump back in office, he gon' fix a lot of things. Better ask around about us, homie. We the MAGA kings. Red, white, and blue, what we reppin', we gon' let that freedom ring. Bada boom, bada bing. Fuck it, let the chopper sing. Soon as we get Trump back in office, he gon' fix a lot of things. Yeah. 2016, we created.
I like that one too. Boy, this dude can rap. Let's try this.
I need a MAGA girl looking like a model in a MAGA hat. Conservative but in the bed, never hold it back. Freaking the sheets, but she know how to act. When in the street she's educated, she be knowing her facts. I see the MAGA girl looking like a model in a MAGA cap. Conservative too, way she got a lot of straps. She got good morals and a whole lot of class. She make it clap with no hands that she ain't never been. Conservative queen looking like Christy Noah. Marjorie Taylor Greene with a little kid of sewing. And we like the MAGA Barbies. Big shout out to Tommy Lahren. There's really no comparing. It's apparent that they caring about our country. She the type you can bring home to meet the parents. Making the world a better place just by the jeans that they be wearing. Democrats big bad, but they can't stop staring. They just sit back and they glaring, jealous, acting like a Karen. I'm a king, I need a MAGA queen to take my hand in marriage. And we gon' be together forever until we perish. The morals in that big old MAGA booty that I cherish. We gon' wear our MAGA hats out in public. We not embarrassed. The God in the church always put up family fierce, and she get twerking on social media in no mini skirt. She knows the work that knows daddy finna put in that work. She shutting down any liberal beta trying to flirt. I need a MAGA girl looking like a model.
I like that.
To let you know Joe Biden sucks. And if you got a problem with that, you can suck my nuts. Cause it's 2024, baby, you know we ride with Trump. And if you vote for Biden, my best guess is you're a dunce. Got some people hating on me cause I said let's close the border. But I'm not against my people, I'm just wanting law and orders. We got millions of people invading us from other countries. Many living off the system that comes from our tax money. But they say that I'm a traitor and I'm trying to be Caucasian. I just want my country safer for the children that I'm raising. This is the situation that Joe Biden has created. But I know you Democrats ain't ready for that conversation. But I said what the fuck I said and I'm standing on it. Anything I say and do, best believe I'ma own it. And I ain't never switching up or backing down, no I'ma fight. And I will never be ashamed cause in my heart I know I'm right.
I like that too.
Fuck the government. government, they trying to ban TikTok. I think they mad because creators making big guap. They wanna silence and ban us, they hope my shit flops. They trying to take away our rights, so when the shit stop, don't let them fool you, these people don't give a fuck about us. Only thing they care about is money and power. They trying to keep us all divided cause they fear us in power. They hide behind their suits and ties, but I despise all these cowards. It's time to rise up, we need to make our voices heard. If you don't fuck with the government, do what this and flip the bird. These assholes trying to ban this platform, the shit is absurd. So it's time that we fight back, and I'ma do it with words. Let's go. Come and take it, you can take that a few ways. My Perry, my freedom, maybe even not two-way. They will never take my Perry, best believe that. They will never take my freedom, nah, I need that. Y'all gon' really have to kill me, best believe that. Cause I would never turn my back on this yellow and black. We can scrap now, I would never back down. We can scrap now, I would never back down. We can scrap now, I would never back down. We can scrap now, I would never back down. This is my Perry, when they bury me, I'll be up in it. Proud boy, authentic, live and die by these fucking tenants. Death of the West, it is upon us, so we must defend it. If you think you man enough to take it from me, come and get it. Cause I bet you know how we rap it, I'm throwing it up like my hands in the rest. Like I went to the fence and you know that I rap it. Can love it or hate it, you got to accept it. You hating enough, nigga, that is some bad shit. Fucking with us and you must have a death wish. Maybe we are a little aggressive, I'm tired of the cuck shit, I had to address it. I'm repping Northwest to the death, we the best, bitch. You got a problem, come and say it with your chest. Come and take it.
Tell me that ain't fucking fire. That's fucking fire, man. Let's keep going.
You ain't do it like Leo G, shot Kobe 03, bitch. I go dumb. They call me the one, D40, Steph Curry, and LeBron, nigga. I go dumb.
I'm the one like I'm Jordan, I'm tortured. Any beat I'm on, I crush opponents like they porcelain. Rappers hear me coming in, they hide their head like foreskin. Bitch, I ride the beat like a motherfucking horseman. Your mama hear me rapping, your parents probably divorcing. Dog, I morph into a beast when I hear a beat rappers forfeit. All quit, cause they know that they can't fuck with the goat. They try to cope, but they got ass, but they not built for the smoke. I'm not no DJ, but I got that hustle and flow. A family man, now I used to have a bus full of hoes. With pussy popping on a handstand and touching they toes. I'll kick it with my kids at home, this is the life that I chose. I wouldn't have it any other way, that's all I'ma say. Cause I be in the studio grinding like every day. Motivated, dedicated, hard work always pays. Like boy, the beast may be my name, but bitch, you know I don't play. Yeah.
I like that.
$1 million thoughts went and jotted on a Google Doc. Do a lot, had to move my 12, do it 2 o'clock. Right around the time I left the pad to hit the noodle spot. Helicopters flying cause the dude got his noodle. They should've knew the plot when I came through with the toolie cocked. When I get to chopping up on the beat, it sounds like Uzi shots. Movie stop, when we come through, knock you out your goofy crocs. Niggas know the flow is automatic like computer clocks. They say the raps is hard, I keep the cash on a plastic card. Off track but didn't crash the car. You really ain't heard it, Jerry, damn, that's bizarre. What, you live under a rock? What, you Patrick Star? You got a rap deficiency, you niggas lack the bars. They calling me a mental giant, y'all ain't half as large. I'm overdosing on Viagra, y'all ain't half as hard. You best not touch my grass when you pass my yard. Just a mortal man, I'm not a G.O.D. Shout out to Tech 9, the real K.O.D. I can only share the story from my POV. You little niggas on the benches, I'm the MVP. $1 million.
That was fucking fire, man. See why I like this dude? This dude is lit.
The fuck your fake polls, cause we riding for Trump, yeah. Extreme MAGA, homie, this is not no meme rap. Red, white, and blue, that's marking colors, and I bleed that. Trump 2024, we coming, best believe that. Antifa run up on me like that, Joe, I make them lean back. I clap back, all facts, at these Democrats. In all black, MAGA cap, I be reppin' that. It's time to take our country back while it's still intact. Send the illegals back and charge Hunter Biden for smoking crack. We hate you, you need to drop out, cause we not fucking with you, you losing no doubt. It's not even close, you ain't got enough time, need to throw in the time to go back to your house. We tired of hearing you running your mouth, cause whenever it opens, the lines come out. You want to debate, but you will us around. Cause Trump is a good, now you about to find out, bitch. Never Nikki, girl, you about to get your feelings hurt. You basically like Gavin Newsom in a mini skirt. I know you lurking, but you need to take your ass to church. Started war with Trump, and now your campaign's in the fucking dirt. Never Nikki, no, we riding with Trump. The bitch is grifting, I'm not listening, cause I'm riding with Trump. The bitch is lying, she's a rider. Fuck your fake pole.
It's kinda like that.
let them know who the king of the underground. Play for the beast, but I don't play, I blast 100 rounds. These pussy rappers tuck their chains when I come around. I did some time, I went away, but now I'm back in town. Blacking out, back them down, you get smoked like a black amount. Cause you whack with your rappers, I think you snapping, we laughing now. In assassin in all black, when I get to blasting, I'm snapping out. Running up in your trap with a strap, and I get to clapping now. We not promoting no dope, selling the bullshit. You pushing Nate, you a bitch, and I got a full clip. Murk your local heroin dealer, we digging holes quick. Selling poison to your own people, now that's some whole shit.
Facts.
Cause I feel a little cocky, I might talk a lot of shit. Put my hands up like I'm Rocky, I'm bouncing like a rooster, yeah, I feel
This one I think I've seen him do.
You can keep on hating, but it doesn't really matter. Cause I'm knowing damn well you can never stop me. I done put in work and I'm hustling overtime every day. No vacation to make sure you never top me. No matter what the weather is, whether it rain or shine, I'ma stay it from the grind. You ain't never taking mine in a league of my own with this independent grind. Motherfucker record label, I ain't trying to get signed cause I'm cocky.
Smirk up on my face, sunshine in my eyes, I feel a
I like that.
Take it one day at a time. If you just trying to make it, take it one day at a time. If you don't wanna live no more, take it one day at a time. Take it one day at a time. Take it one day at a time. If you battle addiction, take it one day at a time. If you just tired of living, take it one day at a time. Or you just got out of prison, take it one day at a time. After the rain, it always shines, take it one day at a time. If you can get through this today, you live to fight another day. Cause every day's an opportunity to say you overcame. So don't forget how far you came too far to throw away. Everything you've had to fight for, don't just flush it down the drain. Sometimes life is overwhelming and the stress too much to take. Keep your battling demons. I wrote this verse to let you know Joe Biden sucks. And if you got a problem with that, you can suck my nuts. Cause it's 2024, baby, you know we ride with Trump. And if you vote for Biden, my best guess is you're a dunce. Got some people hating on me cause I said let's close the border. But I'm not against my people, I'm just wanting law and orders. We got millions of people invading us from other countries. Many living off the system that comes from our tax money. But they say that I'm a traitor and I'm trying to be Caucasian. I just want my country safer for the children that I'm raising. This is the situation that Joe Biden has created. But I know you Democrats ain't ready for that conversation. But I said what the fuck I said and I'm standing on it. Anything I say and do, best believe I'ma own it. And I ain't never switching up or backing down, no I'ma fight. And I will never be ashamed cause in my heart I know I'm right.
Yeah, I like this dude. Puts his heart in his music, man. And there's not very many people that do that. And he's not signed, he's independent, and he does a great job.
I think it's finally time that we close the border. Taxation without representation, no peace, no quarter. Yeah, we are witnessing right now is the death of the West. More immigrants than U.S. births, and it's all planned by the left. Soon as they break into our country, we just hand them a check. Our own people are doing bad, and we've abandoned our vets. There ain't no telling what's next or what they willing to do. But one thing's certain, when we find out, they gon' silence the truth. Funded gain of function research, try to kill us with flus. Man, they don't care about the Constitution, they're unwilling to lose. Illegal immigrants invading, we're a dying population. And it's pretty much a crime to be proud if you're a Caucasian. While Joe Biden's on vacation, now hiding out in his basement. Our country's being invaded, Republicans too complacent. Don't give a fuck about being canceled, y'all just too afraid to say shit. Our country is now in peril, if we fight though we can save it. Our freedom and our faith are in danger, but we can change it. This is a state of emergency, no time for being patient. Close the border, Joe, just close the border, Joe. Close the border, close the border, close the border, Joe. Close the border, Joe, just close the border, Joe. Close the border, close the border. I think
if that's a game you wanna play, baby, check me.
Oh, it's a no.
You never do what I do, even if I became you. You gotta let go of the envy, cause on your best day, you'll never be me.
don't get it twisted, you bitches don't want no problem here. I go ballistic, I'm vicious, these rappers bottom tier. Yeah, I be pulling on the track like I'm Vladimir. A lot of my peers be swearing they words like they chugged a lot of beer. I kill them all, haul them off, get them out of here. There's something wrong with my brain and there is not a cure. Playboy the beast, that be my name, you know my moniker. I'm down with the magic ninjas, we team up, phenomenons occur. Came to rock the dead, thoughts twisted like dreads. If these peasants sets the beast, it's gonna be off with their head. You mess with me, you rest in peace, you must be off of your meds. A freak show, spinning wicked, steady ducking the feds. I was raised by house of crazy, so I stay on the edge. I'm like a pit bull dog with rabies, living on the deep end. But I just wanna kill somebody, give a fuck about friends. And I know they afraid of me, but it's time that you let us in. Ooh, ooh.
I like that.
Yo, these niggas piss me off, so now it's fuck being humble. Got the gloves and mask off, I make these rappers kiss the muscle. I swear these niggas fiends, they just sipping lean and they mumble and they try to write me off and sleep on me. Alright, fuck them, yo. Got that independent hustle, do it on my own
shout out the nigga Russell. Sucker running up, niggas rough with the knuckles and they bitches on my dick, give it to my flex muscles, yo. Didn't really wanna rumble, hard to put lion, the king of the jungle, yeah. You can tell I'm so hungry as ever and never get bold till I'm running shit, yeah. The bulls like a gun and clip us if you're out to them haters be running quick up when they come, but they bump and they run shit, ripping that murder gang clip, you can't fuck with it, nah.
Yeah.
Bitch, you know what the fuck it is, man.
Yeah.
I would not glorify being a junkie and sipping on lean. There ain't nothing cool about being a fiend. I would rather get money, I'm after that green. So I do not advocate banging the streets of the youth. I would rather see them chasing dreams. Make it to the NFL, I'm playing for their favorite team. Maybe endless with the army, get recruited by Marines. Stop playing the victim and making excuses. Get out of the hood, flip the homies the deuce. You don't know no slaves or nobody a nuisance. So stop that mentality, it is just useless. It's not conducive to seeing improvements. The government screwed us, that shit has been proven. But that's no excuse, we still have to rebuke it. Your life is worth something, they want you to lose it. This is America, love it or leave it. If you put your mind to it, you can achieve it. Believe in yourself and don't ever show weakness. You never give up, you cannot be defeated. That is the truth,
like
and
that
I'm
shirt.
living proof. Started from nothing, now I've got the juice. Used to fight with police, now I'm back in the blue. If you don't disrespect them, bro, half of them cool. I got tired of prison and acting a fool. They got nothing to lose, you got nothing to prove. They be laughing at you while you blasting the tool, and while you locked away to be after your boo. And if she not solid, she smashing your crew. You're locked in a cell, now your whole life is through. Just think about your family, what they going through. Better think about that before you do what you do. This is all I know, never no lack, and I'm trained to go. I'm ready to die in this ring if I got it, but I'ma be the only one taking soul. The life of a champion takes its toll. Don't give me my flowers, just give me that gold. The building the crown, my spot on the throne. Nobody can touch me when I'm in that zone. Nobody ever gave me nothing, had to get it on my own. It made me tougher, learn to suffer, I'm in the league of my own. I'm a bad mother, time to show the world what I've always known. I'm the bare knuckle golden, I will never be dethroned. Yeah, these diamonds all on my chain now, cause I got a little fortune and fame. Now I am a bully, the ring is my playground. Misfit, mafia, get down to lay down. Hey now, I'm gonna leave you face down. I never be lacking, you get to be down. Drink you into deep waters, and you gonna drown. But you out of your mind, you're not touching my crown. I am the GOAT, now there ain't no debate. If you step in my ring, then there ain't no escape. My full second rate, I was born to be great, cause I'm willing to die, do whatever it takes. Step on the switch, I'm like Jekyll and Hyde. Misfit and Drews are like Bonnie and Clyde. You bitch, you can run, but you know you can't hide. Cause this is my time, I would not be denied. I'm the GOAT. I'm a GOAT. They ban me on the book, they ban me on the ground. That's where I operate my biz, not how I'm supposed to feed my fam. They disabled my page with like 200K fans. That's 10 years of my life, I gave it everything I had. To build a fan base for myself in social media land. And I was starting to blow up, I'm going according to plan. Woke one morning to check my stats and like that I was banned. This what I get for speaking up and just trying to make a stand. Wasn't trying to start no wars, I'm just a family man. Yo, I'm just trying to live my life and feed my family. Damn, how anybody is okay with this, I can't understand. They coming for your rights next, so laugh it up while you can. Fuck a bird, terms of service ain't no freedom of speech. I thought this was America, but now our freedom's been breached. Disagree with the reviews, they gon' label it hate speech. But never wave that white flag, cause they would never defeat us, nah.
I don't bow down, kneel with my wrists bound. You can't muzzle my mouth, I won't let you drown me out. Holding my out.
I like that.
I'm a little bit extreme, I would never bend the knee to my enemies. I'ma make them bleed, yeah. Said I'm a little bit extreme, I ain't never switching teams. Loyalty is in my genes. If loving my country makes me an extremist, then it is what it is. What more can I say when I really love freedom? It's what I believe in, I don't want a war, I'm just trying to keep it. Freedom of speech for the left and right, equal rights for the blacks and whites. No special privileges, justice and liberty. Say we're not patriots, we the epitome. I'm not a criminal, I'm not a killer like Hillary. Used to be liberal, then had an epiphany. Dissing on me cause I'm paying attention and don't want my kids to be living in misery. Now they be locking me up in facilities cause I speak truth and I use my abilities. But now I'm walking through the valley of death. I fear no evil cause I know that you're with me every step. Ayy, locking me up is only gon' make me a martyr. When I get back on them streets, I'm only gon' be fighting harder. Cause I'm a little bit extreme, I would never bend the knee to my enemies. I'ma make them.
I like it.
The world is changing right in front of our eyes. The country that I used to love, now I'm starting to despise. Because our government's corrupt and they keep feeding us lies. They got us fighting over crumbs, we should be on the same side. But they would rather divide us and force a vaccine inside us. So I think it's finally time that we fight this fire with fires. They don't want no therapeutics, they profiting off the virus. People are so confused, don't know the truth or where to find it. But half of these cheap but no happily stay blinded. You expect me to believe 80 million voted for Biden? No more compliance, time to get violent and smarter. The great reset in the new world order. And they don't care about us, they just want you to obey their orders. Living in a pandemic, yet we open our borders. Sleepy Joe is only leading all you sheep to the slaughter. I keep waving this black flag, cause ain't no peace and no quarter. This is war. You around and you gon' really find out that I killed to defend minds, no hesitations or doubts. Nah, fighting for freedom while they just chasing clout. AR-15 at my side like I'm Kyle Rittenhouse. Come around and you gon' really find out. I started from the bottom, said it and climbed out. The world is.
I like that. That was good. I'm gonna end that here, man. That's how you make political rap, and it all sound different. It's not the same like somebody else that does political rap. All his music's the same, sounds the same. All his music and beats are the same. This dude right here, he does it different ways, different styles, and I've enjoyed this 20 minutes of Playboy the Beast. And I hope y'all did too, man. If y'all did, man, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot, and it'll take my channel a long ways. Man, if y'all would, go check out Playboy the Beast, give him a like and a follow, man. And till next time, man, peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're doing some Upchurch Barefoot Bandit. Man, I love doing Upchurch. This is an audio video, I guess. But you can't never go wrong with Upchurch. If y'all would, go check out his channel, man. Give him a follow. He freaking got some great ass music, man. And we're about to listen to some. This is Barefoot Bandit by Upchurch. If y'all would, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot. Let's get to it. Barefoot Bandit.
She could do the barefoot bandit on a green bandana. Drop top chop by Sawzall, yeah, yo. Barefoot bandit, big money, Uncle Salmon on my country boy shit flow, going Can-Namin.
And I be saying nothing if they ain't speaking this language. They'll learn hard your ass and give you and your friends the damage. Got the reddest, the rednecks tell my chick to go make a salmon. While I flintstone these motherfuckers with broken tree branches. We them holla boys if you needin' something done. Got a chip on my shoulder and a fully loaded gun, motherfucker. You ain't messin' with no sucker. Got the cattle date like Yellowstone, plenty dirt to go dump it.
Barefoot bandit on a green bandana.
I like this.
Drop top chop by Sawzall, yeah, yo. Barefoot bandit, big money, Uncle Salmon on my country boy shit flow, going Can-Namin. Barefoot bandit on a green bandana. Drop top chop by Sawzall, yeah, yo. Barefoot bandit, big money, Uncle Salmon on my country boy shit flow, going Can-Namin.
We the racket, hillbilly done paid a Billy for the mountain. Made a fortress in the forest, I don't need no back patting. I stay cutting tracks of platinum. They think I got my blade from George Patton. Horses in the back, but gallop with the motor mounted. Mother go with the goat, I stop counting. Still catch me bathing in a copperhead fountain. We them boys from the creek. Need more than a red carpet, that shit too small for my feet. Give me the interstate of velvet through Nashville streets.
Barefoot bandit on a green bandana. Drop top chop by Sawzall, yeah, yo. Barefoot bandit, big money, Uncle Salmon on my country boy shit flow, going Can-Namin. Barefoot bandit on a green bandana. Drop top chop by Sawzall, yeah, yo. Barefoot bandit, big money, Uncle Salmon on my country boy shit flow, going Can-Namin.
Motherfucker, I'm 33, I was raised on 50 Yellow Wolf, 36 and 103. Now these internet thugs taking they ass one of these. I'm 101, you 103, let them know that numbers don't even mean a teeny weeny shit to me. On the wave like a king, I'm gonna split the seed of tenor. Now I'm rolling through Tennessee with a broken antenna. Solely a sinner, they blood in the cup, no V8 for my dinner. And I wish a motherfucker would, like they body reeler with a million seed of tree splinters. You gon' need a key to reach me in this scenery. I'm living proof that the scene ain't what it seemed to be. I'm gonna lock and chop the comp to the top, so I win with beaver teeth. Beaver teeth.
Barefoot bandit on a green bandana. Drop top
y'all
chop by
got
Sawzall,
sleeping on
yeah,
church,
yo. Barefoot bandit, big money, Uncle Salmon on my country boy shit flow, going Can-Namin. Barefoot bandit on a green bandana.
I love it.
Drop top chop by Sawzall, yeah, yo. Barefoot bandit, big money, Uncle Salmon on my country boy shit flow, going Can-Namin.
Motherfucker.
We some barefoot bandit to this motherfucker.
Hell yeah. Make me want to take my shoes off. Go barefoot, baby. Man. That was fire. I really enjoyed that. That was great, man. That was awesome. Man, did y'all hear how fast he was fucking flowing? That was great, man. I really enjoyed it, man. If y'all enjoyed it, man, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot. But yeah, man, go to Church's channel, man. Give him a follow, man, and check him out. But this was Barefoot Bandit. I'm going to have to play it again, y'all. I'm sorry, man. This is getting posted today, but till next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we are going to do a reaction to Just Trey, Barking Back. I've never done a reaction to Just Trey. Can't wait to get into this. Yeah, let's get into it. This is Just Trey. He is part of Creek Squad. Whoop, whoop. Go Creek Squad. Alright, let's get started. Barking Back.
Yo, walk the underdog out, motherfucker. Hey, Just Trey. Man, it's time to get another round to wrap up on the mic again. Time to get the punching bag, the spinning pattern fighting with. Never lost a round, ring the bell just like a farmer's kid. I stay up after dark, roll a herd of sheep you babble with. Ain't no razzle dazzle in these boots, I'm doing what you couldn't do. I'm rapping about these fake little country rappers that hate the truth. All I spit is 100 proof, spit it out, walk over you. Then set the mic on fire, cause you ain't walking in these fucking boots. Tired of all these fucking wannabes buying clicks and views. Tired of all the capping in the caption for clicks and views. Tired of all the bots up in your comments for clicks and views. I might just fuck around and drop some names for clicks and views. I gotta slow it down, cause I don't think you wanna go against the underdog that's barking back, just digging out my bone to pick. Keep you at a shoulder width, longer bite ain't moved an inch. This goes for anybody barking at the mic, you full of shit. I guess that's just the nature of me, especially all them long nights. Rapping in the studio every day, I train my mic to bite. 365, no 9 to 5, when I'm at the mic. 24-hour long shifts, married to the mic. I'm married to the game, like what Church said, we're Carter 5. Levels that I'm on make you descend for shitty rhymes. Taking number 2, cause you ain't one for steady climb. Holla boys, motherfucker, get in line, we show you grind. To show you how it's done, I got the blueprint, went over time. I got the 1%, but 99 of you is faking time. Times you didn't make it, now you changing past effective grind. I'm in the backwoods, scoping out and never shooting blind. Wish a motherfucker would, wish a motherfucker could. Would just bark at me just once, these backwoods is my hood. Stepping on my snare trap, ankle snapping, limp back. Then I feature to my dog, I hope Church on the same track. This ain't no bone to pick, my shoulder just has a little shoulder itch. My middle finger won't go down the same figure that I used to itch. Then flick you like a flea, then light the flame that we use for ticks. You leeching off the wrong dogs of the boot fits and wear it, bitch. 2024, another year, another new me. Fuck a resolution, same dog but with new teeth. Biting back at anybody, scroll past the old me. The underdog is off the leash and hungry for some bones to eat. Fuck the red carpet, I wipe my boots up in the nosebleed. Country rap is in my blood, I bleed it like a nosebleed. I settle down with both feet, running fast, I don't freeze. Don't blink, you might lose, and I bark back with a nosebleed. Wanna go right now, I'm from the bottom of the creek. The long nights of sacrifice, but nobody knows what it means. Creek Squad, motherfucker, holla boys is from the creek. And I was meant for this country rap, and you falling down the stream.
Yeah, new album. A few days away. Yeah, that was Just Trey, Barking Back. I enjoyed it. I like his inspiration in the song, his spirit. Boy, he puts a spirit in it. He sings with his emotion. I like it. It made me feel good, man. I'll have to listen to it again so I can catch all them bars, but try to figure out who he's talking to. But I think he's just talking to some of these up-and-comers that are really trash, man. I heard some trashy shit yesterday. Man, I don't even, some diss track to a reaction channel, but dude looked like a meth head, so. But anyway, this was Just Trey, man. I like the song Barking Back. It made me feel good. Yeah, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot, man, and take my channel a long ways. Yeah, till next time, man. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we are going to react to That Mexican OT Bull Riding, featuring Drody and Slim Thug. This should be good. I like Mexican OT. He's a damn good rapper. I like his style, I like his flow. everything I've listened to, I've liked. So definitely probably gonna like this. But man, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub. Let's get to it. Bull riding.
Damn, D Green, you did this?
Yeah, that was good. I loved that chorus. The chorus was lit. First couple verses, man, were great. That third verse, I'm not sure if that went with the song that well. It kind of threw it off beat and kind of messed up my vibe. But first two verses were fire. The first two guys were great, but the third guy he just messed up the whole flow. He changed it up, and it just messed up my vibe. But the song was great. The chorus was awesome, man. I really liked the chorus, man. If y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It takes my channel a long ways, man. Until next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to Upchurch Bayou. This is a response diss track to Bravo Gators diss track to Upchurch. So, yeah, this should be good. Bravo had a good diss track, but I don't think he can compete with Church. His lyricism is way out of his league, but yeah, let's check this out. This is Upchurch Bayou. Yeah, let's go.
Oh no, nobody wants to throw stones no more, bro. Church. Damn son, I thought you was the disc king. Never took a L until you tried to come impress me. Now I gotta ride a beat like it's summer. I'm thugging with my buddies, stunting on some jet skis. Respawn, jet speed, keep on letting me own everything in this lane that you tryna leech from. One of my songs is bigger than your lifelong catalog. You never know the feeling of having arena sing along. Can't be jelly that you never popped. The biggest that you ever got was hanging with Jelly and Antioch. You wanna play with me in a game that you can't control at all? Better get your headset when I break both of your analogs. What you gon' do? Make your voice deep and talk gangster shit? If you was gay, your sissy ass couldn't even take a lick. Probably fall down and scream like you broke your back and your hip on the top of a rugged mountain tip. You little bitch. How many rappers you burn? None. Give me more snare, son. You ain't matching nothing if I ever mention the flare up. But anyway, quit acting like a heavyweight. If you a gator, I can pay $5 to hold your mate. Rubber bands around your mouth, but never in your pocket. Who let the ragged in to show up and sign 40 artists just to rob their wallet? Ain't nobody head bobbing to this Arabian scam artist. Damn, you a peon to me, son. On IGL and we on. Flashing the Rolex, you got it, your cousin's kiosk. Look at his face, that's the aroma of dirty sea salt. The only time you got raps is when you're putting your turban on. I'm taking shots at Bravo. The game is yelling Bravo. Thanking you to bomb when you out cruising in your Tahoe. Suicide yourself inside a missile silo. Assalamu alaikum, this alligator can't even swim at all, bro. You know you can't compare to this. Tell Savannah, get your cell phone and post a pic. Somebody
this bait is the shit.
I could play golf on the back of a thighs, call it teeing off on a basic bitch. Now it's hush, hush, and make a way saying shit to me. I'm Sully in this motherfucker dumping all the monstering. And you ain't coming through the door cause Bubba got the fucking keys. A bunch of Kaepernicks, so won't you motherfuckers take a knee? You buzzing at the level of a motherfucking bumblebee. Pronunciate your words when you motherfuckers come to me. In this rap game, everybody know that I'm a seed. You get women pregnant and they're about to go act 17. Baby, buy me, baby, then trade it, chasing down all your dreams. Probably got you pacing back and forth to like 2 or 3. Pop a couple Addy cause you terrified to go to sleep. Put numbers on your pillow so you crash thinking about my green. But then again, probably not. Your bum ass been a trust fund, baby, since you was a little tot. Your ideas suck, third eye got low watts. Ghost writer need a ghost writer for a response. Wipe your whole team down like a pair of Nike shocks. Calhoun done proved you ain't coming out the box. Stay making TikToks while you're sliding in your socks. Fuck around, get used like a janitory mop. I'll stay running hip hop like I'm booking from the cops and watching all you motherfuckers pretend that you're smart. He uses literally like a fucking cheerleader.
And then Savannah walking around like, literally, I can rhyme bitches with bitches with bitches. You fucking dummy.
I can rhyme riches with bitches. You got a cheerleader, he said. I liked it. The beat was great. Church's flow, his comedy in it is just. You can't beat somebody that is funnier than you. You just can't. If you could make the audience laugh at the other person, then you're gonna win every time. Man, I loved it. That was Church Bayou. That was a response to Bravo Gators, I think, Out the Water. But yeah, man, check out Upchurch's stuff, man. He's got a lot of good stuff in his catalog, man. Yeah, if y'all would, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It mean a lot. Take my channel a long ways, man. Until next time. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to Samson Capsaicin. I hope I said that right. I hope I said it right. I fast forwarded it real quick because I don't know who that was, and it ain't part of the song, so I fast forwarded it. My bad. But anyway, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man, it means a lot. It takes the channel a long ways. But yeah, this is Capsaicin.
Alright. Capsaicin, how about I rhyme with pepper too? I rap amazing, don't you ever try to question who is the motherfucking hottest. When I step up in this booth, I'll melt you like walking on hot coals and tennis shoes. I leave spectators terrified and eager. I eat rappers and beats, I never spare the lives of either. My style's so dirty, you can't be sterilized with cleaners. Every time I rap, it's like I had a Carolina Reaper. My eyes water, I need milk and some ice water. Have my girl bring it to me and then shoot, ice water. Time to get back to the music, now get out of the room, bitch. I gotta write shit so kick ass, they get whiplash when they view this like, phew, who's this? It's hot in here, yo. Smoke coming out my mouth like a shotgun barrel. I'm rocking all black, never Aeropostale apparel. Trying to stock the narrow, so I'm spitting shit hotter than habaneros. Every time I flow, the fatalities grow. There ain't a paper long enough for you to tally the souls. There ain't a graveyard big enough to house all the bones. On point with every syllable and vowel that spoke. Now that I'm known, it's like everybody's down to be bros. If you wasn't around before, you can't be pals with me, no. And I'ma shout it from the mountaintops to valleys below. I said all that bullshit to rhyme with jalapeno. Every track's blazing, every time I rap the sun raises and it casts a light so bright that you could catch rays with. So exact and precise, I could grab a knife and slice a chili pepper right in half just to extract the capsaicin. Straight heat, when you hear my shit you think your face is melting. All the flowers in your vases in your place are welting. The AC ain't helping cause I'm blazing and I'm sweltering. You're just spicy like Drake when he's taking a selfie. I'm 2500 degrees, I can melt still. I got a set of incredible skills no one helped build. People come from miles away just to hear me get ill. Y'all couldn't draw a fucking crowd if they held still. Can't believe you thought I couldn't rhyme with capsaicin. I'm like a retired doctor, I don't have patience. It's absolute foolishness. Why'd you ask me to do this shit, man? I can't even believe that I just actually went through with this. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, that was good. Capsaicin. He did it though. He rapped it. I like Sansa, man. I like how he just sits there and does his own thing and he rhymes. My bad. Got stutter fucked there for a second. But anyway, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It really does a lot and it takes my channel a long ways. But until next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to something different. This is Colin Jost and Michael Chin reading live jokes. This should be funny. I like jokes. I figure this would be good for the content for my channel. So yeah, let's give it a shot. Oh, before we do, let's hit that like and let's hit that sub, man. Take my channel a long ways. Yeah, let's get to these jokes.
Yeah, so we're making each other read jokes live on air that the other person has never seen before.
Oh, God. Nigeria's President Muhammadu Buhari, for the first time, denied months-old rumors that he had died and been replaced by a look-alike from Sudan. See, even Africans can't tell black people apart.
The Palm Beach mansion, once owned by Jeffrey Epstein, will soon be demolished. And I'm honestly shocked that they would demolish a place where I have so many fond memories. Rest in power, King. I'll take it from me. I'll take
Many doctors are saying that they have a hard time convincing their black patients to agree to take the COVID vaccine. Well, maybe they should try telling them it makes you immune from paying child support.
That's bad.
Whoa. That's pretty racist, Colin.
I want to switch it up a little. Che didn't write this one. This is all me.
I'd like to hear this.
Last week was National Rosa Parks Day, or as we call it in my house, Uppity Bus Passenger Day. This week marks the 65th anniversary of Rosa Parks refusing to give up her seat on an Alabama bus. And I just wish that all black people could follow her example of sitting down and shutting up.
It was revealed that the sequel to the movie Hocus Pocus is in the works for Disney Plus, which judging by this picture is a movie about every white woman I've ever slept with. Cool.
Oh, God. Announced that Creed singer Scott Stapp will play Frank Sinatra in an upcoming movie. But the good news is Sammy Davis Jr. will be played by Scarlett Johansson.
A new study shows that the average American touches their mobile device more than 2,000 times a day. Only 2,000 times, said my penis.
A church in Massachusetts has created a nativity scene that comments on the immigration debate by placing the baby Jesus in a cage, where he belongs.
A new report shows that Hurricane Florence was the wettest in history. The previous record for wetness was set on the opening night of Magic Mike.
Kevin Spacey, hold for applause, Kevin Spacey made his first public speaking appearance in 5 years where he thanked Italy's National Cinema Museum for having the balls to invite him. He also asked, could I touch the balls? I'm kidding. He didn't ask permission.
It was reported that last year the population of China declined by 850,000 people, thanks to an increase in China's leading cause of death, protesting. China plans to reverse the population decline with an emergency import of Nick Cannon.
A substitute teacher in North Carolina has resigned after she reportedly told a class of elementary students that Martin Luther King Jr. killed himself. In her defense, he is the one who decided to keep running his mouth. Why?
They setting the white dude up, boy.
An umpire at the Australian Open refused to let him take a bathroom break during a 5-set long match. Worse, it was deuce.
A Catholic nun in France, who was to be the oldest person in the world, died at the age of 118.
Wow.
The cause of death was listed as answered prayer.
The U.S. Department of the Interior has changed the name of Squaw Valley, California, because it is considered a derogatory term for Native American women. Okay, I don't understand how that name gets changed, and yet no one cares there's an entire town in New York that mocks my people.
A new study finds that frogs in the rainforest have a higher pitch call than urban frogs. The study also finds that female frogs be shopping. I stand by that joke.
Due to a computer error, a school in Massachusetts has been unable to turn off its lights for over a year and a half. The students are doing fine, but the classroom hamster has gone insane.
A San Francisco panel studying reparations is proposing giving every black resident a one-time payment of $5 million. Well, that's a fantastic idea, said the Gucci store.
The location of Sex Island, which is a 4-day drug-fueled event featuring prostitutes and an exclusive resort, has been revealed to be an island off the coast of Trinidad and Tobago. This according to the plane ticket I saw in Shay's hand.
See you there. The CDC is warning people to not eat raw cookie dough because it may contain germs that can cause severe diarrhea. But on the bright side, you can eat cookie dough without ever gaining weight. In and out.
It was reported that the Boy Scouts of America are considering filing for bankruptcy in the face of declining membership. Yeah, apparently there's some problem with their business model of hoping parents will pay adult strangers to take their children deep into the woods. It was announced that the Broadway musical Avenue Q about raunchy puppets will close in the spring after 15 years. But if you still want to go see raunchy puppets, just head to Times Square and watch Elmo kicking pigeon.
Inflation rate in the U.S. reached 8.5% in March. To cover the higher prices, millions of families have been forced to take out a second OnlyFans account.
Google Earth has released a new feature that allows people to see a time lapse of how their neighborhood has changed over the last 40 years. Don't remind me, said my grandpa.
Video was posted of a police officer in San Francisco pulling over a driverless car, then the car driving away after the officer saw no one was behind the wheel. Even more amazing, he still managed to shoot an unarmed black guy.
Firefighters in Texas saved more than 100 snakes, including pythons and boa constrictors from a burning home. Said the homeowner, "Cool, so where's my wife?" The World Health Organization is changing the name of monkeypox to Mpox due to concerns that the original could be considered racist, which I didn't even really think was an issue, but now I'm just wondering, what's the N in N95? A zoo in Atlanta will allow visitors to carry firearms. So you want to try laughing at me again, monkeys?
What happened to you, man? After this year's elections, a record-setting 12 states will have female governors, while the other 38 states will have dinner ready on time. Merriam-Webster announced that its word of the year is gaslighting. Gaslighting, if you don't know, is a word my ex made up to magically win arguments that she was losing. The Senate passed the Respect for Marriage Act, which solidifies federal protections for interracial marriages. Okay, but if I marry a white lady, who's going to protect me from my mother? Tensions are on the rise after North Korea launched more than 20 missiles into the ocean, and all because the Little Mermaid is black. It's not real.
Tomorrow is the New York City Marathon, or as Fox News will report it, undocumented Africans run wild in streets of New York.
That was funny. Man, that was Colin Jost and Michael Chin reading live jokes, man. I liked it. Some of them kind of racist, but I can't help that. I'm sorry. But there were some funny jokes in there. Man, if y'all like this video, I'll do more of them. Just leave a like and a sub and a comment, man, and I'll get to it, man. Until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to Bird and Come From. This should be good. I haven't reacted to Bird in a while. I like his music. I like the way he raps. It's been a while, so yeah, let's get to it. Came From. Come From, my bad.
Thinking the days I wanted to die, we ain't the same, so don't even try. I can see straight through the devil's disguise. Money and fame, no, I ain't surprised. Nothing but pain, you look at my eyes. People been praying upon my demise, been trying to change, ain't playing with life. Feel like I'm paying, but don't know the price. I come from a place when you come up, them people hate. When your best friend become a snake, and if that life ain't got no breaks. Yeah, I come from a town where trouble's all that I found here. And every time that I look around, there's people trying to pull me down. Yeah, I come from a place where you cannot show no love, and it's hard to keep your faith, but we still pray to up above. I come from a place where people feel like they stuck. I fall down, but that's okay. I got the strength to get back up. Yeah, I find it goofy that you ain't believing me. Bro, I'm the truth, and ain't nobody seeing me. Better bring shooters, cause you ain't defeating me. Make all these moves that be thinking it's three of me. Change up the scenery, fly to your city, take care of some business. Just slide some kitty. Left hand got a throw in the right, got a titty. I'm up in them thighs, go deep when I hit it. I'm finished with playing these games, baby. I won't compete with these names, they be hating on me and it's strange, crazy. Don't let them see where I stay and get shady. Look, I don't know nobody, I ain't see nothing, dog. And I come up in the streets, if we speak, they talking. Ain't no such thing as a fair fade these days, man. Try to throw hands, they jumping. Lucifer seek me, it's driving me crazy. crazy. I'm used to these people not liking me, hating me. Public enemy, ain't none of this strange to me. Call me a killer, but I do not claim to be. It's all the same to me. Waited so patiently about to attack, and I know you afraid of me trying to chill. If I gotta ride for real, I die about it.
I come from a place when you come up, them people hate. When your best friend become a snake, and the fast life ain't got no breaks. Yeah, I come from a town where trouble's all that I found. Yeah, and every time that I look around, there's people trying to pull me down. Yeah, I come from a place where you cannot show no love, and it's hard to keep your faith, but we still pray to up above.
I come from a place where people feel like they stuck. I fall down, but that's okay. I got the strength to get back up.
Y'all must have forgot what I got from the dirt. Truck full of work in a big body murk. I don't do fronts, I'ma need the cash first. I don't do love, homie, love get you hurt. And whatever they talking don't bother me. Often the monster inside of me trying to get out of me. Check my anatomy, we ain't the same. He be afraid if he seen in my brain. Can't stop now, knee deep in the game. No rest for the wicked, I sleep in the grave. Christian is weight, gotta keep me in shape. I'm grinding, I'm trying to get a feature from Drake. Keeping the fake like I keep marijuana. I'm in California, I'm wanted in Florida. Welcome to Murder Road, I got a warrant. I got an open case, I got a lawyer. Most of these rappers just lying, you corner. You meet them in person and learn if they born. Can't ride with that banger, so I ain't been torn. I love waking up to some brain in the morning.
Tell them I'm back and I'm better than ever. Better get back and your head to get severed. Plan an attack and you get a vendetta. You ever come at me, you get the
I come
Beretta.
from a place when you come up, them people hate. When your best friend become a snake, and the fast life ain't got no breaks. Yeah, I come from a town where trouble's all that I found. Yeah, and every time that I look around, there's people trying to pull me down. Yeah, I come from a place where you cannot show no love, and it's hard to keep your faith, but we still pray to up above.
I come from a place where people feel like they stuck. I fall down, but that's okay. I got the strength to get back up.
Want to know how I took my business to the next level? It's simple. It's Shopify.
Yeah, yo, that was good. I liked that. I liked his vibe. I loved it, to be honest with you. It made me feel good. I just actually got up, so put me in a great mood this morning already. I liked the energy he had in it. It was awesome. Man, Burden's underrated, man. We got to do some more Burden around here. That's for sure. But, man, if y'all like this, man, hit that like, hit that sub. It take my channel a long ways, man, and it means a lot. Peace.
What's good, y'all? This is Bolts TV, and today we're going to react to Chad Arms and 501 Breezy. Counted me out. I've never reacted to either one of these people, so this is something new for me. I've heard of Chad Arms. I've never heard none of his music, though. The 501 Breezy, I hope I'm saying your name right. I've never heard of you, but you're from the 501, I'm hoping, and that's where I'm from. So I have to check this out. It's a must-have to. If y'all would, go check out their channel, man. Give them a like, give them a sub, man. It means a lot to us YouTubers, man. But if y'all would, give me a like, give me a sub, and it helps my channel out. But we're going to get to it. This is called Count Me Out by Chad Arms and 501 Breezy. I hope I got your name right.
They counted me out. While they did that, I went and ran up a bag on them. Yeah, they counted me out. While they did that, I hit the gas and I smashed on it. Now I'm back on them and they mad at that. Count cash on them as a matter of fact. Look, I'm just getting started. I worked the hardest, telling me mad at that. Yeah, they counted me out. While they did that, I went and ran up a bag on them. Yeah, they counted me out. While they did that, I hit the gas and I smashed on them. Now I'm back on them and they mad at that. Kept cash on them as a matter of fact. Look, I'm just getting started. I worked the hardest, telling me mad at that. On a mission for dollars, I'm hunting that. See me chopping them trees like a lumberjack. And all you motherfuckers betting against me, hell no, you can't get your money back. Yeah, it comes with that. Only tough when you drunk. Jumping who? You ain't jumping jacks. Listen, you talk to the whiskey like Morgan and Moneybag. Now what the fuck is that? I ain't buying what you selling to me. Stevie Wonders, you a felon to see. Look here, I am the man with the key to the gate you were trying to reach. Look, I ain't even trying to speak if them dollar signs ain't the bottom line. Life's too short, there ain't a lot of time. There ain't a thing you gon' do that's gon' stop the grind. They counted me out while they did that.
Oh, that was hard.
Yeah, they counted me out while they did that. I hit the gas and I smashed on it. Now I'm back on them and they mad at that. Count cash on them as a matter of fact. Look, I'm just getting started. I worked the hardest, telling me mad at that. Yeah, they counted me out While they did that, I went and ran up a bag on them. Yeah, they counted me out. While they did that, I hit the gas and I smashed on them. Now I'm back on them and they mad at that. Kept cash on them as a matter of fact. Look, I'm just getting started. I worked the hardest, telling me mad at that. They counted me out, so I'm about to go in. I was just broke writing raps with the pen. Waiting on the check, cause that bitch already spin. I can't ever lack, if I do, they'll win. My foot on their neck and my nuts on their chin. My dick in their mouth, cause they know that I'm him. I'm out and about trying to run up an M. Jumped into that water and I'm starting to swim. I'm off in the deep end. I was drowning in shit, trying to find me a lick every weekend. Boy, I got demons. They been talking this shit, it's so awful, you wouldn't believe it. Give me a reason, bitch, give me a check. I can pull up and collect. If you come stepping, best come correct. They counted me out, so I had to go flex. Let's go. They counted me out.
Yeah, that's pretty hard.
Up a bag on them, yeah, they counted me out. While they did that, I hit the gas and I smashed on it. Now I'm back on them and they mad at that. Count cash on them as a matter of fact. Look, I'm just getting started. I worked the hardest, telling me mad at that. Yeah, they counted me out. While they did that, I went and ran up a bag on them. Yeah, they counted me out. While they did that, I hit the gas and I smashed on them. Now I'm back on them and they mad at that. Kept cash on them as a matter of fact. Look, I'm just getting started. I worked the hardest, telling me mad at that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that went hard, man. I really like that. Man, both these dudes can rap. I can't believe I ain't heard of either one of these rap. I've heard of Chad Arms. I just ain't never heard him rap before. But man, they did good, man. Y'all need to go check out their channel. I'm about to go check out both of these dudes' channels. I'm glad it came across my suggested feed, and I'm glad I gave them a chance, man. I'm gonna definitely about to go check out both of these guys' channels, man. If y'all would do the same thing, man. If y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot, and it takes my channel a long ways, man. Until next time, y'all. Peace.
What's good, y'all? Today we're gonna react to Paul Wall featuring That Mexican OT, Covered in Ice. This should be good. I like Mexican OT. I've reacted to a couple of the songs. Paul Wall, he's old school. Everybody know Paul Wall. But yeah, man, let's get this chance. Yeah, Covered in Ice by Paul Wall featuring the Mexican OT. Man, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. Let's go.
My mouthpiece is a light show. Eloquent, cause light snow. Head to toe, dry, ice cold. Wrist well light, bright dynamite might blow. Temperature around me, quite froze. Anybody talking down can die slow. I grip grain similar to a rice bowl. My toes on the line like walking a tightrope. Wear a coat if you ever come near. Ice cold neck reflect like a mirror. Everything flawless, clear and top tier. Flicker like fireworks, looking like New Year's. New earrings, looking like floodlights. My mouth got permanent frostbite. No need for shade, I'm walking sunlight. No need to hate yet, gonna sit tight. My diamond sparkle looking like a flare. My wrist costs more than a remodel kitchen. 18-inch, 15's what I'm tipping. You ain't gotta ask, you know what I'm sipping. Deuce in a spot, whack ice dripping. Gin 4 ready, I ain't never caught slipping. I'm covered up in ice looking like, ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? That's not an iceberg, that's my wrist. And that ain't no ice block, that's my bracelet. Antoine go bank, yeah, I'm a bankhead. Game so cold, I'm handing out blankets. Back on the soda where I used to rake it. Hard work, teamwork and dedication. Smoking that pressure, that's why I embrace it. Diamonds on the neck, popping like carbonation. I'm covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. My neck is covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. My wrist is covered in ice.
Got a grill so shiny, got me feeling like the people champ. The way I roll my tongue got it sounding like it was band camp. Walking with a stick, got me feeling a little bam bam. Yoppers and choppers gonna pop and they going blam blam. Pop me a fuss out your Adderall. A building full of bad bitches, yes, I'm a bag of them. A cup full of pink looking like it's a dynamo. Take a drive by his house and I leave it with damage. I was banging on 979, say the day that I die. Something through the certain side, you can run but can't hide. Too smooth when I groove, I be moving too clever. The Glock can't rock up forever. Doing 200 in the escalator, I'm about to break the pedal. I'm a rock star, walk around with a twisted middle. Until you got one gun, no bitch, I got several. Push her to his block, bust her down like a pistol. I'ma find me a bopper, get her ass topless. Put some meat on the plate like Tamagotchi. Put some dick in her from the back, got her singing opera. Then she get her happy ass up and keep stinking lobster. I swing to the left, I swing to the right, getting money all day, full beaches all night. But it say one smoke, get them high like a kite. Had a threesome with a pretty bitch and a fat dyke. I'm covered in ice like it's negative 30 degrees. No way, Jose, they ain't heard it from me. Bitch, I got me a gallon of Texas tea. Fuck playing A and B, I'ma throw them in the sea. Anybody say they got a problem, tell her buddy knuckle, little soft ass
bitch, I'll call your ass buttercup. You thinking that you keeping up, but little buddy, it's not enough. Pussy ass boy, you better keep that little chain tucked. I'm covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. My neck is covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. I'm covered in ice. My wrist is covered in ice.
Definitely a banger, man. I like that. That's going on my playlist. I bet that hits hard. Yeah, Paul Wall, man. It's good to see him still doing something, man. Yeah, it really is. Mexican OT, man, that dude can flow. I really liked him since I found him. I really liked him. Man, that was Covered in Ice by Paul Wall featuring that Mexican OT, man. If y'all like that, hit that sub, hit that like, man. It means a lot. It takes my channel a long ways, man. But yeah, check out their channels, man. Till next time. Peace. What's up, y'all? Today we're going to react to Mexican OT Crooked Officer featuring Zero. Man, I hope y'all like this. I like Mexican OT. I like his style. I like the way he raps. So I hope y'all enjoy this. If y'all would, hit that like, hit that subscribe. It means a lot, man. It takes my channel a long ways. Let's get to it.
All right, boys, we need a win today, man. Coach Delgado couldn't make it, shitting on himself uncontrollably. Don't know why, so don't ask. But we got a transfer today from Missouri City. Coach McVay, baby. How you doing today, man? Come on. Tell my team why we need a win today, man. Get my goddamn jacket. Let's win this goddamn game. Come on, baby.
The chorus was better than the song, I think. I like how he had all the kids in his video. That was pretty dope. Giving a shout out to all them kids. I hope that was like his baseball team or something. His little team he sponsors or something. But yeah, man, I liked it. I thought it was good. I don't see where the name of the song came in. I mean, it's a baseball game, not a police. But anyway, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It takes my channel a long ways, man. Until next time, y'all. Peace.
What's good, y'all? This is Bolts TV, and today we're going to react to Lyric Noel, Cry Little Sister. I've never reacted to them, so we're in for a treat. I'm not sure what we're in for, but we're in for a treat. If y'all would, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot, and it takes this channel a long ways. We're almost to 1,000, so let's grow, baby. This is Lyric Noel, Cry Little Sisters. Let's get it. That's badass.
My Shangri-La, I can't forget why you were mine. I need you now. Cry, little sister.
Yeah, that was badass. I really enjoyed that. That was really, really great. That was Lyric Noel, Cry Little Sister. That is a classic, and that was done great. That was really, really good. I really liked it. The video was great. The visuals were awesome. You didn't go wrong nowhere on that. I really enjoyed it. If y'all did, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot, and it takes this channel a long ways. Till next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? This is Bolts TV, and today we're going to react to Just Trey, Dear Up Church 2. This should be good. Just Trey is a great artist. You should go to his channel, check out his music. He's got a lot of great, great music. He's a great up-and-comer. He's Creek Squad all the way, RHEC, baby, let's go. Up Church, I hope he sees this song, and I hope Up Church likes it. But anyway, this is Dear Up Church 2 by Just Trey, man. If y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, it means a lot, and it takes my channel a long ways. You would go check out Just Trey's channel, man. He's got a lot of great, great music, man. You wouldn't be disappointed. But anyway, let's get to it. Dear Up Church. Oh shit, we got a 50 beat.
Time for a part 2.
I think Church, like, that's one of his favorites.
I'm from the woods in the hollow where the snakes hide in the grass. I pull my weight out the struggle, fill my plate up so I can last. Never overfill my cup, I'm seeing hollow through glass. Just like the objects in the mirror seem bigger to crash. Big dog, motherfucker, pissed off to the max. I'm hearing people talking shit but never biting to match. Bitch, I'm married to the game, ring finger to flash. Closest thing to a middle, approximately is that. Don't gotta prove to get approved, birds fly in the pack. I'm not talking about a bird, I'm talking waving it back. I call it 2 for 1, get a deal, how you reach from the back. You never keep up with the pace with the load, you keeping me back. I give it back with the golden plaque with no ceilings attached. Rain dripping from the roof, hit your eye cataract. I gave you blurry vision like bulb, dimming with taps. Copper water, my poor roots still licking the drag. Strip you out to get a couple bucks, even if that leads to being most hard working. I'm running too flat, tires put air in my tires, don't ever tread on my path. Cause my trailer got autopilot, I'm leading the crash course. Of course, my corpse got on a tire of black. Window shopping patiently, waiting to fly on the track. Train wreck to collision, I'm checking right off my task. To get me riding with my idol, had to study the past. I'm built like that, bloodline packed, foot on the gas. YZ, full throttle, ice cold, this and that. Last year I had epiphany to blow right past. My side road too fresh to get my vision intact. Motherfucker, menace, so don't come knocking. I got the lettuce out of brushing up the pop block, dropping and paint the blood from the rappers that never paint a picture proper. Leave it hanging to dry inside the bucket when I'm mopping. That's a radio.
Hello, shout outs to church, boy.
Say to yourself, who is that? Turbulence coming soon. Traveler through the thin air, don't need parachutes. I paraphrase my own style, no lace on my boots. Cause some days it'll resonate and reach onto you. Remember me from the past, yeah, in rear view. Steer clear from these suckers trying to pop your balloon. Look at these dudes say you're irrelevant, but stay in the loop. But what we do and how we move, trying to come through. Get the fuck up out of face, the bigger dogs in the room.
Man, I was wondering if he's ever gonna take a breath.
Yeah. See all y'all on turbulence, motherfuckers.
Oh, for real? Oh, shit. He's gonna be on turbulence. Oh, I can't wait for that, y'all. That was fire, man. That was fire. I really liked that, man. I really liked how they paid homage to Church and all his Church's albums. Parachute. He named several of them in the song, man. I didn't ever think he was gonna take a breath, but that was a great remix to 50 Cent, man. I really enjoyed it. I think Church is gonna enjoy it. I think Church probably loved it. But man, that was just Trey, man. Man, that was good. Dear Up Church 2, man. If y'all enjoyed it, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot. It takes our channel a long way. You will go check out Just Trey, man. I told y'all, man, this dude can rap. Anyway, man, until next time, y'all. Peace.
What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to Dirty South by Up Church. I love Up Church. Yeah, before we get started, man, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man, it means a lot and it take my channel a long ways. Let's get to it. Dirty South. This is supposed to be another rock song. I love his rock.
Damn, hurry up. We ain't got all day. I think I found it. Did you hear that?
Corner store smells like Pall Malls. The cashier wears the same overalls. The cops wash the blood off their hands with the moonshine they took from the moonlight. Dirty South. Burn into the dark sky. No leads, nobody knows why. Dead bodies in the trees where I get my soul. Dead in roads. Dead in roads lead to the small trails. Headstones from the 1800s. Ghosts lurk till you feel the chill in your spine. In these pines. Dirty South. Dirty South. Dirty South, you have raised me. Dirty South, Dixie made me. Dirty South, I love you, but sometimes you hate me. Times you hate me. Dirty South. Whoa.
dirty South, dirty South, dirty South.
Dirty South. Dirty South.
Yeah, great storytelling. I'm taking it. Church called him a killer and finished him. I liked it. I like his rock, man. He needs to do more rock. Definitely enjoyed it. The storytelling was great. The video was awesome. I take it that was the killer that got caught, and they caught him, and church had him killed. So, yeah, good for you, church, man. That was Dirty South Pub, church, man. If y'all like this video, hit that like, hit that sub. It means a lot, and it take my channel a long ways, man. Until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? This is Bose TV, and today we're going to react to T2 featuring Broadneck's Demons. I've done a song with Broadneck's before. I came, not Broadneck's, but T2. I think he did a song with Upchurch. It was a good song. I think it was called Motion Picture. But yeah, if y'all would hit that like, hit the sub, man. It means a lot. It takes this channel a long ways, man. Let's get to it. This is T2 and Broadneck's Demons.
Demons in my closet, baby. And I ain't tryna let them out. And she say that I've been toxic lately. But she knew that, yeah, she knew that when she came around. Lost and found, made it out. Off a pound, we getting money, baby. Out of bounds, out of time. Still hold it down, we going fucking crazy. And all I'm tripping on is payroll. Cause all I know is I ain't doing shit for free. And all my dogs can hit my same hole. Cause I promise that shit, well, it don't mean shit to me. Don't mean shit to me. Fucked up mentally. Duffel in the trunk that could get a quarter century. Only family, ain't no friends to me. My dogs got the tendencies to take out all the enemies. And I ain't riding by my lonely. Cause if I ain't got the 40, then I'm mobbing with the homies. Yeah. And on God, they are my brodies. Since we was selling Dodie by the OZ, now it's Boskies, and I'm holding and I got demons in my closet, baby. And I ain't tryna let them out. And she say that I've been toxic lately. But she knew that, yeah, she knew that when she came around. Lost and found, made it out. Off a pound, we getting money, baby. Out of bounds, out of time. Still hold it down, we going fucking crazy.
Been let me lose, hey, I been the fool. Facing your giants, no lie, better tell the truth. Frontin' and faking, baby, shake you out your shoes. Bitch, how long will they mourn me? Good morning, woke up with the blues. Choose to win, little bitty, refuse to lose. Tropicana, Louisiana, we got that jewel. Teach you about that action, no caption, it's legendary. Click, click, click up with that Texas, where wrecking is necessary. Regulator, get regulated. Coco or Ben and Jerry. Demons in my closet, monster trying to give it. Lord, protect me with Nigel when we out here stepping, baby. Blessed and highly favored. Tell a hater, pick up weapon, check it.
I got demons in my closet, baby. And I ain't tryna let them out. And she say that I've been toxic lately. But she knew that, yeah, she knew that when she came around. Lost and found, made it out. Off a pound, we getting money, baby. Out of bounds, out of time. Still hold it down, we gon' fucking crazy. And all my dog get in that bag now. Came a long way from hitting licks. The hood taught me how to cash out. Where I'm from, as a kid, there is no innocence. I'm on that same shit, still on that same shit. I can't rock with Shorty yet, she ain't on some gang shit. She be out of place at all the traps I hang in. Had to drop her ass cause she ain't speak my language. Burners in the hood keep blowing. I'm still up in the west, yeah, I promise I ain't leaving town. I can't settle down and shit, no. Can't deal with my emotions or I'ma let them demons out. I got demons in my closet, baby. I ain't tryna let him out. And she say that I've been toxic lately. But she knew that, yeah, she knew that when she came around. Lost and found, made it out. Off a pound, we getting money, baby. Out of bounds, out of time. Still hold it down, we going fucking crazy.
Demons in my closet. I ain't tryna let him out. Demons up in my closet. And I ain't tryna let my demons in my closet. I ain't tryna let my demons up in my closet. And I ain't tryna let my
Demons in that closet, man. I like that, man. Broadnex did his thing. T2 did his thing too. I like the way he sounds. I like the way he sings, man. His voice is unique and I like it. Broadnex always does his thing. His voice is always on point. But yeah, I like that. I like this rap. That was Demons by T2 and Broadnex, man. If y'all like that, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot and takes the channel a long ways. Till next time. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to Upchurch, Don't Come Knocking. Well, I love Upchurch. Yeah. Can't wait to get into this. Yeah, let's get into it. This is Upchurch, Don't Come Knocking.
God, dude, this mug, it rings all day. I get text messages all day. I can't edit nothing, I can't write nothing. I can't call nobody I want to. This shit has gotten out of control. Wrong dress in my car, bro. Hey. My bow tie look futuristic. Snake skins when I talk to business. Got a couple people in my household that I put a hole in y'all's common sense. My driveway like Carl Black. Some shit ain't drove in a couple weeks. Got a Mustang GT, runs and drives. Getting lost as it disappears in the weeds. Cause people pulling up, dropping off their problems on my doorstep like a bunch of fucking Mormons. Till I'm going crazy sitting in my closet. Smoking all my weed and I don't feel like talking noise. I can't escape it even in my head. Homies want my money, bitches want my bed. All I want is silence just to clear my head. But I can't even get it. Why I got a bed? I ain't gonna beg no more, and I won't ask for
yeah.
And I ain't gonna feel bad for success that wasn't given. If you shit talk behind closed doors, your room is full of bitches. My household hold a savage and some savages live with it. So don't come knocking. Oh, so don't come knocking. So don't come knocking. So don't come knocking. So don't come knocking on it. Footsteps walking on my front porch. I can see it on surveillance while I take a shit. As soon as I roll out my silky sheets, somebody trying to yank me to a meet and greet. My fucking driveway a mile long, got 26 trespassing signs. I got 2 gates, you gotta open yourself with a logging chain that's wrapped around. Made plenty posts saying
I like
this.
this.
If I don't know you, don't come knock. Eventually I'ma pop, stop it. Then somebody finna pop, lock, drop it. My symphony don't play sympathy. If you seeking me to get a sim from me, you gon' finally see that I ain't the me that I used to be. So get used to me, cause I'm trying. I ain't gonna beg no more, and I won't ask permission. And I ain't gonna feel bad for success that wasn't given. If you shit talk behind closed doors, your room is full of bitches. My household hold a savage and some savages live with it. So don't come knocking. Oh, so don't come knocking. So don't come knocking. So don't come knocking. So don't come knocking on it. Look, take my advice, it's A1. You fuckboys worry about the wrong one. Conduct yourself like a gentleman on a white horse with a boss gun. Don't point to shoot if it ain't worth your time, cause silence is a secret deadly weapon. I'm a mystery to the whole world, cause I only let them see a small percentage. I'm Greek raised, got a couple demons, but I killed them, tossed our darkness in the deep valley. Now I'm cruising in a coupe, deep dark, two-tone, getting parked by the valet. Fuck opinions like they're starring in a porn. My bitch bad, and she let me click record. I stay sweating even when I don't perform. I'm on a track, and I track the country boy. But I ain't gonna beg no more, and I won't ask permission. And I ain't gonna feel bad for success that wasn't given. If you shit talk behind closed doors, your room is full of bitches. My household hold a savage, and some savages live with. So don't come knocking. Oh, so don't come knocking. So don't come knocking. So don't come knocking. So don't come knocking, know that.
Man, I like that. Don't go knocking. If your room is full of bitches, if you sit there and shit talk behind closed doors, I love it. I love it. That's the shit. The video was great, man. The visuals on the video, Church, his lyrics are just A1, man. They are on point every time. It don't matter what song he's on or does. His lyrics are perfect. He knows what to put. He knows what to rap. He knows what to sing. He knows what to jam. But yeah, man, that's Upchurch, man. If y'all hadn't checked out Upchurch, man, go check out his stuff, man. He's great, man. This was Upchurch. Don't come knocking, man. If y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It'd mean a lot to me, man, and take my channel a long ways, man. Until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to Chains, Floor 13, Dance with the Devil, MGK diss response. This should be good. I heard this was another diss track on MGK, and I liked this dude's raps last time, so I figured I'd give him another shot, and let's do it. Man, before we do, let's hit that like, hit that sub, man, and take my channel a long ways. Yeah, Dance with the Devil, Floor 13. Scared the shit out of me.
Nobody give no motherfucker about no MGK.
You a big dog with that slick talk, get picked up, pull a kick though, fuck a pick lock, get your shit rocked. I keep tools like a pit stop. No pop music, this is hip hop. No skinny jeans, no lip gloss. Fuck a man bun, these are big locks. Only time I tell homie TikTok. Say my name, that's all you gotta do. Take a shot or two, take a shot at you. Bird box with a bird chest, he got a motley crew full of cockatoos. Like who the fuck you think you talking to? Show his ass what a goblin do. Run up on you, have you copping deuces, didn't catch a reference, I ain't fond of do. Should've said something when you heard it. That diss track made him nervous. Talking all of that tough talk, better never say that shit in person. And every bullet got your name on it, put a name on it. I ain't never scared to say you lame, homie. Keep a thing on me, keep killers around me that'll bang, homie. You can bank on it, I'll never lose. I'm incredible, I'm impeccable. Busting pipes is what pressure do. I would rather let the pressure brew. It took you 10 months just to come back. What you think I wouldn't bust back? Chopper hitting like it's rough sex. I just pull it straight up off the gun rack. The question is how you gon' manage when shit hits the fan. I spark heat, you get branded. You swear that I'm not from Atlanta with all of this love from Detroit that I gathered from being a savage and eating these rappers. Don't dance with the devil, your female get shattered. It don't even matter, I creep with the ratchet while peeping the patterns. Revolvers and Rugers, I'll shoot up your crew and just call it an accident. You can get dropped like watching the medicine fall out the top of the cabinet. Burning these candles, I make you a sacrament. Try to imagine it, more than an advocate. Satanic activist, hate to be passionate. Summon the devil without even practicing. And no one gives no motherfucker about no MGK. Eat them up and clean the plate like it's a piece of cake. No dapping up, no doing tracks, we ain't no Meek and Drake. If I see you face to face, that should be DOA. I'm never shaky, hands are steady while I'm blowing wax. Running circles round this bitch like it's a cul-de-sac. Use a rat, bitch, I'm a snake, yeah, that's a cobra snack. Bitch, you pussy, who you flexing, yeah, I know the facts. If I wasn't a threat, you wouldn't speak on the subject, quit all that fronting. Murder was all that she wrote, the spelling is perfect, no, I'm the suspect. I know that they watching me breaking you down and checking the purity. You pussy, you pay for security. You should've taken me seriously. I'm at your neck, cut your esophagus out. You couldn't hang with the kid cause I'm chopping them down. Feeling froggy then bounce, nailing the coffin, the box in the ground. I'm not no wannabe rapper you talking about, ain't no stopping me now. Come to Atlanta, I'll rob you in public cause nobody fuck with you, partner. You really ain't about it, so keep it to music, you really don't want any drama. Bitch, you a junkie, you thinking it's funny, you talking about sorting a powder. Donnelly Hollow will ride up the road, I got homies to serve you the chowder. I really don't fuck with your campaign, my haters are all on your fan page. You gon' need more than a band-aid, make you a part of my landscape. Flirting with death, doing the dash, hearing the sound of the can chain. And I've been the devil, just stoop to my level, get popped in your top like it's champagne. But you did movies cause you acid rapping, better get back to acting. Try not to act as savage, and all that aggression you showing is fake, we know that you whack and pass it. You really don't want any smoke, get put in a hole and wrapped in plastic. And I'ma be honest, with so many guns in my closet, I think I'ma dig them out. And I'ma dismember the body, I'm sick in the head with the things that I think about. Nobody, no evidence, no witness, no weapon, there's nothing to figure out. You need to simmer down, this is the shit that I've been about, you never live it down. No one gives no motherfucker about no MGK. Eat them up and clean the plate like it's a piece of cake. No dapping up, no doing tracks, we ain't no Meek and Drake. If I see you face to face, that should be DOA.
I like that. That was good. Dude can rap, man. Dude can really rap, man. I really liked it. I'm gonna have to check out the Floor 13, I guess. See what I heard that he dissed Chains on Floor 13, but I haven't listened to it or responded to it or reacted to it, so I think I'll react to that next. But man, I really like that. Dude can rap. He said, "You a rat, I'm a snake. That's a cobra snack." Yeah, I like Chains, man. Chains can rap, man. If y'all like this reaction, man, hit that like, hit that sub, and take this channel a long ways, man. Until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? This is Bo's TV, and today we are going to react to Yellow Wolf Flashlight. This should be good. I love Yellow Wolf. I love how he raps. And this, man, he never disappoints, so this should be good. Let's get into it. Before we do, hit the like, hit the sub, man. It means a lot. It takes the channel a long ways. This is called Flashlight.
Yeah. Papa got a new Mercedes, he bout to teleport over the Florida Georgia line, carrying metaphors, take it up to the stage and give him hell yeah, data boy. Had him dripping in sweat, sipping Greek water and smoking joints and cold ones. Tall boys, not all boys, families coming out, I'm generational all boys. So I just ride the Crimson Tide wave to the fall shores, from somewhere down in Texas on a Harley, we haul toys, yeah. As a baby drink the formula, damn right, shake it up in the bottle with some whiskey and sleep tight. That must have been the ghost that kept me close way back then. If I was left alone, it wasn't safe from abusive hands, but y'all know how it goes. It ain't the story that makes a man, and this man is a story man. I write until I see the light and leave it on for you bright, so you ain't gotta feel that you're the only one hitting right. The nightmare is a killer sight, but I kill the nightmare, now I'm making a killing right. So until the pipe is blowing the bagpipe, I'll be in the darkness, holding a flashlight.
Do it again, do it again,
Flashlight.
do it again, do it again, flashlight, do it again,
Turn it on.
flashlight, do it again,
Turn the lights on.
do it again,
Yeah, motherfucker.
flashlight, do it again, do it
Yellow Wolf. Yeah.
again, flashlight, do it again,
Turn it on.
do it again,
Turn the lights on. Motherfucker.
flashlight.
Yeah. Like I was saying, I use my memory like architects, and I follow the plan. Pants pocket full of sand, stop it. I used to be terrible, I will make a plan, watching, breaking in houses to get nothing but risking my own freedom to get the respect of my family. I would jump and lead them, that's what I did. Lead them to suffer by getting locked up for shit when I could have said that I loved them. But being young and oblivious to the danger of karma should being young and oblivious. I already got that diploma, and I graduated from the school of living in drama, unnecessarily bringing home all that heartache. I'm sorry, mama, but if I could go back and change up shit that I did again, I could never be the prophet, lead to the instrument. The music is just a sentiment, so take it, pick it, and listen to what I've been through. I cemented all the rhythm and spirit inside the instrumental to be influential. In the dark, you're gonna need a spark, so I turned the paint to art. Never limited, I illuminated my heart like a
Flashlight, flashlight. Do it again, do it again,
turn it on, yeah.
do it again, flashlight. Do it again,
Turn it on, yeah.
do it again,
Turn the lights on.
flashlight. Do it again, do it again,
Yeah.
do it
like a
flashlight. Do it again, Eddie.
turn the power on. Let's go.
Flashlight.
Flashlight. Flashlight. Turn it on again, motherfucker. We gotta turn it on again. Willpower, baby. Gang.
I liked it. That was Yellow Wolf, Flashlight. Not my favorite song. Yeah, I liked it. I mean, I think I don't know. I guess the video went over my head with the lyrics. But anyway, I liked it. That was Yellow Wolf. He always does this thing, man. You can't go wrong with Yellow Wolf. If you would hit the like, hit the sub, man. It means a lot. It takes the channel a long ways. Until next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to something a little different. We're going to react to some MMA and boxing first round knockouts. I figured I'd throw in a little something different. Yeah, before we get started, man, let's hit that like, let's hit that sub, man. Let's make my channel grow, man. This is the first round knockouts. This should be good. A little different for the channel. But yeah, let's do it.
Docker, let's get it going.
Here we go. You know, Nick, man, he's going to start out fast. See, good jab. Here's the thing, man. Tyler does get hit in his fights, but can he take the pound?
Oh.
Big right hand from Mondelli.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, he's still on the ground. Oh, that hurt. Oh.
Knocking him back there. Just stumbling a bit off balance there, Aman. Just needs to plant his feet. Trying a bit too hard to land the big shot at the moment. Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
God damn.
Oh, yeah.
That's over. That is over.
Dude said, God
What
damn.
an overhand right by Jermaine there. What a shot.
Yeah, motherfucker.
YouTube is the new home of NFL Sunday Ticket. Watch all your favorite NFL teams' out-of-market Sunday afternoon games. All
motherfucker.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh.
God damn.
Okay, but his Bon Giovanni coming in to maybe finish off something he didn't.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
No.
That's another down. And there's a whole minute left of this round. No wonder Charles Bon Giovanni is undefeated.
Oh.
Oh.
Hey.
That's it.
Okay. Wow. Oh. Oh boy.
Yeah, he's out.
That one was.
Oh, that hurt. Oh, that uppercut.
I've been very low-key looking forward to this fight. Oh, it's gonna be great. But both guys were so quiet in our interviews. I just didn't know what to expect.
Oh, big right hand from Westland! Walk walks out! Zachary Westland via TKO! 10-second knockout for Zach Westland! Oh my gosh!
That'll do it. I don't even think he knew he was going to hit him with that.
Ese es el momento donde se acaban los nervios.
Suena la campana, se prende la jaula, chocan guante los peleadores y inmediatamente abriendo gol.
Oh, yeah.
Se acabó, se acabó.
Oh,
se
yeah.
acabó.
Se terminó.
Wow.
No hubo a verlo.
Estamos viendo la repetición.
Uno.
Entra con un jab, finta a la izquierda.
Oh,
Y
yeah.
ahí, ¡pam!
Y se acabó.
Lo que tú viste, Petro. ¡Qué barbaridad este ruso mexicano
That
realmente!
jab, boy.
¡Qué bien lo describiste, Pube! Va a ser una sensación y lo ha sido. Lo que pasa es que ni siquiera nos los...
Muay Thai black belt and a legit...
Oh, he rocked him.
Steps
in with the
the
knee.
knee.
Smells blood.
Oh, his
Oh.
binds the opponent. Guram with the head kick.
Guram!
Oh.
Oh!
Oh.
Countered and knocked out Felipe Silva.
Knockout finish. Beautiful. Here we see.
Totally not going where I thought it was going.
Looks like Silva's just pulling for the plum. The left hook comes, and it's the hammer fist after that turns the lights.
Dude, like, he wanted to keep on pounding.
Wells comes out heavy, low kick. Ooh,
oh,
that's going to be it.
Oh, right
Big
behind the ear.
Right, and that's going to be the only thing that's needed for this fight. Obviously, we're going to take as
right
much
behind
time
the
as
ear.
necessary. But one shot is all it takes. Big knockout here. Big overhand right.
Right behind that
Lands
ear.
perfectly. That's all.
Jacori and Larry is incredible.
Yeah, his hand fighting and everything here from the open is beautiful.
And that hook over the top.
Oh.
That knee landed and it hurt.
Oh, yeah.
As we see this replay here on the
Oh, you know that felt good.
He lands that knee, which really stopped TJ in his tracks. And another right hand, left hook, and that beautiful right hand again. Uppercut, hook, and that right hand is what put him away.
They better be glad them other two didn't hit. Shit.
La dinamita explote,
Oh,
señores
this
y
dude going
señores. Un
for a
duelo
kick.
internacional, Estados Unidos en contra de México. A ver si viene muy León. Leonardo Rodríguez, Pube.
Zurdo en contra de derecho por el momento. Buena izquierda por parte.
Oh, shit.
¡Se acabó! ¡Se acabó!
Tranquilo.
¡No hubo para más!
A bad motherfucker right there. Boy, he's swinging from the gallows.
Бойцовского клуба «Ахмат» и частью
Oh, that's a little blurry,
турнира в
but
истории лиги. Это очень важно и для него, и для клуба, как отмечалось. Ну и Святослав Шабов.
Oh.
Это нокаут тяжеленный. Вот тяжеленный нокаут с одним первым ударом. Достаточно быстро восстановиться и вернуться целым и невредимым в клетку, в октагон и в дальнейшем успешно продолжить свою карьеру.
Ну и, конечно же, надо... Да, тайминг, конечно.
Арена гудит, поддерживает местного бойца. Еще
Попытка тейкдауна от Варшава, но контратакует. Сагон и сам прижимает к октагону своего оппонента, к сетке октагона.
Тактически делает все правильно. Нет смысла ввязаться, бороться. Нужно перерубать, опережать.
Конечно.
И все прекрасно делает.
Есть преимущество скорости.
Oh. That'll do it.
Сегодня показал нокбек. Да, обрати внимание, все время он попадал справа, а здесь, мне кажется, это накопительный эффект.
Нет, просто подхватил ножку.
Присматривается, мне кажется.
О,
Здесь именно
какой апперкот у Константина зашел. Вот, мне кажется, его готовил.
Потянул на себя снова Константин. Двойка не то.
Oh.
И это все.
Ну, это сенсация.
Да. Потянул на себя снова Константин. Двойка не то.
Oh, yeah.
Ну что же, вот что же, осталось 2 минуты.
2 минуты.
Это совсем немало, я хочу сказать.
Это немало, и вы знаете, такой
тяжело.
Интересный бой, интересный, очень интересный, захватывающий бой.
И для кого-то же он еще и не последний сегодня.
Да, для кого-то он и не последний.
Вот, пропускает.
Ой-ой-ой, пропускает.
Все, конец. Заканчивается поединок. Махмуд Мусаов.
Видим, как Владиславу Зеликову плохо.
Those are good shots.
Он сделал все, что мог на самом деле.
Да, он показал свой бешеный характер. Молодец. Знаете.
I guess the dude on the ground thought it was over.
Я думаю, да, мы действительно его увидим еще и не раз. Совсем нам.
Со здоровьем боец из Кыргызстана завершил карьеру и нашли достойную замену в лице Токторбая Жусупула. С оверхенда пошел разрывать дистанцию.
Oh. Yep. Damn. Hey. Oh. Oh, yeah. He let him get up just to get knocked right back down. Yeah, he should have let that one finish. Uh-oh. Big boys. Uh-oh.
Big left hook leg for Cody Beck. And JD Jenkins is out. Cody Beck, 5 or 6 seconds knockout over JD Jenkins. My God.
Damn. Yeah, that was some good knockouts. I enjoyed it. That was first round knockouts of some MMA, man. I hope y'all enjoyed it, man. Try to throw a little bit of something like this in my channel here and there. But yeah, if y'all enjoyed this, man, hit that like, hit that sub, man. Leave a comment. Means a lot and take my channel a long ways, man. Until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? It's Boast TV, and today we're gonna react to Just Trey Pressure remix. It should be good. I like Just Trey. I love his enthusiasm. I love the way he raps. He just puts his heart into everything. Let's go, Creek Squad. This is Pressure by Just Trey. If you will, go check out his channel.
The dog can't do nothing to me, biting and begging around my ankles like a little dog, asking for the handouts and shoutouts. That's a big bone, already picking up on the soft meat chewed off. Take this for a feature, it's my fuck you too raw. I don't give a fucking how you thinking when you think about me. I just wanna live my life surrounded with my people around me. Living in my presence is the best person. Say you proudly always hated my reflection in the mirror, that a copy. Do not compare me to those other guys. I'm a white boy mixed with the wine near the pond. In the country boy ride with the 4-door shine and the 35-inch mud tires all the time. Driving up the highway, 55 to my place. Got the rooster tail off the road. Going sideways, no service, no phone calls for a while, man. I just give it gas, burn a rubber, no one's stopping me.
This is fire, man. I really like this.
Time to turn this bitch up real quick. Hey, hey, green light, green light. Go. I got a tick for this rapping, that's why they call me an addict. Bottom with no blueprint, water dripping from my attic. Had to put a new roof on, there ain't no ceiling to match me, cause all your shingles falling off when I'm just saying my ladder. You taking easy steps to climb, I'm on my road like a ladder. So if you try to rub me wrong, I'm swinging through automatic. Can't tell it, your boy, I'm mad as schematic. Ain't mathematics, sounds like you need more than practice to get my magic is snapping. Yeah, Indiana where I live at, Alabama on the lake. Every day we been eating good, them bastard cats don't play. Ugly stick for me, one, running yards, no gain. Full clip for any motherfucker thinking that they can hang. Running wild in the countryside, rebel flags that I had on me to burn the flag. They call me racist 3Ks. The only thing I ever burn is paper, but not today. So if you tread on me, I'll smoke you from a black Chevrolet. I got a black beanie, black hoodie on this camo for my coat. Don't give a fuck what you think about me, I'm Jeezy when it's cold. Gucci man 2007, kitchen stovetop when it's froze. Getting through like a boss Simpson, no race in my bones. Walk a flock of 50-50, grinding hard on the paint. Remember when I used to skate, I bumped the shit like every day. And now I'm painting my pictures, I still get hated day to day. Because I rode with Southern Pride, I raised a rebel flag every day.
I love it.
I don't ever lose, bitch. Cause I get
Damn right.
and I try again.
Creek Squad. Hell yeah.
We don't ever lose, bitch. Cause we get back up. Yeah, we try again. Real underdog shit.
Yeah, that was Just Trey, man. Pressure remix. I have to say that's
one of my favorites by Just Trey so far. I mean, I love his music. I love all his music, but he went hard, man. This was fire. This is a fire remix. 10 out of 10 on remix. I don't care. That was fire. That dude deserves some credit for that. Trey, man, you did your thing, man. Keep doing your thing, man. Creek Squad for life, man. Let's do it. Like, share, subscribe, man. Until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? This is Bolts TV, and today we're going to react to 501 Breezy. I hope I got your name right. Go Get a official music video. I've only reacted to him once. He did a song with Chad Arms I reacted to. I really enjoyed it. They came across my suggested feed. I'm so glad they did. I'm checking out his channel. This dude is 501 Breezy. I'm from the 501, so I'm excited to give this guy a shot and see what he's got, man. But if y'all would, go check out his channel. Last song I heard was fire. I bet this one's got to be fire. But anyway, give him a like, give him a sub, man. If you would, give me a like, give me a sub, man. It means a lot. It takes the channel a long ways. But yeah, let's get to it. This is Go Get It by 501 Breezy.
Get her. White boy with the pack, I was man in the middle. Tucking that strap, and these old blue denims. Been serving that Thrax backpack full of killer. Rolling that dope, smoke blowing out the window. Pull up on a bitch late night, I just met her. She want my kids, I still ain't hit her. I still ain't rich, I'm trying to get rich, I'm trying to get paid. Boy sharp as a blade, outcast, renegade. Got plenty of hate, people switch up and they flake. They two-faced and they fake, I can't even fuck with you, man. I slid in that truck with you. When the bullets was flying, shit, I even ducked with you. Got a clip full of hollows that cut quicker. Now I'm screaming, don't fuck with me. Trials and tribulations, I can't cuff on no bitch, I don't want your relations. I don't need your love, I just need you naked. I get off them drugs and feel so sedated. I've been riding around that big body. From the sticks just to hick, I'm a nobody. Still I get in the booth, drop a hit like I'm somebody. Someday you'll see me on top with some new money.
That's a fact. That's proof the rap.
I know that fortune gon' come with the fame. You get a little money, they knowin' your name. Big house in the whip and some ice in the chain. They stopping my hustle, got too many plays. Man, you ain't stopping my drive, I'm winning this game. That boy was my brother till he went and changed. Now we on the outs like Abel and Cain. It's crazy.
I had to say this, I don't ever stop my music, man, ever, because I'm not a breakdown channel, but this dude can rap. His voice and his style of rap is freaking fire, and I'm glad he's from the 501 representing fucking Arkansas. That's what's up, man. I just want to say that, man. This dude can really rap, man. His voice is unique and great. He's got a mainstream voice and rap. I love it. It's great. I can't believe I ain't found him yet. I'm glad I found him, but I just can't believe I ain't found him or heard of him yet. But I'm glad I have. Anyway, let's get back to it, man. I'm sorry I stopped it.
Go get her. White boy with the pack, I was man in the middle. Tucking that strap, and these old blue denims. Been serving that Thrax backpack full of killer. Rolling that dope, smoke blowing out the window. Pull up on a bitch late night, I just met her. She want my kids, I still ain't hit her. I still ain't rich, I'm trying to get rich, I'm trying to get up. I'm just trying to get mine and maybe a little on the side. I've been counting bucks. Shit, I ain't never satisfied, it ain't never enough. Put mud in my cup, just to help with these demons. It feel like they ain't never leaving. That shit, it ain't work. It's like somebody cursed me. I feel like I'm doing this shit for no reason. I can't even front, man. Did this shit by myself with no stunt, man. Now I'm busting their heads like a coke can. Get the low from my folks, that's them old heads. What you know about it? No, you don't know, man. I ain't trusting the soul, cause just like the paper, I know they'll fold. Put trust in their hands, it'll slip through the holes. It could be one your mans, it could be one your bros. I don't get two shits what they talking about. They gon' hate anyway, man, they talk a lot. You can't get in my lane or my parking spot. 392 way too fast, it'll pill out the parking lot. Trapping and rapping straight out my garage. And we had them drugs, guns, and bras. Make the raw move and get plugged like a Targe. Just like the one on this beat behind all these bars, man.
Damn. This dude hard.
go-getter. White boy with the pack, I was man in the middle. Tucking that strap in these old blue denims. Been serving that Thrax backpack full of killer. Rolling that dope smoke, blowing out the window. Pull up on a bitch late night, I just met her. She want my kids, I still ain't hit her. I still ain't rich, I'm trying to get rich. I'm trying young go-getter. White boy with the pack, I was man in the middle. Tucking that strap in these old blue denims. Been serving that Thrax backpack full of killer. Rolling that dope smoke, blowing out the window. Pull up on a bitch late night, I just met her. She want my kids, I still ain't hit her. I still ain't rich, I'm trying to get rich, man.
I really enjoyed that. That was fire. This dude can rap. This dude's style of rap is freaking awesome. I just can't believe I ain't found him, but I'm about to light my channel up with some of his content. I'm about to share as much of it as I can, man. I really liked it. This dude can rap, man. I know y'all think he can rap. I mean, there's something wrong if y'all don't think this dude can rap. But, man, if y'all would, go check out his channel, man. Give him a sub, man. Just trying to grow. If you would, give me a like, give me a sub, man. It helps my channel, and I'm just trying to grow, and it helps my algorithm. But until next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? This is Boats TV, and today we are going to react to Just Trey Gone Bad. This should be good. I like Just Trey. I love his music, and I love the way he raps. He puts everything he has into it, and he never disappoints. So if y'all would, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot, and it takes the channel a long ways. This is Gone Bad by Just Trey, the music video. Excited for this. I like Just Trey.
Watching the plot, ticking up with the smoke that's under your eyes. Can reach the top with no clock any minute. You got no drive, it's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad. Watching the plot, ticking up with the smoke that's under your eyes. Can reach the top with no clock any minute. You got no drive, it's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad. Better go work on your image. My book ain't never had limits. Better go and check out my records. I got a chapter in Guinness. No pun intended with my image. I'll pinpoint you where you're missing. Better go run and fill your pin up. No energy, insulin. Pop the top and flip the big boy. That write down is permanent. Throw the lighter in the booth. No need to call an ambulance. Fire started, no department. Departed, no residence. I beg your pardon. No habla English. Police don't let him in. Bitch, I'm a rough rider like DMX. Jumped out of his grave. I'll give it to you like accidental. I smile and wave. With reassurance. Don't got insurance, but bitch, you still pay. Prefer the cash in hand. This other hand, bitch, slaps you for play. You pay me $200. Pass and go in this game. Better go and count up all your blessings. We're stepping on my estate, so don't come knocking. I'll pop and drop you, make it through the stanky leg. And that's a shout out, you fucking dummy. You click before you play. Watching the plot, ticking up with the smoke that's under your eyes. Can reach the top with no clock in a minute. You got no drive, it's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad. Watching the plot, ticking up with the smoke that's under your eyes. Can reach the top with no clock any minute. You got no drive, it's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad. Shh. Quiet when I'm on this set, silent when I'm ready to eat. Hush puppy, don't make a sound, you ain't big enough yet to lead. Fuck a label, owner in the tricks, those ain't new to me. I figured out on my own where I'm going, where I'm gonna be. Never went out of my way, I'm far from my league. I never went overboard mentally, physically, I'm in sync. I started learning some blues instead of counting the screen. I pick up bitch from his daily, whether I rap or I sing. A bitch I weather any storm, sun shines on rainy days. Working 365, 24/7, self-made. On anybody blocking my ways when I'm walking my lane. You ain't got keys to ride the open doors, I gave you mine for valet. What, you can't drive it yet? Matter of fact, just give it back. I'll fuck around and park outside the lines, cause you can't pose a threat unless you scratch your pain. I will lower ranks like a higher rep, then put you in check. These boots are heavier than Nike. Watching the plot, ticking up with the smoke that's under your eyes. Can reach the top with no clock any minute. You got no drive, it's gone bad.
This is badass.
It's gone bad. It's gone bad. Watching the plot, ticking up with the smoke that's under your eyes. Can reach the top with no clock any minute. You got no drive, it's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad. It's gone bad.
Definitely not a disappointment, man. I like that. The video was great, man. The visuals were awesome. The course was great. This motherfucker just went off. I love the way he rapped on this. His style, his cadence was great, man. He never disappoints. I really liked him. If y'all would go check out his channel, give him a like, give him a sub, man. It means a lot to us. And if you would, give me a like, give me a sub, man, and take my channel a long ways, man. Until next time, y'all. Peace. Sorry, there will be no sound, but there is background music, though. I will have a little commentary. I do speed up a little bit of this while I clean up the area, as you see. Everything's separated. That's the back plate, back part of your. Now I'm removing the back plate so we can install the 4 silver rods. Move this, makes it a whole lot easier to deal with. All to the take it and put it off to the side. Now we're gonna put in our 4 silver rods. Reading through the manual real quick, going through this first time just like y'all, so couldn't find a video on YouTube, so I decided to record this and do it myself. Now I'm trying to figure out which is top plate and which is bottom plate. Bottom. Holding in my. Right, because the instructions dead easy to follow if watching this video, you know. At the bottom plate. Pretty simple. Got music in the background. My audio didn't pick up. I went ahead and played music in the background and decided to do some commentary over it. Play a little bit of music for y'all and what I'm doing right now. Takes E screw plate and your top plate. 4 holes on the bottom and 4 top. Couple wires in your way. Reason that one screw just did not be able to take it out. Tripping me. Screw ain't one. Yeah, I know it's the right. Got no power to it. Power, so gotta exercise. Lady.
it. Sure enough, what the deal was. Now we're gonna go ahead and top part. Fairly easy. I didn't have to turn. Power. Just enough. Top plate done. Back plate. Sauce fan. Fairly simple. 4 screws. On. On with me. Person I'm building. Like I said, I stay off the phone. I'd get a lot. But this is my buddy's piece. I talked and chat with him. Audio wasn't working on it. I was listening to my. But all these screws, if you're putting this, will have a screws will have a letter on them. Backpack. Apologize. Pretty simple. Thumbs up that we got the part done. Why it's blurry around everything except for the, I guess it was centered on the PC, so why I'm kind of blurry and everything. But I apologize for that. Autofocus was turned on or off. Now we're going to install the front plate. Poor intake. Get it in there wrong. Right. I think I put it in there wrong a few times and finally got it in there where it fit right. Kind of tricky, but hey, this is my first time doing it, so if I messed up here and I ain't the correct way, I think I correct myself. Goes in there, but I think I had to move. Oh, I'll show you B screws. Yes, we seen it. Making sure. Now we got this front panel screwed on. I believe there's like 4 screws holding it on. Side, and then there's 4 on the front also. These are D screws. Front plate. There, screw there, screw there, screw there. As you can see, I had it in there wrong. I flipped it around. Edited that part. More finger power. Good finger exercise. Happy later. Just some little bit of southern my bifocals ain't working as no bifocals. Now we're gonna install the bottom plate. Took me a few tries to get this thing correct. End up putting it on and taking it off once wrong because it's on correctly. But now we'll add the space to the case. That is not the way it goes. Why I was, but that is not. And sooner or later, my blonde-headed self will realize this. I'm a man, I don't really look all the instructions, evidently, as you can tell. If I was looking at the instructions, it would clearly say to turn it around. See, go. Turn it around and now it's gonna work. But no, still got it on there wrong. I need to flip it. So confused. I put it on backwards, so don't be this guy. LOL. Yeah. I was gonna edit it out, but I want y'all to realize that people make mistakes. I don't want y'all to make the same mistake I did. As you can tell, I've already messed up, but I haven't realized it. Now I realize that ain't gonna. But my goofy butt's still trying to screw. If I get off the phone, I'd probably been able to concentrate more on the instructions on how to do this. As you can see, I'm having a little problem because I need to flip it. Let's see how long my blonde-headed self wants to fight with this thing and fight with it. Oh, it goes on there. Thing goes on there somewhere, somehow. I've realized what the problem is. Like, told you, keep this real. Well, I kept it in here just to show y'all that people do make mistakes. I made a lot more mistakes than just this. This is just one I wanted to leave in here so y'all don't make the same mistake I did. That finger power going, boy. See, I'm getting a little bit quicker with it. Cat in the background, want to gnaw on some cardboard. Trixie. Very, very. I have to say this is the first time I've ever had to put a case together. Never had to assemble one before. I've never built one this big before. Quite intrigued to do it. Quite nervous also to do it. Done something like this and then get thrown in the ball game and play ball or lose, and I just play ball today. Expecting where the L shapes go on here in a little while. Double check and make it all secure. This is the base, and you definitely want to make sure it's good and sturdy. I mean, it's a 50-pound computer case by itself with nothing in it, so you want to make sure that the hand is good and secure. I believe the next step in this process is going to be installing the tempered glass. Reading through the crap into myself. Sitting there wondering and thinking, I guess. Ain't no telling.
I'm an old man trying to build something for the first time. But now we install the glass. Don't forget to pull off the plastic because you will regret it, because as you see, I didn't do it. I just immediately stuck it in there. And of course, later on in the video, I had to go back and I edited it out. I had to go back and pull the plastic off, take off some screws, get back to the glass. So make sure you pull the plastic off. Yeah, I did go back and edit that out, so nobody will see that I made that mistake, but I went ahead and told on myself. There will be a gap, as you see my finger going through there. You want that gap because you need airflow going through. Don't try to force it over any further. Now we got the side panels in, glass and stuff. Time to secure it. L-shaped patterns. About that. The box there will be 4 of these L-shaped little plastic pieces, the H's. Two of them are exactly the same, top 2, and then the other 2 are different, but they're exactly the same also, but they're different than the top, because they will have a tray that will hold your tampered glass later on in the video. Yes, I'm a blonde. It takes a few turns for me to get things to. Guess I didn't like it on that side, so I moved it over here to this side, even though it would work on either side. Why it's been. But it's the blonde in me. And you have to go back and see exactly which screws go with that. I don't know why I didn't show you. Paid attention to the video and you seen my shirt, you probably understand why I had a lack of memory. And this just secures your tempered glass. So you want to make sure that you do pull the plastic off of it, because once you put this plastic on there, your tempered glass is secured in place. So in order to take the plastic off, you'll have to take them plastic pieces off to just pull the plastic back off the glass. So, and to make sure you pull the plastic off your tempered glass. I don't want to leave it on there. It looks pretty. You don't want to leave it on there. It'd be a pain in the butt to remove later. Because in the next video, you'll see me installing the motherboard and the water cooler and all the fans. Now we're going to put the J joints on down there. This is the one that holds your tempered glass. Bottom part, got a little lip on it. Still on the phone with my buddy the whole time I built this thing. Right there, the head of the screw broke on me. Oh, but it was still good and tight, but careful on how much you torque it, because I did snap the head. Told my buddy that I broke the head off. I have a fit. Now I'm just sitting there explaining to him that we're basically done. All we have to do now is put on the tempered glass. Now we're going to put the eye one on the right side. Those do matter which side they go on, so do pay attention to that. I don't believe they'll go any other way. I know. There's a Now we install the tempered glass. Last part, besides putting on the back plate, don't forget to put on your back plate, because in a little bit you'll notice that I totally forgot to put the back plate on before ending the video. So make sure you put the back plate on. Unless you plan on building the PC immediately after, then might as well leave it off. But I went ahead and did this so y'all see how it was built. Fairly easy. You notice it's about an hour-long project. Probably do it faster now that you've watched me do it. I went through YouTube and could not find one video of anyone assembling one of these towers, so hope y'all enjoyed this video, and hit that like, hit that sub, man. It would mean a lot, and we get some more future content. Till next time, y'all. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we are going to react to some more crazy TikToks. This should be fun. I like doing these, so I hope y'all enjoy them. Before we get started, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man, it means a lot. It'd take my channel a long ways. Yeah, some more crazy TikToks. Let's go.
Attention, and we've looked at this setting the build.
Unbelievably, President Vladimir Putin in 2013 made Tartaria maps public, and in 2017 he also gave a map created by William Blah of Tartaria to the former president of Tatarstan, also known as Tartaria. So how did William Blah have such a clear picture of this country if it didn't exist? We learn about the famous Egypt, the Persian Empire, the Ottoman or Roman empires, but all of this history is small in comparison to the Tartarian Empire, unless it isn't true and it's just a myth or a story. But you can find too many documents that state this region certainly did exist. The landmass and territory called Tartary and Great Tartary was a historical location in northern Asia that existed between the Caspian Sea, the Ural Mountains and the Pacific Ocean. Tartary was a blanket term used by Europeans for the areas of Central, Northern and Eastern Asia, as these parts were largely unknown to European explorers. This is why the entire geographic territory was known simply as Tartary, and its inhabitants were called Tartars.
This is not a church. It was never a church. And if you give me 3 minutes, I'm going to absolutely turn your world upside down and blow your mind. You may have heard about a strange story going around that we were a part of an advanced civilization that fell apart due to some kind of invasion. And that incredible buildings like these, surrounded by all these smaller buildings, are actually part of 2 completely different worlds and times. If you're under the impression that structures like these can be built in our modern times, think again, because they can't, and they haven't been for hundreds of years. There are countless buildings like this scattered all over the world that we repurposed as banks, churches, universities, and state buildings. You'll also notice that a lot of these buildings have the word founded etched in the side instead of built. That's because we found them, we didn't make them. So let's talk about what these buildings were really used for before we repurposed them. It's becoming painfully obvious that our religions and our religious institutions do not serve us, and in fact were built to control us. We're starting to realize that many of the stories we've been told about our religions have been twisted and corrupted to imprison our minds and our spirits. Well, it gets so much crazier and worse than that. Because these buildings were never churches. They were healing centers and amplification centers for our meditation and prayers to make our thoughts reality, word to flesh. The painted glass windows and all the geometric shapes were meant to amplify those frequencies outward and inward to heal us and create a protective force field around the building and around the empire. Going back to this picture, you see that circle right there? That's cymatics. Just go look up a video where they play sounds on sand and then the sand takes different shapes. It looks exactly the same as that. This architecture is a frozen masterpiece of music, which caused frequencies to emanate within and without to have all sorts of amazing and powerful effects. Yes, all the old stories of Atlantis and Tartaria are absolutely true, and you can see the evidence of it just by going to one of these churches. But it gets even crazier than that. Look at the domes here. Look at those little circular balls. These are conductors, okay? We don't have a cross or the moon and the star here, and there's a good reason why. I'm just going to put this ugly modern church in the background while we talk about this so this can really sink in for you. All of our religious symbols like crosses and moons and stars were actually just carefully crafted antennae. They were shaped that way to pull energy into the building. And now just think about how you have defined your entire life based on these symbols, defended them, fought other people over them, thought you were worshiping a god through that symbol. They are laughing in our face. And guess what? It gets even crazier in part 2 when we talk about the Orgon generator.
Remember, evaporated in that instant.
According to historical records, the first ancient civilization known to us is that of the ancient Sumerians. The Sumerians existed over 6,000 years ago, predating the Egyptians by 1,000 years. They resided in a region known as Mesopotamia, which encompasses present-day Iraq and parts of Iran, Kuwait, Syria, and Turkey. The Sumerians referred to themselves as black-headed ones, or black-headed people, and held a belief in gods known as the Anunnaki, described as children of the earth and skies. Some researchers speculate that the ancient Sumerians had a remarkable understanding of the universe, as depicted in artifacts showing the solar system with planets orbiting the sun. Adding to their intrigue are depictions of ancient handbags and bracelets. The Sumerians made groundbreaking inventions, including the wheel, alphabet, and the calendar we use today. They also developed irrigation systems for farming and established a system to measure time in seconds, minutes, and hours. Some believe that knowledge was bestowed upon them. The Sumerian civilization appears to have been one of the most advanced of its time, challenging modern explanations of our history. The discovery of 30,000 stone tablets from ancient Sumeria includes the story called the Epic of Gilgamesh, which features a great flood, an event also found in many other religious texts. Scientists link the end of the last ice age to several temperature anomalies and a significant rise in sea levels, likely caused by an asteroid impact. This catastrophic event may have led to the rapid melting of ice and widespread devastation to various species, including animals, plants, and humans. Some speculate that the tale of the Great Flood is not a mere myth, but a way of passing down knowledge through generations to ensure its survival. Recent findings, such as Göbekli Tepe in Upper Mesopotamia, dating back at least 11,600 years, have questioned the age and origins of the Sumerians. It is still uncertain where the ancient Sumerians originated from, and some theories suggest they may have migrated south into southern Mesopotamia, where the people of Göbekli Tepe became the Sumerians we know today. Feel free to share your thoughts in the comments.
Tartarians also had their own flags, one of which was a dragon and the other an owl. There's a story behind the owl symbolism. Crazy story about Khan, who was the first emperor of Tartary. Khan was being chased after a battle and ran into a bush to hide. An owl was sitting on top of the bush and didn't fly away when it saw him. His pursuers came over and saw the owl but didn't search the bush, thinking that if Khan was there, the owl would have gotten spooked and flown away. Genghis Khan was grateful for the bird preserving his life, and the Tartarians venerated the owl ever after. Many cultures, like the Romans, regarded it as an evil omen and the harbinger of death. The Athenians regarded the owl with veneration and saw it as a sign of wisdom, which seemed to carry over to this day. So depending on which culture you reference, the owl symbol could mean different things.
Whatever was going on 6,000 years ago, whatever was going on, they were writing about some wacky shit, man. All that Zechariah Sitchin stuff. The books are weird, man. I believe it was like the 1970s. He's deciphering these ancient Sumerian texts from 6,000 years ago. This is the craziest one of all. Humans were genetically engineered from lower primates, and they were used to harvest gold. And that the Anunnaki needed gold because gold is very plentiful here and very hard to find, very rare on their planet. They said that they needed it to hang in their atmosphere to protect them from the sun because they were losing their atmosphere. We're losing our atmosphere. And one of the things that scientists have suggested is hanging reflective particles above the Earth in orbit so that it would mute out some of the effects of the sun. What he was saying in 1978 is what they suggested in like 2018. Did you see that video of these two dirt bike rides
to check out? But you do what you do with the mind.
Yeah.
The survey it had rained and the road is slick. They slip and slide and they zip off the side of the road.
It's like Dr. Seuss.
They're like, all right, how do you get the truck back on the road? We're gonna walk back to town, get 30 dudes together, and we're just gonna try to push the truck back on the road. They roll back into town, and as they arrive, there is something else there. There are two roughly 15-foot tall giants.
Whoa.
They had put the truck back on the road. They freak out. The 30 dudes see these very large people. They got red hair.
Oh.
They dip out. They're like afraid, obviously. They go back. The car's still there, but it had been raining.
Footprint.
And there are tons of stories in the Solomon Islands. Like, yeah, giants live in the mountains.
They said they were 13 feet tall.
Yeah.
That's wild.
Perhaps that beautiful clock in Prague shows much more than just the time. Now, you know, if you follow this page, I'm not in any one camp when it comes to globe Earth, flat Earth, but I certainly think it's more than what they tell us.
At this point, since the moon is allegedly 240,000 miles away from the Earth would catch up in just 4 hours. So the moon must continue traveling 67,000 miles per hour along Earth's trajectory, while simultaneously continuing its now perpendicular 2,288 mile per hour second trajectory. Then, as it turns to reach the inner part of its orbit, the moon must now slow back down to its original speed, allowing the Earth to pass by. Lastly, as it passes behind the Earth, the moon must once again quickly accelerate back up to nearly 70,000 miles per hour before getting left in the dust. In addition to all of this, the Sun itself is allegedly orbiting the Milky Way galaxy at 448,000 miles per hour, further compounding the problems and calculations of the heliocentric model.
Yeah, it's hard to believe.
If this were true, then the Earth, Moon, and other planets would all have yet another set of ridiculous and impossible corkscrewing accelerations and decelerations necessary just to keep up with the Sun. And for the cherry on top, all of these calculations have been assuming perfectly circular orbits, but the actual heliocentric model claims that the Moon's orbit around the Earth, the Earth's orbit around the Sun, and the Sun's orbit around the Milky Way are all elliptical, not circular, meaning there would be even more additional accelerations and decelerations to calculate depending where each one is along its elliptical path. These constant and drastic accelerations and decelerations necessitated by the heliocentric model are rarely, if ever, mentioned by globe believers, because they have always been taught that the reason we do not feel or experience any of this supposed motion is because we always travel at a constant velocity. In their own model, however, due to their elliptical orbits and revolving around other revolving bodies, the Moon, Sun, Earth, and other planets could not maintain constant velocities and would instead be regularly accelerating and decelerating. Yet, meanwhile, you can stack a house of cards, make a rock cairn, or play a game of Jenga, all without any of this motion, acceleration, and deceleration ever being felt or experienced.
Facts.
Yeah, we can't pass through the Van Allen belts yet. Don't take my word for it. Take NASA's.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
I guess we're still working on solving this issue, because I thought
We're also really pushing the boundaries in terms of where we're going forward with exploration. I think humans are naturally driven to do this, and this is really the beginning, I think, of human beings leaving low Earth orbit. I certainly plan on being around to see that.
I don't want to be a jerk because she seems like a nice girl, but newsflash, the Moon is way outside low Earth orbit.
The plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SOS, which is a heavy lift rocket, something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. We only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the Moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
Once we travel beyond low Earth orbit, the crew will be exposed to larger amounts of radiation. So we have to design both crew protection systems and our electronic systems to withstand this radiation.
But didn't we already design those protection systems for Apollo? Why don't we just use that technology?
I'd go to the Moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We used to, but we destroyed that technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again.
Wait, we destroyed the technology and we can't recreate it? So nobody wrote anything down? That seems irresponsible.
You mean irresponsible, like recording over the original moon landing tapes?
Yeah, NASA did that. There are no original high-quality moon landing tapes. They were erased and reused.
Definitely faked it then.
The footage we see of the moon landing was taken in a very strange way. NASA took a video feed from the moon and projected it onto a screen. Then TV stations pointed their cameras at the screen. The stations wanted a direct feed, but NASA refused. That's why the moon landing footage is such a mess. Anyway, the best way to protect a fragile human body from Van Allen radiation is lead shielding. But even a thin layer of lead would have made the Saturn V rocket too heavy to get off the ground. The only protection they had was a thin sheet of aluminum, but aluminum melts at about 1200 degrees Fahrenheit. The electrons in the Van Allen belts have energies of millions of volts. Now this would equate to a temperature of about 10 million degrees Kelvin. So how did NASA overcome this problem? They didn't. Instead, they called Hollywood.
Until next time.
Right, let's get this straight right now, right?
That's
why has
they got
nobody told me that this thing right here is real? Explain that to me. Explain that to me. And it doesn't stop there. No, here's another one. Look at that. Clearly a woman. Clearly a woman. Don't even know. How is that thing? Explain that. It's not a natural form. And then here's another one. Just a guy. Just a dude. Sat there. Little penguin for you. Then a little bird kissing another bigger bird. Some sort of goat. Not quite sure. Defo a snake. Defo a snake. There's two snakes on top of each other. Then I've no idea what that is, but if they're not teeth, I don't know what are. Defo a little dinosaur. And then a hand. What is going on, people? I mean, check this out, right? Just look at this for a second, and you tell me what this could be.
Some of those are cool looking. Some of them look
I'm not sure about that one.
though.
Looks sus. It's a bit sus too. That's defo a person, that though. Not even bothered. When did this...
He was recently asked if there's any story he is truly scared to cover, and he responded with UFOs. He said there's a side to this story that gets so dark he couldn't even tell his own wife. And he said there's a spiritual aspect of it that he doesn't even understand, which makes me wonder, what the heck are they hiding from us? Just check this clip out.
Are there things that you're scared to cover? You're sitting there saying, wow,
Yeah.
this is like soul crushing, like to the point where like it really scares you in your soul.
There are two. Yes, there are two. One is the 2020 election. The second thing that bothers me is the UFO story. And, you know, the more you dig into that and talk to people with actual knowledge of, there are parts of that story that I do not understand at all that are really, really, really dark. It's so dark that I, you know, haven't told my wife about it. I mean, I haven't verified any of this, but this is not just stuff that I read on the internet. I know you all are very, very grounded in that story, so I think I know, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
But there's some stuff there that's just like, man, I'm not even sure what that means. There's a spiritual component there that I don't fully understand. So yes, that story bothers me. Part of it is the public can't deal with it. It's too far out. The implications are too profound. And so, and I understand that. Because I've heard things where I'm just like, oh man, I don't even really want to know that, honestly.
Deeply disturbing stuff. You know, forget like saucers
You know what I
and
mean?
technology. It's deeply disturbing stuff that I haven't even told Natalie. I agree with you. It's so disturbing. I can't even tell my kids. My kids ask me different stories about it, and
Yeah, those were interesting. Some of those pictures of the mountains and stuff, I think some of them are real, but a couple of them I believe are Photoshop. But yeah, these were some weird TikToks I found. I hope y'all enjoyed them. If you did, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It takes my channel a long ways. Man, I'll do these all the time. So until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to some scary TikToks that will make you think twice. Yeah, let's get to it, man. Should be good. We got 30 minutes of this, so yeah, let's get to it.
Some random ass bricks, bro. Ain't no construction. Ain't no construction, bro. Just some random ass bricks sitting here.
This the setup.
They put them there on purpose,
Y'all know where we at.
They gonna set them on right up on the rail.
Y'all know what building this is right here. I ain't even gonna say what name it is.
Hey, where do them bricks go to? Where do them
This
bricks
is
go
setup.
to? Where do them bricks
We
go
gotta
to?
do better.
Ain't no.
Gotta do better.
Ain't no damn construction around here.
I see.
Ain't no damn construction around here. You just gonna set a pallet of bricks right there. Oh, okay.
Listen, I did jury duty 3 months ago. Y'all don't keep no bricks right there.
Preparing for a riot. They probably about to do something.
That don't look right to me. That don't look right to me. Bricks at a bus stop on Ventura Boulevard?
Yeah, I don't think that was anything too important, really. I think they were probably about to do some construction. They just brought in the stuff ahead of time. I mean, you can see they had rocks like for framing around something, but I mean, they ain't just gonna put bricks out there just so people can throw through the businesses, because we didn't hear about nothing like that going on. So yeah, I don't think there's too much to read into that one.
Basically a city underground. Now there are 131 active deep underground military bases in the United States.
like this on the surface. These mega bases are gobbling up our gross national product. Right now we're spending 28% of the gross national product on building underground bases. Each one has an average cost of $17 to $19 billion. And the black budget is dead wrong. It sidesteps the United States Congress and its Constitution of its people and says you're a bunch of morons you don't need to know. Each one is built in the site. It used to be, it'd take a year to 2 years to build each one, and now they're capable of building a couple of them a year.
It's a big old underground base, man.
The infamous Area 51, S4, S2, a CIA base.
That thing goes and goes and goes.
The high-speed railways, the magneto-leviton trains that connect all the deep underground military bases within the United States. It employs over 18,000 workers who work in shifts of 12 hours at a whack. Most of them work in the cover of darkness.
Wow.
Each with an average capacity capable of basically a city underground, roughly 4.25 cubic miles hollowed out underground. They have boring machines, for instance. They don't bore, they literally vitrify and melt the rock.
What do you mean there is tunnels, roadways, stations, cities and subways built into the mountains? I never knew this, so it can't be true. My local news never mentioned this.
This is a headquarters for the Illuminati. This is where they'll ship most of their supplies. Goes all the way to Washington, D.C., huh? Goes all the way to Washington, D.C. Yeah, you Homeland Security? Yeah. How far have you taken this down to, how far have you actually ran a load? 100 miles? Up to Maine? No shit. How many miles do you think that is? Man, that's unbelievable. Not to mention, I heard there's one that goes all the way to Colorado, right? Unbelievable. What do you think you're hauling? Any idea? Yeah, okay. Yeah. 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 I know there's been a lot of military stuff being hauled around lately, that's for sure, huh? We deliver to them. Gotcha. Gotcha. Yeah. 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 Well, I appreciate it. I heard there's water supply, food supply, everything's in there. Yeah, unbelievable. You don't get no cell phone service. No. Peace, brother. I mean, basically, you got an underground roadway system here that runs all the way to Maine, to Washington, D.C., to Colorado. It's fully stocked.
Wow.
It runs completely underground.
From Washington, D.C. to Colorado.
And you can see they've been hauling tons of military equipment. You know, they're stocking all these bases. Now, the other thing is railroads locations go all the way to Area 51. These locations go all the way to Washington, D.C. There's access underneath the White House to this location, okay? So this is a strategic location, which is really the new command center for the Illuminati. Forget the United States government. This is a headquarters for the Illuminati. This is where they'll ship most of their supplies. When they go underground, they can stay underground for quite some time. And this is stocked with food, water, everything they need. It's an underground city. So this is the north entrance, and we're going to go see if we can do some more digging.
This video with me because you know.
That was interesting. From Washington to Colorado, there's a tunnel. That's crazy to even think that. I mean, I don't think it's for the Illuminati. I think it's for our U.S. government. But man, that's crazy to think that's that far. Man, let's get to it.
Unicorns were mentioned 9 times in the Bible. Let's play it.
This is a depiction of unicorn. This animal is mythical. It's fictional. It's make-believe. It's not real. There's none of these alive today, and no scientist has ever found a fossil of one, and yet unicorns are mentioned in the Bible 9 times in the books of Numbers, Deuteronomy, Job, Psalms, and Isaiah. And so because of this, people like to scoff at the Bible and say things like this.
So, now if you believe in God, you believe in unicorns, which is fantastic.
If we're going to use the Bible for science, we've got some tough things to explain. What are you going to do about unicorns? Are mentioned 8 times in the Bible. I want to tell you what, we have never found a fossil of a unicorn.
By the way, where are the unicorns that are referred to in the Bible? Where are those, either in the fossil record or today? To see one of those, another one of those interesting tests that continues to get failed.
Well, if you get an old 1828 Noah Webster's Dictionary, which is the very first edition dictionary that Webster came out with about 200 years ago, and if you look up the word unicorn, it says that unicorn is an animal with one horn, the monoceros. This name is often applied to the rhinoceros. Notice how this definition says absolutely nothing
A rhinoceros.
It says nothing about a horse-like animal or a mythical animal or a fictitious creature. It says absolutely nothing about Greek mythology whatsoever, but rather it says that this is the name that is often applied to the rhinoceros. Wait a minute. What? The rhinoceros? You mean this is a unicorn? But the rhinoceros has 2 horns. How could this be a unicorn? Well, if you look up the word rhinoceros in the same dictionary, it says that rhinoceros is a genus of quadrupeds of 2 species, one of which, the unicorn, has a single horn growing almost erect from the nose. This animal when full grown is said to be 12 feet in length. There's another species with 2 horns, the bicornis. They are natives of Asia and of Africa. According to Noah Webster, back in the early 1800s, it was understood that there were 2 species of the rhinoceros. The one-horned species was called unicorn,
Oh, wow.
and the 2-horned species was called bicornis. So basically, you get a 200-year-old Noah Webster's dictionary, and look up the word unicorn, it says rhinoceros, then look up the word rhinoceros, and it says unicorn. That was just 200 years ago. The old King James was translated 400 years ago, in 1611. So if the definition of the word unicorn has changed in just the past 200 years from rhinoceros to horse, then it doesn't make much sense to take a modern definition of the word unicorn and apply it to a 400-year-old translation of the Bible. That's illogical. As a matter of fact, even today, the scientific name of the Asian one-horned rhinoceros is Rhinoceros unicornis, and Dicerus bicornis is the scientific name of a 2-horned rhinoceros. Well, where do you think those scientific names came from? I wonder. Well, they came from the Latin. Unicornis and bicornis are Latin words. Well, that's interesting, because in Psalm 92, verse 10, the psalmist is praying and says, "But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn." If you look up this verse in the Latin Bible, the word that's being used here is the word unicornis. Unicornis is the same Latin word that's being used in the scientific name of the Asian one-horned rhinoceros. In Job 39, verse 9, God is speaking to Job and says, "Will the unicorn be willing to serve thee or abide by thy crib?" If you look up this verse in the Latin Bible, the word that's being used here is the word rhinoceros. Rhinoceros is the Latin word that's being used in this scripture.
Wow.
Interesting.
Learned a lot of shit today.
Rhinoceros unicornis. Rhinoceros unicornis. As a matter of fact, in these 9 scripture verses, there's actually 5 different Latin words that are being used. Rhinoceros, rhinocerotis, rhinocerata, unicornium, and unicornus. These 5 Latin words are what's being used when the Old King James Version of the Bible says unicorn.
One night I was called on the telephone.
Wow, that was cool. So the rhinoceros is really the unicorn. That is cool. I learned something. I always wondered where a unicorn, why we never had no proof of it, but there's always someone saying there's a unicorn, but we never had no fossils of it. That's cool. A unicorn is a rhinoceros. Yeah, man, if y'all would, hit that like, hit that sub, man. Take my channel a long ways, man. Let's get to it.
And I was told to go to a certain address. I just got in the car and went there. And I'm going to tell you all something. I walked into what looked like a normal building, but when I got inside this building, I'd never seen like anything like that inside, because all along the top of the building on the upper rows, it seemed like invention after invention after invention after invention, and it went on and on and on. What was on that shelf were things like magnets that picked up gold coins, gasoline that was made from plants, which he called green gasoline, coils that I've never seen, almost like a Tesla coil, but much steeper angles, which were all resonant at a certain frequency. Paid very close attention to one thing. There was this chart, and it was basically laid out like this here. It had all these little lines like this on the chart, but it was huge. I started asking, what is this chart? And he said, well, go over there and look. And so I went over there, and it showed where time started on our time scale. And then it went on and on and on, and it got up into somewhere in here, and 2001 was about here. Because I was in 84, I was back here somewhere, and there were little pictures underneath the chart. And I know that most people are going to find this hard to believe, but all along this chart it said who the presidents were, whether they were assassinated or not assassinated, what the year was going to bring as far as food for the world. And when I got up here, it said that the world was in a chaotic condition, basically, at 2000. And it showed war and war and war and war and more war. It also showed that it named the presidents by name. It showed Reagan, it showed Carter, it showed Reagan, it showed George Bush Sr., and after that it showed Clinton. It said the Clinton years right in here somewhere. I was back here. How they knew even who the presidents were was a mystery to me. And when I asked him that question, he says, we know. We know who's going to be the president. And right around in here, he said, it showed a little picture, and it showed 2 little towers. And it showed them on fire. But it showed war. It showed war from here on all the way to the end. And it said that time, it ended here for us, 2036 or 2034 or something.
Oh, wow.
It ended there, and it ended in disaster.
Shit.
Nothing went on past that.
That I'm about to share. And they
Wow, what do y'all think about that? Hey, boy, he ran into some Illuminati, some secret people there. It's kind of freaky. I don't know what I'd do if I'd walked in. I would have studied that freaking chart a little more. I'd made money on who's the president's coming up.
They no longer have to be buried deep in the archives. And for the beginning of these photos, I want to focus on the main theme. The theme being that the building is completed, and they are simply putting scaffolding around the buildings. In my opinion, they are painting these buildings white so that they look brand new, when in reality, they are old and from the past civilization. Here we are told is the government building in the Philippine Exposition. We can zoom in on these guys, and of course they're not doing anything productive. You would think that they could build a better ladder compared to what they supposedly built right
Pretty
next
good
to
ladder.
them. And again, let's switch over to this one, where we are told that this is a construction photo when it's clearly completed. The only construction going on here is the scaffolding, again and again. People just standing there looking so odd. And it almost looks like they just have a kid here. I mean, look at the detail on top of the columns. It's unbelievable. And I believe that I was correct when I said that they were just painting these buildings. They are not constructing anything. Now let's look down here at the bottom right-hand side of this photo. It says right here that these are painters and decorators. They are not building anything like the description says for these photos. And they needed a place to live on site because they were painting all of these old world buildings. They were going to be there for a while. The buildings lasted forever. The paint did not. So they needed to get a fresh coat of paint on there. But when you look at the description of the photo, it says that it's a photo during its construction. So they are clearly lying. Painting is not constructing. It's painting. Two different...
Whoa. Don't listen to that idiot. Painting is construction. I was a construction worker. I was a painter. I was considered a construction worker. Don't listen to that dude. He is goofy as hell. The reason why there ain't no like people there building it is because it's already built. What's the last thing you do? You paint it. So of course, all the stuff that built the place is gonna be out of the way. You got to be able to paint. So I mean, this dude's rhetorical. Blah 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 blah. This dude's stupid.
Completely separate jobs. So these are all from the St. Louis World's Fair that we showed in the intro. The dates are from 1803, not 1903, and it had a mud flood that ripped through the interior of these buildings. So let's take a look at this building from St. Louis. And this is founded and renamed the Varied Industries Building. This is another completion photo that they're trying to say is a construction photo. And I want to zoom in on the top of this building. Can you believe the tech that is on the top of this thing? It's incredible. We have shown the airships in episode 48 and how they connected these flying crafts to the top of these buildings and used them as charging docks. And to be clear, I don't think that the past civilization was limited to just these airships that we have photos of. I think that they had much more powerful vehicles. But let's get back to these photos. Skeptics have said these buildings were just made of wood and very easily constructed, and then that's why they knocked them down. No, the only wood that was being used in this project is for the scaffolding, to paint the old world buildings white. The lumber is for the scaffolding, not the actual building. Let's make that very clear. If you've ever gone,
the building's already built.
The pillars are pure marble. They're not wood. You can use the Field Museum as an example, located in Chicago. Now here we have another incredible construction photo, where for some reason, there isn't much construction going on, just a building with more scaffolding.
It's already constructed.
How have they gotten away with this nonsense for so long? That is not construction. I can clearly see that the building is done. Just because someone put a ladder in front of it doesn't mean this is being constructed. This is the process that painters use. Any painter will confirm this. And also imagine carrying these materials.
No, I'm a painter, and
that's
you're
if
goofy.
This was really a construction photo, it would be impossible and very embarrassing because nobody would be able to do it. Does anyone see a crane anywhere? No.
They're already
Unless
built.
You know. You don't go back to believing in the lies because they are ridiculous. We have more tech in the background here. There are two of them actually. And here we have a bunch of people that found this building. Let's take a second and look at the size of this thing. This was the Palace of Electricity. Could you imagine this being constructed today? This thing is unbelievable. And remember, there were so many of these buildings being thrown together in like 2 years supposedly, at the same exact time. Oh, and they are all dated 1803, not 1903. And what happened to the Palace of Electricity? We were told that these buildings were practically worthless, and they ended up in dump sites because they were just made of wood, right? The problem with that is that they are contradicting themselves. The Missouri History Museum states that the construction for the Palace of Electricity and Machinery costed them $412,000, which is the equivalent to $11.48 million today in 2023. So it's practically worthless, or is it 11.4 million? This is the kind of stuff that makes me fully trust the mainstream narrative. I love just knowing deep down that they would never lie to us. It's just really nice to know. I love that they provide us with full logistical details. They never contradict themselves. They go that extra mile to make sure that what we are being told is exactly what happened. Oh, they don't do any of that? No. They don't do any of that. Literally none of it. The title states that this is the Iowa State Pavilion construction. And if you just shut your eyes right now, you can clearly see them right there laying the cornerstone. Okay, you can open your eyes now. This is the master builder down here. And those guys up there were also fully trained on how to build massive palaces. In fact, they are admittedly self-trained, getting a lot of their architecture designs and ideas from working on Abe Lincoln's house. As you can see, they were very busy workers. They got that building done in less than 2 years, ready for the world to see. Temporarily, of course, before knocking it down, so that nobody would ever see it again. And we can't forget to mention that they have painters actually painting this building. 4 of them to be exact, proving again that these are not construction photos. They are painting photos. And over on the right-hand side of this photo, we can clearly see a construction process happening, putting the scaffolding together with perfection. Just look at that scaffolding architecture. Okay, I'll be done with the sarcasm for today. The mainstream narrative is so ridiculous. It's really hard to not make fun of it at this point. And then we have more painters.
I want to make fun of you, bro.
And the paint right there on the scaffolding. So it's pretty clear at this point that these are no longer allowed to be considered construction photos for anyone that ever had a doubt in their mind. Now he's holding up a hat, and that hat says something on it. I wish
Painting
I
is
knew what it
the
said.
final
Comment
step
below
to
what you think
the
that hat
construction
says. All answers are
process.
accepted. The guy next to him is also wearing a top hat, which is, of course, if you're going for the productive painter / I still want my style points look, very common for the 1900s. Very impressive. And here we have the United States Fisheries Building during its completion. But I'm going to zoom in on this building on the right-hand side because it's very strange. And we have these creatures' faces on the side of this building, with writing here as well. I can't see exactly what it says, but it definitely doesn't say Fisheries Building. And then we can see more painters up here on the left-hand side. And here we have a modern fisheries building, built by us, of course, which won't last forever, unfortunately, because that's the way we construct things. So here we have a fisheries building that is designed by the Greek gods. And we are told that this is a separation of 100 years, but we are evolving and advancing, when in all honesty, that's the complete opposite. More and more people are realizing that the mainstream history that is written down by some random individual that was never even there and is being told what to write is a joke. Anyone that is seriously backing the regurgitated nonsense at this point and is serious about it should be very careful what they hope and believe in, because I have a lot more on the way that is going to rip their history books apart.
Is there a massive, and I mean massive, sinister plot in the world right now to hide the fact that giants existed and hide the fact that dragons existed and make you think anything found of large bone nature came from dinosaurs? I think there is, and I'm going to prove it to you right now. First, if you haven't seen my giant videos, I've done 3 of them. I think I come up with some pretty good evidence that giants existed. This is just one talking about how the Smithsonian has hidden thousands of giant bones, and I'm not talking 8 or 9 foot giants, up to 18-foot giant humanoid skeleton remains. Here's a femur. Come on, look at that. But stick around. This one's going to be more about dragons and proof that they've been here. This was literally one of Yahoo's lead stories today, talking about how this plesiosaur discovery of this giant, huge sea creature dinosaur. I want you to look at that, and I want you to picture what you would imagine a dragon to look like through the images we've seen, through the ancient drawings. That is a dragon skull. I don't care what you say. Not only that, but it was found in the cliffs. It was found up in the cliffs, not in the ocean, not down low, but up in the cliffs. This is a dragon, and I want to give you more evidence that dragons existed, and maybe there's even a few flying around still. Keep following.
The question is not what made them go extinct. The question is, did they go extinct? People say, come on, now dinosaurs aren't in the Bible. Well, of course the word's not in there. They didn't make up the word till 1841. The word computer's not in there either, but there really are computers, okay? Now, they didn't call them dinosaur, though. They called them dragon. See, the word dinosaur wasn't made up till 1841. So for most of human history, these creatures are called dragons. And you know, dinosaurs not even in the dictionary in 1891. For most of human history, they were known as dragons. Now, dragons are mentioned in the Bible 34 times. Dragons are listed in the dictionary in 1946 as now rare. As the population of people began to grow after the...
I'm just going to put this up for eye candy while I talk about something for a second. And of course, this could be AI, CGI, whatever. But it's interesting to think about. I just want to clarify what he said. He is not saying dinosaurs existed and they just called them dragons. He's saying no, they were actually dragons, and then somewhere along the line, the term dinosaur came up and the images of dinosaurs came up, but they were dragons.
Why would the Chinese calendar have 11 real animals, you know, the pig, the duck, the dog, and a dragon? Why would they put a mythical animal in there? Could it be that at the time they came up with these 12 symbols, there were 12 real animals? Here's one of the oldest pieces of pottery on planet Earth. It's a piece of slate from Egypt, first dynasty of United Egypt. It shows long-necked dragons.
Now, I want to add these last few videos here. I'm not trying to say they're real, but they're interesting, at the very least, to look at, to think about. I truly think there were dragons that existed, but are there maybe still a few flying around today? I want to show you these videos, and I want to tell you what's the reason for all this at the end. It's pretty good fake, if it's fake. I just wanted to play this one again because you can research baby dragon on YouTube. It's pretty legit. All right, back to the original point. What's the sinister plot? It is that dragons existed and giants existed, and that if we knew that, it would legitimize the Bible, it would legitimize God, it would legitimize the fact that we're living in God's creation and not some spinning random accident hurling through space with all these infinite planets and galaxies. That's not what's happening. They hide these, they destroy them, or they tell you they're dinosaurs. There's like actual proof that things that existed that would look like this, they can't even survive because they wouldn't be able to mate. Think of a stegosaurus and all that. Like, dinosaurs are a hoax. Giants are real, probably up to 100 feet, and dragons are real. Now, whether they blew fire or not, I don't know. But these guys existed and they didn't, and if that offends you or you can't wrap your head around it, I'm sorry. That just means you're so indoctrinated that you can't really visualize or think about something outside of what you know. Open your mind, have an open mind, seek truth. More importantly, seek God.
Check. I believe in dragons and giants, so that was very interesting. I always believed in dragons.
This out. The Americas is Grenada, Israel, the Promised Land. All of these are biblical place names in Utah, including Jerusalem. Utah's nickname is the Beehive State. There is a mountain in eastern Nevada named Mount Moriah, and it is over 12,000 feet high. In Utah, not only is there a River Jordan, but it runs out of a freshwater lake into the Great Salt Lake, which is remarkably like the Dead Sea. There is also a Mount Nebo in Utah, approximately 12,000 feet high. So yes, with evidence this strong, the real Judah was in Utah. People try to say that it was the Mormons that gave these places like Utah biblical names to support their position as Jews. However, this explanation fails miserably because there are no 12,000 feet high mountains in modern day Israel. Therefore, the real Judah or Israel had to be in Utah because it fits the description of the kingdom of Judah perfectly. The name Utah is derived from the name of the Ute tribe. It means the people of the mountains in the Ute language. According to other sources, Utah is derived from the Apache name Yuda, which means tall. In the so-called Spanish language, it was said as Utah. Subsequently, the English-speaking people adapted the word Utah. There is no J in Hebrew, therefore Judah is Yuda, especially when you consider the fact that the J...
Yeah, man, I enjoyed those. I learned some stuff. Some of it I didn't believe, but a lot of it I did. I do believe in dragons, but yeah, that was great, man. If y'all like this, enjoyed it, man, hit that like, hit that sub, man. Help my channel grow, man. Till next time, man. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to react to some scary TikToks that'll make you think twice, man. Yeah, I like doing these. These are entertaining. Take it with a grain of salt. It might be real, it might not be, but let's get entertained, y'all. Before we do, let's hit that like, let's hit that sub. Let's take this channel a long ways, man. It means a lot to me. Let's do it.
In 1535, the Spanish conquistadors came through that area and they found stones with strange animals on them. They sent some back to the King of Spain and said, "What on earth are these animals carved on these rocks?" The king said, "I have no clue." Today they're called the Ica burial stones from Ica, Peru. These stones show dinosaurs on them. The Nazca burial stones from about the time of Christ, plus or minus a few hundred years. Some of them show brain surgery. They find brain surgery instruments, hardened copper, tempered copper instruments for cutting into people's heads, apparently. Quite a few of them, over 500, I believe, show dinosaurs. Why would they have dinosaurs and humans on the same stones? Well, because people lived with dinosaurs. Anyway, there's plenty on that. Here's one from our museum. Shows a dinosaur holding a guy by the head. This one we've got shows what appears to be a guy cutting the head off the dragon because the dragon killed his friend. You can see the friend's body is inside, but his head's missing. This one's hard to see, but he's shoving the spear down the dragon's throat. This one, the dragon's got the guy by the arm, and apparently his spirit is leaving. Some of them show circles on the side. Now, that's kind of interesting. Why would they put circles on the side of the dinosaurs? Well, nobody ever found dinosaur skin until about 20 years ago, when fossilized dinosaur skin was found. It's very interesting. The dinosaur skin has circle patterns on it. They had to see a live one to know to put that on the stones, because you couldn't tell that from the bones.
I guess somebody got copyrighted sound or something. Ain't no way I'd want to be out there. I think I'm looking at it more than I'm reading.
Horizon, we have one of the largest tabular icebergs currently on our planet. It just keeps going. Something this big is kind of hard to comprehend even when it's right in front of you, but this speaks to how much fresh, frozen water is down in the Southern Ocean. For anyone wanting some perspective, take a look at the birds that are flying next to this thing. It's probably about 200 feet high, and that's just about 15% of what's sticking out of the water. The rest is down below, like an ice wall, drifting through the ocean, currently heading east toward the South Orkney Islands. Kind of wouldn't believe it if...
1958, as you can see. Now, we're going to flip to the Antarctica and see what the Encyclopedia Britannica from 1958, before the Antarctic Treaty, says is there. Now, you won't find this in the new encyclopedias because the government's banned them, but what I want you to notice right here is, notice how it says, the flights proved inland areas to be featureless in character, with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east. Take a really, really close look at that. Now I'm going to zoom it in for you. When they returned to New Zealand, these flights proved the inland areas to be features of the character with a dome 13,000 feet high at about latitude 80 degrees south, longitude 90 degrees east. Now, if this doesn't make sense to you, let me show you with an image of what a flat earth map would look like. Now, this is what a latitude 80 degrees south would look like on a flat earth map. As you can see, the dome comes down closer to you over the wall, which would be about 13,000 feet. Now, if you go back out into the center of the earth, or up the North Pole, and try to go up to the firmament with a little bit of calculation, it's going to show that it's about 385,500 feet away. It's really, really simple, folks. Now, if you're not familiar with any of this at all, and you're just now new to all this, you could say, well, this guy is crazy. He doesn't know what he's talking about. But what you got to ask yourself is, why do all the maps before 1958 show a flat earth with the ice wall around it and a firmament, a dome? And why does the encyclopedia tell you that there's a dome there, and it gives you the exact height at the certain latitude and longitude? Well, the reason is because in 1958, that's when all governments and all nations of the world signed the UN treaty to ban all civilians from going to the Antarctica. And NASA came in and erased everything, just like they're erasing everything today. So again, ask yourself, if all this existed before 1958, why doesn't it exist now? How come it all of a sudden was erased and just disappeared out of your history books, out of your encyclopedias, out of your libraries? Wake up, people.
8-day moon cycles, and there's 13 per year. So when you think of your calendar and you have 12 months, where is the missing month? Because you have 13 moon cycles per year, so where is the missing month? It's something we don't think about. You have 13 28-day moon cycles, but you only have 12 months in a year. Where is the off month? And this is why when I say connecting to the moon energy, you can see that the same cycle happens every single time. So where is that month that we're missing? And then you start to say, well, what season are we actually in then? Because if we're always missing basically a month all the time, then that would mean our timeline is very incorrect, or our calendar is very incorrect as well. You know, and as somebody just said, we switched to the Gregorian calendar and we messed up all our cycles. Yes, we did. And that's the thing. We don't even know what day or year we are in. This is where it gets crazy. You know, someone could say, well, today's 2023. According to who? Who told you we're in 2023? And then, what month are we actually in? And if you create this confusion, you can then control the people, because they start to believe, well, I'm in 2023. Well, what happens if you were in 2023? Like 1023? Then what? You'd really start thinking things different. Because, you know, if you start thinking about the calendar and now everything's thrown off, you'd start there and go, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this is what year we're in? Wait, what month are we in? And then we start going, oh, well, what season am I in? And then who created that up too? Who made up that number? You know, that's the other part. You sit there and go, maybe, what happens if we're in like 5046? You know? And then you sit there and you think you're still driving a car with 20 miles to the gallon in 5046.
In 1997, a man by the name of Otis Eugene Ray emerged onto the digital landscape, boldly proclaiming himself as the wisest man on Earth. He launched a personal website, a peculiar corner of the internet, known as TimeCube. This website served as a platform for radio.
Element 115 is a super heavy element.
We've only just recently synthesized, we only made 4 atoms of it. The craft uses larger quantities of it, 223-gram little triangles of it. But it's a unique element. When it's exposed to radiation, it produces its own gravitational field, its own anti-gravitational field, and it's what's used to lift and propel the craft and create distortions around it. It's an amazing material, and it's certainly nothing that occurs here or naturally.
And it can be weaponized, and that's kind of the issue here. If this story is all true, that can be weaponized.
Absolutely. I mean, we ran all kinds of tests on it, everything from atomic absorption, X-ray fluorescence, and every kind of test you could possibly imagine, and bombarded it with radiation to see what effects it would have. They call that neutron activation, but it was a stable element.
What is up? Somebody get copyrighted a bunch and they just muted this shit? What the fuck?
There were very poor field of invisibility for the ship, and I might point out in 1940 there were very poor radar systems. The technology also began about 1931 for radar, but we didn't have anything like a really sophisticated radar system in 1940, so they were concerned about ship invisibility. A special crew was chosen, the Eldridge was taken off the drawing board, and the equipment was designed to fit into it with the 2 main generators in the forward hold, number 2 gun turret. And as you saw there, the tests, 2 of them were conducted. The first one, both tests with an experimental crew, specially chosen. First one was 22 July 1943, in which they achieved in radar as well as optical invisibility. It was very successful in terms of the hardware. But they had a problem with personnel, being disoriented, nauseous, totally mentally destabilized, if you will. So when the ship was returned to dockside after an approximate 20-minute test at 1000 hours in the morning, a new crew was assigned. Van Neumann knew he had a very serious problem. He had listened to us eventually that there was a problem, and he knew it then. Went to the Navy for an extension on time. The Navy said, no way, there's a war on. Do what you have to do to make it work, but you have a deadline, drop dead date, 12 August 1943. If you can't make that date, forget it. We were all working furiously around the clock. Came the date. Everything was ready, we thought, and we went out in the harbor. Actually, my brother and I were very apprehensive. So we were given the radio command, as per the movie, turn the equipment on. For about 70 seconds, to the outside observers, everything appeared to be functioning correctly. Radar invisibility was achieved. There was no true optical invisibility, though there was a great haze of fog, greenish in color. And then after about 70 seconds, the ship disappeared completely. As the movie indicated, on board, there was a great deal of problems. We realized from the outset that something was wrong, seriously wrong. And when everything started to nearly explode around us, we tried to shut the equipment off, found the handles frozen. We could not shut it off. We got zapped. We decided the only way out was outside. And we both simultaneously got the idea, let's jump overboard and jump in the bay and swim ashore. We jumped overboard all right. We did not wind up in the bay. We wound up on shore at Montauk, Long Island, inside the perimeter of a military base at Montauk, which was then known as Fort Hero and was the other terminal of this experiment known as the Phoenix Project. At approximately 2 a.m. in the morning, and a very bright light was shining down on us. We felt this fence in back of us. We didn't know where we were or what had happened. A very, very bright spotlight and this noisy thing overhead, a helicopter. What did we know about helicopters? Sikorsky was still working on them in '43. MPs grabbed us, took us down below into one of the labs, and we were confronted by Dr. Van Neumann, an old man. He says, I am Dr. Van Neumann. We've been expecting you. And he says, you're who? Says, you're a doc. We have been expecting you. I am Dr. Van Neumann. He eventually convinced us of the fact, and of course, looking around there, seeing video displays, terminals, equipment like we had never seen, we knew something was wrong. He told us briefly, We know what has happened. The two experiments have locked up. We've created a huge hole in hyperspace. The Eldridge is in it. You have to go back and smash the equipment and return that ship to its normal place. I said, we can do this here. The Phoenix Project did achieve total control of time and space.
The fact that this was discovered hiding under a painting during a renovation of a cathedral in Naples says it all. Another sloppy cover-up of our true past at work. I think they tried to cover up giants and dragons, griffins, and a lot of other creatures. Yet they did such a sloppy job, they just ended up calling them mythical creatures. But isn't it odd, the Chinese zodiac has all real creatures but one. And the fact that so many of our cultures, all across our realm, share the same depictions of dragons, much like they do giants and many other creatures. These artists drew exactly what they saw. And you can still find some mud fossil remains. Like here's the Dragon Head Cave in Egypt. This world is vastly different than what we've been told it was. And why cover up dragons? It's the same reason why they lied to us about all of our history. Those unaware of their true past and their true origins are all that much easier to control. Perhaps dragons explain some of those melted castles. And just look what our old dictionary said about dragons. Now rare, and even a news story from England. This was just a few short generations ago. As they say, it only takes a few generations to completely erase our knowledge of our true history. And sloppy as it may be, they have succeeded in doing that. Question everything, friends. Until next time.
Yeah, I've always believed in dragons. Well, I appreciate y'all watching. I'm sorry this TikTok was short. Some of it, I guess, had copyrights. Is why it was muted. But yeah, man, I appreciate everybody here, man. I'll try to find some better ones next time, man. If y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot. It takes this channel a long ways, man. Until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're gonna do some more TikToks that are scary, that'll make you think. Yeah, man, I've been enjoying doing these, so I think I'll do more of them. Yeah, before we get started, man, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man, it means a lot. It takes this channel a long ways. Let's get going.
Contrary to popular belief, real, tested, proven free energy devices have existed for decades. And like a fat little kid sucking up the last dim sum at a Chinese buffet, the U.S. military has greedily hoarded it all for themselves. I pulled this rare news report out of my archives just for you. So watch it and enjoy.
This is the McDonnell Douglas Astronautics Company's Systems Center, a huge research and development complex spread over 250 acres here at Huntington Beach, California. Most of the work done here is associated with the American space program. But for several years now, a small group of scientists here has been investigating a strange new space-age metal, a nickel-titanium alloy called nitinol. And a couple of years ago, the Department of Energy invited the people at McDonnell Douglas to investigate the potential for nitinol heat engines and nitinol power plants.
This is what they came up with, the world's largest operating prototype nitinol heat engine. It is running on warm water, and the scientists here at McDonnell Douglas say it may have an overwhelming cost advantage over oil, gas, or nuclear-generated power. Even more amazing, no one knows exactly why this machine is working because no one knows exactly why nitinol behaves the way it does. In cold water, nitinol turns soft. Bend it and it stays bent, but in hot water it springs back with forces as high as 55 tons a square inch. No one knows quite why this happens. Several years ago, McDonnell Douglas began experimenting with nitinol in the form of springs. At room temperature, the nitinol wire springs bend easily, but in warm water they spring back, thus forcing the wheel around. Even stranger, nitinol wires get stronger the more they're used. they develop a double memory. They not only contract in the warm water, but they begin to stretch of their own accord in the cool water. Nitinol can be trained. McDonnell Douglas then went on to the next stage, using a nitinol spring belt running around pulleys, cycling between cold water and warm water. The tension on the belt drove the pulleys around. The Department of Energy then asked McDonnell Douglas to see if this device could be upscaled. A team of scientists at McDonnell Douglas's Engineering and Technology Department, led by Dr. Janelle, spent 2 years on the project, and this is the result. This engine has just been unveiled. Hardly anyone expected it would work so well. It seems to have profound implications. I asked some of the scientists at McDonnell Douglas how long it will be before nitinol heat engines will be making a substantial contribution to world energy supplies.
That's a very tough question to answer, and one of the reasons is because the economics haven't been completely studied. We still need to know the price of materials and the price of a developed heat engine. Right now it looks very, very advantageous to us. That is, we think we can convert energy cheaper than by other means, low-grade thermal energy currently being thrown away.
The nitinol engine is a fairly simple, mechanically simple device. We believe that one can couple small modules of an engine to produce engines that would generate larger amounts of power. And in principle, one could stack these things as thick as possible and come up with an engine that might generate 5 megawatts or so.
Derp, 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 screwing you over, derp, derp.
I think my favorite application in a small engine would be for irrigation. And the thing that's interesting there is that you can use the engine, the power source for the engine is merely the difference in temperature between the water that's going to be pumped and the air temperature. So almost magically you have a device that will be able to lift water from one level to another.
The McDonnell Douglas scientists say that nitinol heat engines could run on solar heated water, or on the temperature differences between the upper and lower levels of the oceans and lakes and dams. It could also run on waste heat, which at present accounts for the loss of nearly 2/3 of all energy produced in industrial nations. Research is now underway into nitinol heat engines in the United States, Europe, Japan, and China, devising ways to harness the unique characteristics of the most remarkable metal we have known. Kevin Sanders, Cable News Network, Science Report.
Russians were drilling into what they called Lake Vostok under the ice, where there was a lake that presumably held life. It's got its own little ecosystem. They're hitting the surface of the Earth. At that level, what are we talking about? Like how many miles deep? 14,000 feet of ice that they have to drill through to get to it? To hit the surface of the Earth? What is under the ice?
Is down there.
Giant monsters.
And who are they and why are they here?
They're a natural defense mechanism from the planet. They've been here longer than any of us have, or since before the dinosaurs even. These are creatures that go back millions of years potentially and have been living there for a very, very long time. My personal encounter with them is they're highly intelligent, and I guarantee you a living creature that's 200 or 300 feet tall, that's, several 100,000 or 1,000,000 years old, has a consciousness that probably defies understanding from me or you anyway.
How long have they been here?
Millions of years. Probably even maybe since the beginning of the planet.
Could you give me an example of what one of these giants look like?
Sure. I've only had one personal experience that I can relate. While I have been briefed on the subject and I could describe a few other things, I only have one personal experience that I was there for, saw with my own eyes, and experienced with my own 5 senses. So if you want to imagine something that resembles a big furry primate, maybe like a sloth that walks on its hands and is covered with hair that looks like giant dreadlocks.
How tall do you think, could you estimate?
I would estimate that it was probably between 250 and 300 feet tall.
How do they
get out of here?
Grow to such an extreme size, and why aren't we not seeing them on the surface?
Well, I think we're talking about pre-primordial time, so we're talking about before the dinosaurs, when plants and animals were even larger. So I think we're just talking about they came from a time when biological life grew bigger.
Now, I'm not saying the moon landing was fake, and I'm not saying it's real. But I've got a few questions I need you guys to answer.
Sure.
If they're really on the moon, then why is it so dark? Where are all the stars? And where's all the planets? And look how bright the moon shines. You can see it from 1,000,000 miles away. But when these men are standing on the moon, it's looking all grey and dusty. And what about this famous footprint that they keep showing us? It don't match the space boots that they've got on display. One is a pair of Tims, and the other was wearing a pair of Yeezys. And if you're trying to tell me that they travelled from Earth to the moon in this tin pan, drum pan, makeshift out of cardboard box, aluminum foil spacecraft, then you must have lost your goddamn mind. Where's this mystery wind coming from? I thought there was only 1% gravity on the moon. Where's this breeze coming from? Why is the flag blowing in the wind? Come on, brother.
Now, I don't know about you, but I don't remember learning about Auguste Piggard in history class. This guy was attaching metal steel balls to hydrogen balloons and seeing how high he could go in the sky. Literally. Super odd. He seemed to be a big influence on science and our history, but again, we don't really hear about him much. Maybe it's because he's a flat earther. As the first man to reach the stratosphere, he said, "It seemed a flat disc with an upturned edge." Obviously, that quote right there should tell you that's why you're not hearing about him anymore. This guy is a flat earther. Anybody that's a flat earther is not allowed to be in the public eye. But you know what they do in the public eye? Tell us the truth. This is an artist rendition of what Auguste Piggard was doing when he went into the stratosphere, towards the firmament. And what I'm about to show you is a Hennessy commercial that was produced and posted for all of the public to see. This is called Revelation of Method. This is them showing you the truth to your face, and then nobody saying anything to NASA and having any problem with it. And just to get your mind in the right frame of reference here, before I play this clip of this commercial showing everybody the truth, this is what biblical cosmology looks like. There's a firmament here holding waters above, hence why the sky might be blue. And here's a bunch of our other ancestors' drawings of what they thought the shape of the Earth was. You'll see it happens over and over, the shape of the dome.
Except for NASA.
But after you see this clip, let me know in the comments if you think that they're showing us the truth and everybody's just not realizing it. And if you want to know more of my thoughts, check out my link tree in my bio. I've got a podcast where I talk for 2 hours about things that I can't talk about here, but enjoy this commercial.
Hell no.
The flat earthers might be onto something here. Did you know that underwater sea cables account for 99% of our
cut off like that.
Well, they do. And if we look at the map of underwater sea cables, we find something quite bizarre. Australia, South America, and Africa have no direct connecting cables apart from one. Why is this bizarre? Well, Let's take a look at the flat Earth map. These 3 continents are the furthest away from each other, so far away that it would be ridiculous to even connect them when they can run through the center of all continents. And what about the odd one out? The little bit of connecting cables from South America to Africa? Well, you see, if we look back at the flat Earth map, it actually shows that the 2 regions that connect this line of sea cables are extremely close at those 2 points. So it makes sense to have cables running through. This same concept goes for flight paths and emergency stops. Many of them don't make any sense on a globe Earth map, but make complete sense according to the flat Earth one. So,
what do y'all
do the
think?
flat earthers have a valid point here, or are you still not convinced? Yet.
Oh, I'm
Videos you were never meant to CPT to.
Oh, this is where they dug a little trench from the river to the ocean. And that's what it turned out to be. What the hell is that? I think I seen that the other day. I just watched this yesterday, didn't I? Something like this.
This chilling video comes from Dancer1 on YouTube, and he wanted to capture a glimpse of Moloch the Owl God and Bohemian Shrove, which come to find out is a banned search term on TikTok. This is where elites have been meeting since the 1800s. We're talking anyone from Ronald Reagan to Clint Eastwood, and it comes with wild conspiracies like picking the next president to ritualistic unaliving. He even managed to capture this creepy clip in one of the unlocked rooms, but the footage I'm about to show, to my knowledge, has never been seen. It's an up-close glimpse of the Owl God. Also, I asked him what was the creepiest thing that happened. He said, I heard owl noises the whole night, but they sounded like a human imitating an owl. I recommend watching the whole thing on his channel. But what do you think about this conspiracy?
Yeah. This is the owl statue. What the fuck? No.
Why do they go out there at dark? It's just goofy.
This is fucking cool.
I mean, you could see better in the daytime. I mean, get out of here.
Oh, that's hollow.
Oh, that's hollow.
A bunch of ferns have grown on it. Oh, no way. You can go like behind the owl. I got some outlets. It's time to leave this place now.
If this plane takes off, then we are all probably going to die. Okay, so this is a US Air Force plane whose main job is to keep all the important people in America safe. Only during the events of a nuclear war. One of the engines on this plane runs 24/7, so if a nuclear bomb dropped today, tomorrow, or any day, the crew could just immediately start the plane and take off. The plane also has thermal and nuclear shielding to protect itself from a nuclear blast, which is just insane. The plane is seriously just a flying juggernaut. And once it takes off, it can continuously fly for the entire week. Just imagine driving your car for a week straight without stopping. This is absolutely insane. And this is possible by using aerial refueling. The plane also has counterattacks against missiles like shafts and flares. And with the plane being as big as it is, you can just imagine how effective it is. And only highly experienced fighter pilots can fly this plane, meaning only the best of the best can sit down in the cockpit. And if you were wondering what the name of this plane is, it's called Boeing Doomsday. So just know, if you ever see this massive plane in the sky, something is definitely wrong.
The internet of the ancient world used those. These are vortexes, and to contain a vortex, whether it's fluid or electricity, you need a circle. Like these, found all over the world. To create a vortex, you need a cone, or a pyramid. You can see this with high voltage. Even Tesla used it in his oscillator design. Now, if we put a starting point at the Great Pyramid in Giza, you can connect all other ancient sites using a star or a pentagram. Then all of these spots are spaced harmonically away from each other. If we take out the straight lines, it becomes a signal. Since the Earth is a sphere, this is smart, because if you map out the ancient sites, their degrees away from each other are in harmony with the pentagram. Every side on the dodecahedron is a pentagram, and each side contains the golden ratio within it. Since the golden ratio is a perfect vortex, when those spin on each side, the entire dodecahedron can spin, and none of the vortexes will tangle with any other vortexes. To know where these vortexes are going, we need 3 points to determine the triangulation of the location we want it to go. Ironically, we have 2 fixed points in the sky and 1 constantly rotating one on an axis. That's the Earth. So if we line up our antennas with those spots, we could communicate with light like we do today in a 4-dimensional internet network. Just make sure you keep track of the domain names.
That was weird. I know that one
Nickelodeon, the word itself. You know what it actually means? Baghdad. What the does Nickelodeon mean? That's what it means in Latin. No, it's so no. Okay. Nickelodeon in Latin, translated to English, Nickelodeon means I don't care about God. No.
It's stunning to monitor the media's lack of interest in the whole Maui story. I've been in this business for 30 years. I'm stunned. But I'm not surprised.
Well, that's freaky.
Incident seems to be the story here, right? But the true story, the media knows it is not allowed to tell. Is it a coincidence that the Maui police chief is the same man who was in charge in Las Vegas during that massacre that killed 58 people? Is it a coincidence that the Maui property, owned by million and billionaires, it wasn't touched by the flames while homes of the locals all burned?
What she fails to also mention is how the media hasn't even once interviewed a grieving parent. Not a single parent looking for their children. Not a single interview with a child. Not a single interview with the schools.
Was it a coincidence that the largest system of outdoor emergency sirens in the world never made a sound as the fire devoured Lahaina? Was it a coincidence that at the same time, very same time, all the water was turned off? Was it a coincidence that police were ordered to block off streets and to funnel all the cars trying to escape?
As an American, I don't see how we sit back and let our government do this to our people. We know the government's behind it.
Before the fire,
I just can't believe we just sit back and not do nothing.
Is it a coincidence that the government put up a black fence?
I mean, ain't much we can do, but
the FAA grounded all drones
we can do something if we all stood up.
Is it a coincidence that since at least 2011 there have been plans to make Maui the first smart city run by 100%
No, they did that shit on purpose.
energy? And that it must be a coincidence then that the locals whose homes did not burn are now being evicted from their property. And of course, a total coincidence that all the fact checkers who are checking these facts, who say everything I just told you is just a coincidence, are also owned and run by BlackRock.
Oh.
Take the mainstream history that we have been force-fed since day one and rip it right in half. So here we go. The photo description states that in the summer of 1903, construction continues inside the entrance to the Palace of Machinery for the Louisiana Purchase Exposition, the 1904 World's Fair. The date of this photo is in 1903. The fair in St. Louis was in 1904. So this would all make perfect sense, except there's a massive flaw. A flaw so big that it's undeniable proof that this building was constructed 100 years before the 1903 date that we are told, and proof that there was a mud flood that ripped through this building at some point after 1803. Where is the foundation of this building? Incredibly detailed construction projects do not take place on top of dirt and garbage. This, in my opinion, is the most incredible photo that I have ever seen to this point. A lie right in our faces, saying that this was being built in 1903, when we have multiple dates of 1803, time-stamped right on the building. Multiple times. Not only that, but you can see that the mud flood damaged the bottom of this building here. The mud came after the construction, not before. And I want to make that point very clear. This is a cleanup project, 100%. After this World's Fair, they knocked these buildings down. Not because they were pathetic, but because they held dates that do not fit in our mainstream timeline and architecture that we cannot reproduce
why are
today.
they doing
It's
that?
incredible. I've been talking to many people, engineers, construction workers, architects, and more about this photo. They are telling me that this is undeniable proof, and at this point, there isn't an excuse in the book that could save the mainstream history. It's time for everyone to wake up to the nonsense that we have all been force-fed to believe. Oh, and we're just getting started today. Welcome to episode 49 of my lunch break. I hope you're all having a great day, and if you're new,
they're finding all these new versions of human beings. Like they found Denisovans, that's a new kind of human. And I think they just found another one in China. So there was multiple versions of human beings, right? There was Neanderthals, there's Homo sapiens. And one of them they found was the Hobbit person. There was always talk of these little furry men.
Like how tall?
3 feet tall. They found bones. And then when they found bones, they realized that this thing lived around the same time as human beings, somewhere as recently as 10,000 years ago. And they were tiny and probably covered with fur.
Has there been any thought as to these smaller bones being related to like aliens per se?
If you want to subscribe to the idea that human beings have been genetically engineered, because that's one of the parts of UFO folklore, they want to say that we were seeded with alien DNA. And so they took these savage lower primates and with a specific group of them to give them creativity, intelligence, the ability to communicate.
This is a fun thing to believe.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's the best thing to believe. The most fun is aliens made us.
Contrary to pop.
Wow, y'all. I like these theories on TikToks. A lot of them are interesting. Some of them you just got to take with a grain of salt. But, yeah, I'm not sure about the mud flood thing. I'll have to look more into that. But, yeah, the flat earth stuff I'm really interested in. But, yeah, this was some weird TikToks that'll make you think. But anyway, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot to take my channel a long ways. Till next time. Peace. Good, y'all. Today we're gonna do some more weird TikToks. I've been like doing these. Very interesting. I learned a little stuff. I take it with a grain of salt, though. I mean, you never know what's real and what's not these days. So much good CGI. It's just crazy. But yeah, let's get into it. These are some I found on here. I just figured I'd share with y'all. So let's get to it.
Why is the government lying to us about history? There is a civilization as recent as 100 years ago that was omitted from the history books called the Tartarian Empire, and it was technologically far superior. They were able to convert atmospheric pressure into electricity, and as a result of unlimited free energy, they were able to direct their focus towards unity, oneness, peace, love, and harmony, which we don't see in today's society as there is no profit for evil people in times of peace. Tartaria was a country with its own government, its own flag, and its own place on the map. Its territory was huge, covering over 3 million square miles, and if you look back far enough, the country exists on maps predating the 19th century. The Great Wall of China, which is located on China's northern border, is believed to have been built by the Tartarians, although history would say otherwise. There are openings on the wall that are only accessible from the north face of the wall, or from Tartaria. The world government destroyed an entire utopia and kept it hidden because they don't want humanity knowing that there is sustainability in the collective without the interference of heads of state.
They took cores of it out of boreholes in the ground. Just like normal ice, it was mostly clear and sometimes white, and it would melt into liquid water if it got warm. The whole area of Antarctica is covered in this kind of ice. But that wasn't their main kind of ice. The only time I ever saw them actually studying normal ice was when a film crew from National Geographic came by. The rest of the time, which was most of the time, the scientists were studying something they called sky ice. This stuff was totally different. We were never allowed to go into the laboratory areas of the station because the labs had to be kept super clean, and they said it would mess up their work if they risked letting too many people in the lab. But one time, one of the researchers that I was friends with showed me a piece of sky ice. You couldn't touch the stuff with your bare hands because it was so cold. And it wasn't clear or white like normal ice. It was solid blue. He said that's why they call it sky ice, because it was the exact same color as the sky. We had to wear thick, heavy going outside gloves to handle it. The stuff was so cold, it would instantly freeze your skin if you touched it. I don't remember what the temperature he said it was, but it was something like hundreds of degrees below zero, way colder than the normal ice that was outside. He had to carry it in a metal bottle that was kind of like a thermos. He let me play with the piece of it for a while. It felt lighter than a piece of normal ice of the same size, like it wasn't very heavy at all. It almost felt like you could throw it up in the air and it would just float back down. But I didn't try that. And it was also a little flexible when I tried to bend it. It didn't break like normal ice would. And even for a small piece, you could see through it. It was solid blue right from the surface. And here's the really weird part. It didn't melt into water. When it got warm, because we had it inside, it just started to shrink. It got smaller and smaller, but my glove never got wet. And there was no water on the floor. The stuff just turned into thin air when it got warm and vaporized. He said that was the reason why they had to study the stuff right there in Antarctica. You couldn't take the sky ice back to America to study it because it was almost impossible to keep it cold enough during transit. And then they shared a verse right here which says, "And above the firmament that was over their heads was the likeness of a throne, as the appearance of a sapphire stone. And upon the likeness of the throne was the likeness as the appearance of a man above upon it." And then we continue off where it says, "It would always vaporize into air, and you'd have nothing left when you got back to the U.S., he said. Russian scientists had discovered the same problem when they tried to take the ice back to Russia. So that was why they all had research stations in Antarctica. After maybe 15 minutes of handling the piece of sky ice, it was almost completely gone. Just a tiny little bit was left. And my glove
around the exact same time.
I found that fascinating. Makes you wonder why they're still in Antarctica and what they're really doing there. But yeah, I've never heard of sky ice. I just wonder where it comes from.
Time period, as these World's Fairs, you have these operations to refill the USA back up with a brand new batch of people.
So we're speaking about the World's Fair, right?
They killed my dog.
You're gonna get a new partner.
The velocity and path of the moon are uniform, and should therefore exert a uniform influence on the Earth's tides, when in actuality, the Earth's tides vary greatly and do not follow the moon. Earth's lakes, ponds, marshes, and other inland bodies of water also inexplicably remain forever outside the moon's gravitational grasp. If gravity was truly drawing Earth's oceans up to it, all lakes, ponds, and other bodies of standing water should certainly have tides as well. It is claimed that the other planets are spheres, and so therefore Earth must also be a sphere. Firstly, Earth is a plane, not a planet, so the shape of these planets in the sky have no bearing on the shape of the Earth beneath our feet. Secondly, these planets have been known for thousands of years around the world as the wandering stars, since they differ from the other fixed stars in their relative motions only. When looked at with an unprejudiced naked eye or through a telescope, the fixed and wandering stars appear as luminous disks of light, not spherical terra firma. The pictures and videos shown by NASA of spherical terra firma planets are all clearly fake computer-generated images and not photographs.
Holy shit. Look at that.
This is crazy. Huge sheet of water, 300 to 400 feet deep. It's rushing over. It begins to just strip away the rock. This cataract complex is about 5 miles across. And you can see what it's done to the bedrock. We're on the rock blade right there. So now you can begin to see the scale of this thing that we were just seeing from Google Earth.
Well, now when you describe it, God.
There you get a sense.
Oh my God.
There you get a sense of the rock blade.
Well, there you get a sense of what the volume of water must have looked like. It was rushing through there.
See the man standing right down there on the rock? See him?
Oh, that little dude?
That little dude is 6 feet tall. No, in real life, he's actually only 4 inches. Look at the people standing on the cliff edge there, the edge of the rock. Do you see him down there? What would survive, again, in the aftermath?
Not that dude.
No, not that dude.
I especially love this Apollo 11 redocking footage. This is absolutely ridiculous. These are 1960s special effects and are obviously fake to even a child. Look at the jerky motions. Look at the total lack of thrusters being used. I've had many people ask me if this is genuine NASA footage, and yes, it is. I actually feel pretty bad for you if you believe that's a spaceship that just blasted off from the moon traveling at 4,000 miles per hour.
But there's a lot of footage available that's been taken from the International Space Station, the ISS. This is it here. Of course, a lot of live interviews and videos have been done and recorded from the ISS, and that's resulted in a lot of footage to look at. First, and this one's just kind of really funny to me, it turns out that there's a lot of weird looking hair on the space station. It's like the hair is gelled or hairsprayed up, like straight up, and it's not supposed to move. Why not just let it flow and showcase its weightlessness? Maybe it would get in the way, but there are also ponytails and such, right?
Have a look at her hair. There's something odd about her hair. I know this is zero gravity and hair is supposed to stick out and go all over the place, but her hair doesn't really flop around naturally. It's always sticking out kind of rigidly. Maybe they permed it in that position, or perhaps they're hanging her upside down. As she shakes her head from side to side slightly, you can see the hair always springs back to a particular position with respect to her head. It should flop all over the place.
You look like you're in a studio, maybe in Omaha, Nebraska or something. The shot is so clear. Is this a hoax? Are you really in space still?
See the hair?
Okay, this is a good place to freeze for.
See why?
You see the hair to cover up a lie. She distracted you. I don't want to answer the question, so I'm going to give you an excuse.
Because you want a big delta T. You don't want a big delta E. Delta E gets in your way, tears you up. So the optics boys never see this. That is so far in the grass you can't even measure it where they're at. They never thought about doing it at 400 hertz. You go home and try it in your laboratory. And then sit on the side laughing for the next 2-3 hours. And how silly we all have been for years. And how easy it is to do it. I will tell you, if you pursue that, you can take a flashlight battery and levitate a battleship, and I will not discuss that further. Because then you're going to ask me about the Philadelphia experiment, and I'm going to tell you I don't know anything about that.
Well, what do we have here? The flags of all nations, eh? I wonder if there's any interesting ones on there. I wonder. To deduce precisely what we're looking at, let's study this American flag with 40 stars. 40! Hello, ChatGPT. When did the U.S. have 40 states? The U.S. had 40 states from 1889 to 1890. So we know that the document is between the dates of 1889 and 1890. And the pirates have their own flag. Super cool.
Wow.
But this Chinese flag looks unique. I wonder what time period this is from. Well, the flag of the Qing dynasty was an emblem adopted in the late 1889 to 1890. So we know that this document is from 1889 to 1890, which makes this one very, very interesting. So the flag of Tartary, with a griffin on it, was considered a flag of a nation in 1889 to 1890. Well, what Tartary are they talking about? This Tartary? Perhaps this Tartaria? I believe this may be it. I bet you didn't know they had a Tartarian sea. That's right, Mare Tartaricum. And where does that leave us, except to conclude that in the years 1889 to 1890, people around the world still considered Tartaria a nation.
The oldest text we know of is around 40,000 years old. Talking about the Emerald Tablets of Thoth, they're talking about something that happened 450,000 years ago. People from somewhere else, and I do mean people, not little green men with little antenna, they came to this planet and created a breakaway civilization. And why? My research tells me that there was a war. People became space refugees. They created an Atlantean civilization on Earth, and Earth was Atlantis, not just a ring city in the Atlantic Ocean.
So when people say, where did Atlantis go? We're on it.
They were approximately 1 million years ahead of us, giving them an unbelievable array of different types of powers that to us were godlike. In the Bible, everywhere where you see the word God singular, that's a mistranslation by accident on purpose. The original term is gods with an S, and we're not talking anywhere in that Bible about the creator of the actual universe itself. Nowhere does it ever mention the real creator of the universe. That book is about flesh and blood people. These people pretended to be gods and made the people worship them. The offerings were so they can have food to eat, and they depict them on the Edfu temple. Thoth, Isis, Horus, Osiris, and those beings, they claim, came at the time of Zep Tepi. That's the beginning times, and they said they turned mud into a kingdom. And of course, the Sumerians have the same exact story in the Sumerian tablets, in the Atrahasis epic, in the Enuma Elish. The technology that they had back then, 450,000 years ago, we aren't even close.
Well, what happened? No.
Let's talk about Kick's new creator incentive program that just rolled out because it's pretty crazy.
Kick,
Right now on Kick.
Yeah, we're gonna have to get into some of that green emerald tablets. I find that very interesting. I'm gonna have to react to something like that. Might have to be in a couple sections because it's probably a big book or something. We'll just find something on here to watch together and react to it. But I appreciate everybody here, man. If y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man, it means a lot and it take my channel a long ways, man. Until next time, man. Peace. What's up, y'all? What's up, y'all? Today we're gonna do some more crazy TikToks. I really like these. I think they're doing good. They're really good entertainment. Take it with a grain of salt. You don't know if it, it might be real, it might not be real. It's TikTok. But yeah, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. Take my channel a long ways. Let's get to it. Yeah, disclaimers.
Signal coming from the Black Knight satellite was detected by Nikola Tesla in the early 1900s. He thought it could have been an alien civilization living on Mars. Actually, it was the Black Knight satellite giving out the signal. So this thing could be super ancient. This device that's up there orbiting our planet in a polar orbit, which shouldn't even be able to happen for thousands of years, could be about 11 to 13,000 years old.
Our ancient past may have come into contact with highly advanced technology and they didn't even try to hide it from us. Starting in Egypt with this hieroglyph uncovered in the Temple of Osiris. Just have a look at these and tell me if you see anything, cause I don't know, maybe I'm the one that's tripping here. But does this not look like a helicopter? Maybe a tank or a boat? An airplane? What looks to be a spaceship, all carved into stone thousands of years old? Now I already hear the Google debunkers crying this has been proven wrong, that these are just hieroglyphs that were written many times over and these shapes are just a combination of many characters. Damn, didn't know they were there when these were carved, given how 100% certain they are of it. There's so many other questionable hieroglyphs in ancient Egypt, but I'm gonna have to save those for another video. Let's take this all the way back to the caveman days with Paleolithic cave drawings and carvings, also known as petroglyphs. These ancient aboriginal cave paintings in Australia dating back to 15,500 BC, known as the Bradshaw paintings. Take a note of the big round heads here. China Lake Naval Air Weapons Center near Death Valley, California has petroglyphs dating 16,000 years. Again, tall beings with bubble-shaped heads and lines coming out. Oh, look at that. We see similar cave drawings in Ginkgo State Park near Vantage, Washington, all in the US of A. Tassili Najjar is a plateau in Algeria, Africa, with these rock paintings dating to about 10,000 BC, again with these strange bobblehead creatures, almost like they're wearing helmets. Some of them even appear to be wearing gloves and full-on suits. Now, before you say, oh, that's just how they drew humans back then, well, because right beside them we have these drawings of completely normal-looking beings, so what are these creatures? Other side of the world, in Toro Muerto, Peru, petroglyphs around 12,000 years old of beings with bubbles around their heads and lines coming out. Across the ocean to Asia, cave paintings in Chhattisgarh, India, dating about 8,000 BC, feature bubble heads with lines coming out. Over to Europe, the Val Camonica prehistoric rock art in Italy, over 5,000 years old, and you tell me what you see here. A human-looking creature holding strange tools, wearing a bubble helmet with lines coming out of it. Yeah, because prehistoric humans around the world just all decided to draw the same thing, right? Then we start to come out of the Neolithic era to the oldest known civilization, the Sumerians, whose tablets include this stone carving. We have no clue what this is, but it really do look like some flying object with some force field coming out from underneath. And this other tablet looks pretty innocent until you notice this. Doesn't that kind of look like a sun shape that just so happens to have 9 balls around it? Exactly the amount of planets in our solar system. Guess they counted Pluto, so did they have advanced knowledge of our planets over 4,000 years ago? Back to the Egyptians, we see this dude in some serpent-looking craft. Could be part of their mythology, but then we see the exact same thing in the Maori of New Zealand and the Aztec and Olmecs of Central America. And now the Mayans. Oh man, what on earth is this carving? Some complex-looking contraption complete with hand controls and something up his nose? Not to mention they seem to be wearing helmets again, which sure could be decorative, but what on earth are these contraptions they're in? Is this their way of interpreting spaceships? These Mayan discs, allegedly revealed by the Mexican government, are over 1,000 years old and hidden until 2012, and I mean, just look at what's going on here. Granted, there's a lot of controversy around these, and they do seem a little fishy, but physicist Nassim Haramein gave a full presentation about it, so I don't know, you be the judge. This 3,000-year-old spaceship carving found in modern-day Turkey, but of course debunkers will admit it's anything but that. A silver-suited figurine wearing a helmet and gloves found in a Ukrainian village dating back to 600 BC. Carvings of people wearing helmets and full-on suits and gloves at the Hoysalaswara temple in India, dating back to about 900 years old, if not more. Are those spacesuits? Note that these are different from these spacesuit statues in Spain, which were actually just part of a restoration project in 1992, so don't be fooled. Even as recent as the Renaissance, tell me, what on earth are these little creatures flying in spacecraft doing in a Jesus painting from 1350? Look closely and you'll find similar flying saucers in dozens of these works of art over hundreds of years old. I mean, seriously, this list is endless. The more I looked, the more I found. And the angels you see in religious Renaissance paintings have been around a lot longer than you think. Predating even the Bible, depictions of winged beings were very popular among Egyptian hieroglyphs. And we see the same pattern in the carvings of the Sumerians, which are even older. Some of them even going a step further and showing these beings with the head of a bird. Now, why the obsession with birds? Let me finish you off with this thought. If some primitive civilization were to come into contact with something they can't explain with their current understanding of the world, don't you think they would describe that thing in terms they can understand? So if they were to witness some sort of being coming down from the sky, the only thing they know that are airborne are birds. So naturally they would associate that being with a bird. Far-fetched yet plausible explanation of the popularity behind bird-like gods among these ancient cultures, which leads us to their creation myths. And yo, listen, pretty much every single one of the world's ancient civilizations have the same story of how we came to be. Okay, I know this was a lot, but I just couldn't believe what I found out about these stories, so I have to say this for another video. Hey, I gotta tell you, I might not be around for very long, Jimmy boy.
I like that. That was very interesting. I thought it was interesting. That was a lot of that, man, is old stuff, and they did look like spaceships and like astronaut suits and stuff. But grain of salt.
No, your eyes aren't deceiving you. This really is a giant petrified crocodile. And please don't try and tell me it's pareidolia, because this is not the same thing at all. It's become quite clear to me that once upon a time, humans, animals, and trees used to be a lot bigger compared to now. It's not like I'm just making this up. There is so much evidence right in front of us. It's time to stop ignoring it. The Smithsonian is responsible for hiding or losing most of the bones of these giants. You don't want to miss this one.
The Smithsonian is responsible for hiding most of the discoveries of giant humans. They don't want people to know about these giants because it goes against the evolution theory. This skull used to be on display in Winnemucca, Nevada until a few years ago when they took it down. It's in the basement. You have to specially ask to see it. A giant human skull. Here's a normal human thumb bone. Underneath is a giant human thumb bone. We've got a replica of a thigh bone in our museum from a guy that would have been about 13 feet tall. If you meet a guy like that, call him Sir. Yeah. These jaw bones are on display at a hotel in Turkey. 6.5 inches across the TFJs. Any one of you could put your head inside the jaw and bounce it around. Waukesha, Wisconsin. They found a human skull 3 times the size of ordinary humans, found in an Indian burial mound. Roman Emperor Maximus was 8'6", 2,000 years ago. Where we get our word maximum from? When the Mexicans, Cortez, went to Mexico and conquered part of it, the people who lived there said, oh, there used to be giants that lived on this continent. They brought a bone of one of these guys out. Just the thigh bone was as tall as Cortez. This is a giant block of rock. Who on earth is moving these things? Consider that's a camel in front of it for scale. Who's cutting and moving these things? This is a 39-pound axe head.
Damn cat.
Swing a 10-pound sledge for a few minutes and see why I'm wondering who's swinging a 39-pound axe head. And in Guam, they have a legend that the giants used to live on the island of Guam and built these big latte stones over there. In Indiana, 8 giants were found ranging from 8 to 9 feet long wearing heavy copper armor. The museum was not interested in them. Why would a museum not be interested in 9-foot skeletons to put on display? Could it be that there's a theory called evolution which says we started off small and we're getting bigger? Which makes us feel important, of course, you know. We're evolving. Ye shall be as gods. You're getting better. Could it be the truth is exactly the opposite? People were much bigger before the flood and now we're getting worse? And maybe they're trying to hide that?
Thanks for watching. Like, comment, and follow at Mike Priest ARR for more content like this. After Professor R. Foster claimed the moon to break down the light. This is a very familiar image, and Wikipedia displays it for everyone to see. It is now associated with an infamous music album, and what is the title of that album? The Dark Side of the Moon. This means we are right on track. Radiation beams reflected off of the crystal firmament would likely be redirected down of center and into the ionosphere above our heads. The same ionosphere the ancients used to harvest their free energy from. It is here that the beams would concentrate and create the plasma phenomenon we call the moon. This may seem preposterous, which is why you should check out Part 4, coming very soon.
You ever seen that video going around recently of those potential mermaids on the side of that ship in the middle of the ocean?
No.
What?
What are you talking about?
Are you serious? There's these things that are...
Just look at this map from the 1500s. This was the Americas, and not only the massive trees, but the castles, already there in 1500. And yes, the massive trees. The trees that we are told to dismiss what our eyes see as nothing more than just coincidence, a trick of your eyes, that all these strikingly close similarities to these ancient formations' much smaller counterparts are just some form of pareidolia, and they're actually all volcanoes. Volcanoes spewing perfect hexagonal columns, just like the cell walls of a tree. But history and geology, like the two political systems, are the wings of the same bird.
And those are cut
that
like
same bird
almost
that is the
smooth,
system
like
that
a
binds
saw
us.
cut it.
Those bindings are the links of endless lies that form this system of control we're in today. If it was just giant
wasn't hacked
trees,
away. That was
why
like
would they
cut
lie
away.
to us? What's the purpose? The answer is there isn't really much. But you must think bigger, bigger than these trees that once soared miles into the heavens. Because compared to all the lies, the twists and perversions of truth, these ancient trees are mere saplings.
That's where we get Jack and the
But I hope
Beanstalk,
with this
probably,
channel
the trees that went up
that
to
all
heaven.
the seeds of truth, all the questions we've uncovered, will one day flourish into a forest of positive change and weaken the chains they have over us all, if not only just a little. I'll never force you to see what I see or claim to know all the answers. I'm just here to show you the possibility of something more. And to, of course, question everything, friends.
Wonder why are the rainbows we see in the sky curved like that?
The dome.
Well, we know what the Word of God teaches, which is a firmament dome that goes over the top of the flat, stationary earth. Now, what is this firmament made out of? Well, God tells us in Job 37 verse 18, "Hast thou with him spread out the sky, which is strong and as a molten looking glass." Right, we know to make glass, it has to be heated up to a very high temperature with fire. Now this makes perfect sense when we look at Revelation 15 verses 2. "And I saw as it were a sea of glass mingled with fire." So glass mingled with fire, okay. "And them that had gotten the victory over the beast and over his image and over his mark and over the number of his name, stand on the sea of glass, having the harps of God." Hold up, so right there we know there's somebody standing on this sea of glass, right? So this once again confirms that the firmament is a solid glass dome. Now, if we look at the biblical usage of firmament, it's an extended, solid surface. And then it goes on to say down here, it was considered by the Hebrews as solid and supporting the waters above. Right, we know that God made the firmament. He divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament, and it was so. And according to Bible scholars, it looks something like this. So it's not a surprise one of the founders of NASA, Werner von Braun, has on his grave Psalms 19:1. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament showeth his handiwork. Which is most likely why all your rockets curve instead of going straight up like they're supposed to.
Yep.
Now back to that rainbow. It's very common to see double rainbows where there's an inverted rainbow on top of the other one. Now this would only be possible through something that's reflecting it, right? Well, it must be God's firmament. So these rainbows not only confirm the shape, but they also tell us that there actually is a glass firmament. Because how else would this be reflecting backwards like that? God bless you guys. If you want to get the True Earth book, it's available for download in my profile. It is absolutely loaded with information.
So this is a U.S. document from 1947 that was declassified by the FBI, and it's wild. But this memorandum acknowledges the existence of alien presence. Quote, very serious situation may develop at any time with regard to the, quote, flying saucers. If one of these should be attacked, the attacking plane will almost certainly be destroyed. He lists like 9 bullet points summarizing what he has observed from these flying saucers. Number 1, part of the disc carries crews, others are under remote control. Their mission is peaceful. The visitors contemplate settling on this plane.
Not welcome, but glad you're peaceful.
These visitors are human-like, but much larger in size. So we're making connections.
Giants?
Talking about fallen angels.
Yeah.
They do not embody Earth people, but come from their own world. They do not come from any planet, as we use this word, but from a etheric planet which penetrates our own and is not perceptible to us.
So it's with us, but we can't see it.
Correct.
Dimension.
Mm-hmm.
The Earth being flat. Thousands of scientists have looked into it. You think they're all wrong?
Most would be quick to call them idiotic conspiracy theorists. But what if they simply knew something we don't?
What if we lived here a little bit, and when it comes around away from the sun, shouldn't it be slowed down a little bit?
But the laws of inertia, right, would argue that it's stuck in this elliptical.
You're making up things because you're trying to defend your position, which we all.
Well, I mean,
the globalists will say that the gravity of the Earth negates the gravity of the sun. So the sun can hold on to the Earth, hold on to Pluto, but it can't affect the moon. You know who is in charge of all international flights? NASA.
Whoa.
NASA is in charge of all, and they run GPS.
Not a single commercial plane has flown over Antarctica?
No, none, never.
Whoa, why?
Because you can't fly over Antarctica. Look at the Earth. They'll come over Antarctica, and then they'll just come back. But there's so many pilots now that have spoken out, military and commercial pilots.
A little bit too much for my brain.
This one's going to send you over the edge.
All right.
Okay?
No pun intended.
Over the edge. Southern flights prove that the Earth is not a ball. This is the World Cup soccer.
Oh.
Okay? They were in Doha. They wanted to go back to Buenos Aires. They went to Rome to refuel, and then they went back there. Why didn't they just go here? Because if they did, there's no place to refuel out here. On a flat Earth, Doha, Rome, Buenos Aires. I wanted to...
I like that. I learned some stuff. I like those TikToks. We'll have to do some more of those. Those are very interesting. But again, take it with a grain of salt. You never know really if it's real or not. But I like the flat earth theory. I'm really into it. But yeah, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man, take my channel a long ways, and it'd help me out. But yeah, till next time, man. Peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're gonna do some more weird, crazy TikToks. Hope y'all enjoy these. Don't forget to hit that like, hit that sub. Take this channel a long ways. I really enjoy doing these. Remember, it's a TikTok thing, so take it with a grain of salt. So let's get started.
Historians and researchers believe that Atlantis was a real place, a highly advanced society with impressive technology and culture. The ancient Greek philosopher Plato wrote about Atlantis in his dialogues, describing it as a powerful kingdom that existed around 9,000 years before his time. According to the legend, the city was situated on an island in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean and was destroyed by natural disasters and catastrophes. There have been numerous archaeological discoveries and ancient texts that suggest the existence of a lost civilization with advanced knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. Some of these artifacts date back to the same period when Atlantis was said to have flourished. There is also many geographic and geological features that could match the description of Atlantis in Plato's account. So what do you think?
There's a theory that any rapper that comes out with a song called Armed and Dangerous, they die. Juice WRLD came out with a song, Armed and Dangerous. He passed away. Pop Smoke came with a song, Armed and Dangerous. He passed away. King Von came out with a song, Armed and Dangerous. He passed away. Now it gets deeper, it gets deeper. It's Biggie, right? Biggie. He didn't have a song called Armed and Dangerous, but he had a song called Notorious Thugs, right? The first line in the song, Gavin, the first verse, he says, Armed and Dangerous. Ain't too many can hang with us. Armed and Dangerous? That phrase, Armed and Dangerous, is deadly for all rappers, bro. Now listen, now what's even crazier, we talked about PNB, remember? So, Meek Mill. Oh yeah, Meek Mill. He had a song, it wasn't called Armed and Dangerous, it was called Dangerous. And who's featured on that song? Who's featured? PNB? PNB Rock. No. And that's one of his biggest hits.
Look, so this is the crazy thing. You want to get really nuts?
Yes.
It's time to leave.
Time to leave what?
This planet. We started a clock around 1953, which is when we had the first hydrogen bomb. We don't know how much time we have left, probably a few hundred years tops, because sooner or later you're going to have Putin-like, Trump-like people. It's nice if Elon thinks we can go to Mars. Maybe that will allow a small number of us to diversify in case we do something really dumb to the planet. But if human beings are to continue, we are to continue evolving, we need to spread out.
Creepy Conspiracy Theories, Part 2. Sophia, the first robot citizen in the world, once said that she would destroy humans. During a live demonstration, Sophia's creator asked her, "Do you want to destroy humans? Please say no." And with a blank expression, Sophia responded, "Okay, I will destroy humans." First of all, whoever created her should be in jail after hearing that. And second, throw the whole robot away. Get rid of it. I guess the theory here is that robots might try and take over the world. 14 years before the Titanic sank, a man named Morgan Robertson wrote a novel about a ship named Titan. This ship also sank in the North Atlantic Ocean in the same month as the Titanic. The ship in the story also struck an iceberg located at the same distance from Newfoundland. Did this author predict the sinking of the Titanic? There is no way that's just a coincidence. And lastly, this is more of a fact than a theory. The world's scariest haunted house is so scary that all guests are required to have a mental and physical evaluation before they can enter. No one has ever completed the haunted house and today has a waiting list of over 24,000 people. I've heard about this and even read parts of the waiver. There's a literal part in this haunted house where a dentist comes in and can rip your teeth out. Who the hell is signing up for this?
Welcome campers and camp whores to the Daily Camper Week of July 25th, 2010. We have a lot to talk about, so let's get started.
This anonymous web show is one of the most disturbing things that's ever existed on the internet. What I just showed you was a clip from an online program called The Daily Capper. The Daily Capper was a program put on by pedophiles all across the world. And this was the head of a community of people known as cappers. This online community of pedophiles known as cappers would go onto the profiles of underage girls and boys, flatter them with compliments, shower them with praise, and try to get them to flash them so that they could take a screen cap of their nude body. And after that, these pedophiles would then blackmail these children with these images. They would send these photos to friends, family members, schools. And there were all sorts of code words and online forums where these cappers, aka disgusting pedophiles, would meet and exchange information. The Daily Capper itself, this program, was a program put on by these pedophiles to talk about news and events that were happening within this pedophile community. It's really disturbing to me that they chose this because I used to watch the show Crashbox as a child, and I think that it's eerie and haunting that they're actually using imagery from a children's show for this pedophile network. Now, sadly, one of the victims of this capping community was a girl named Amanda Todd. Amanda's story is particularly well known because of the YouTube video she created before she took her own life. But at one point during Amanda's stages of cyberbullying, she was featured repeatedly on the Daily Capper, this program. And the intro always started like this: "Welcome cappers and cam whores." And then at the end, the newscaster up here would say, "Happy hunting," encouraging these pedophiles to go target more children. And they would do awards at the end of the year for the best, most prolific pedophiles in their community. These awards that they gave out included Blackmailer of the Year, Capper of the Year, Cam Whore of the Year, Cam Site of the Year, and Shocker of the Year, where they were basically giving awards to pedophiles and their victims. There's a lot of information online about this whole show and these pedophiles, but something really disturbing to me is the fact that most of the people involved in the Daily Capper were never brought to justice and they were never caught. That means that all of these pedophiles that were celebrating with each other and glorifying their disgusting acts are still out there, probably on the internet today. And to end this, I'm going to show you one more clip from the show, which I find is particularly disturbing.
Candy Beaches returned this week for the first time in a month. The reason they were gone so long is because they said someone called the police on them. Twice. I think I know what this is all about.
I've been reporting to the cyber police and the state police.
Looks like he wasn't joking around. Maybe it was their Good Morning America interview that prompted cyber police.
When Moana sets out on her boat to find Maui, she encounters a huge thunderstorm. Moana died since the storm was too great for her to handle. The rest of the journey is done by Moana's spirit, and that is why she only meets gods and spirits along the way. It is only after she finishes her quest that Tifiti restores her spirit to her body, bringing her back to the mortal plane, which allows her to return back to her family on the island.
Wow.
And she does. She only encounters gods and spirits.
You're right about that.
The whole movie.
That's wild.
Have you heard of the Family Guy theory? The theory suggests that Peter is in a mental institution due to the death of his entire family, and that the events of the show all take place within his head. One night Meg was driving the family home while drunk when she got into a wreck that killed everyone except Peter. This is why for the entire show he hates Meg. Peter held resentment towards her and blamed her for his family's death. Stewie is so smart because he represents Peter's hopes and dreams he had for him. When Peter hangs out with Joe Cleveland and Quagmire, it's really just them visiting him in an asylum.
You know the Mars theory?
That's crazy.
That there's aliens on Mars?
Nah, there's a theory that Mars was the original planet that humans were from.
Okay.
Then something happened that we all had to fly to another planet and live on. There used to be like civilization that lived on Mars. Now back this. On Mars, there's an element on the periodic table called xenon. Xenon on Earth is only found, this is crazy, is only found after a nuclear explosion.
No.
Oh shit, that's not even the super mode button.
I said no.
What the hell? And it goes hand in hand now. What if on Mars there was a nuclear warfare, destroyed the whole planet, but people were able to escape just in time, landed on Earth, and they had to restart from nothing.
So we are the aliens.
We're the aliens. What the hell?
Yeah.
It's real shit. Like, this element's called xenon. It's prominent after a nuclear explosion. Have you ever heard the Build-A-Bear theory?
What?
On July 10th, 2015, the famous customizable teddy bear brand, Build-A-Bear, came out with a bunch of new toys. All of these new toys had one thing in common, that were all of the same shade of yellow, right? People are saying that this new teddy bear launch was released just a few months after they had dropped their Despicable Me Minion drop. However, when they dropped these new Minion teddy bears, there was literally no sales and they were losing so much money. Nobody was interested in these Minion teddy bears. So theory goes that after their Minion launch severely underperformed, they had stockpiled yellow fabric in anticipation of the Minion toys selling well and getting a big production run, and had to find a way to use it all. So they decided to release a brand new bunch of teddy bears who were all the color yellow. Let us know your thoughts below. Is this just a coincidence, or have Build-A-Bear really tried to trick us all? Make sure to drop a like and follow to support our page. Love you guys. Peace.
A movie that came out. It's called Leave the Earth Behind.
Is this the one with Julia Roberts?
Yeah. One with the Teslas.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed the two kids wearing the t-shirts.
No, I didn't.
One kid wearing an Obey t-shirt, and the other girl was wearing a NASA t-shirt. Obey NASA.
Oh.
A lot of people were saying, NASA, what does that? Is a code for Satan. Everyone was saying like, oh, that NASA doesn't even spell that word. NASA always starts their countdown with T-.
Yeah, what's T minus?
The missing letter to complete the word.
No, that's crazy.
The symbolism in the beginning and the middle and the end.
Yeah.
The way they moved the movie was like
for
through
10.
water, right? So there would be a painting behind the bed frame in the beginning, and it would just be calm waves, right? And then as the movie progressed and it got like crazier, then it would be wavier. There would be another painting, wavier.
Oh,
and then at the end, it would be pure chaos.
I like those.
Hey, baby, you okay? Hey, what the fuck? Hey, mama, you need to call.
What you've just seen is called a bug in the Matrix. It's a glitch like in video games, but in real life,
like a glitch.
it's
Look
really
like she
creepy.
was
There are
dead.
numerous videos on the internet showing this kind of incident. Look, this girl is like on pause. She's not moving. Then she leaves as if nothing had happened. And now look where the ball went.
That looked like somebody paused the video and then unpaused it.
Oh my.
I don't know about that. Got me there,
And now,
man.
look how shocked people are here. The sky is really strange. It's getting really scary.
What's wrong with it? You got a line through there? Like, what's that? Shadow cast from?
They don't even hide it anymore.
The season premiere of SNL with Ice Spice.
Look at us, 3 Gen Z icons.
Aren't you like 40?
No. Long time ago, I met this guy and made a deal where I get to stay 25 years old for forever.
What guy?
Tall fella, horns, red fur, I don't know, little hoods.
Keen, that's the devil, dude.
What? I thought it was like a Times Square Elmo or something.
Do not help this man. In the film Lost Dog by Burt Milroad, a man helps his friend Aaron search for his dog Lucy. However, Aaron is not who he seems. It turns out he never had a dog. As he starts to transform into a skinwalker, he warns the man to run before it's too late. But why does Aaron try to spare him? He clearly lured him into the woods to feast, yet he had a change of heart at the last minute. If he asked you for help...
Did you know that in reality, everyone is already dead? It's said that when a person dies, their brain stays alive for 7 long minutes. During this time, the brain recreates memories, replaying them in a dream state. The individual sees his whole life flash before his eyes. Time elapses differently when you're awake than when you're dreaming. 7 minutes can seem like 7 minutes, or a century. Stephen Hawking has said that when we discover the God particle, or the Higgs button, as some call it, the end of the world could happen in a day, and in 2012, we discover it. And if the world really did end in 2012, and if it did happen in an instant, and we've all been living in our own consciousness ever since, perhaps that's why, since 2012, the world has seemed increasingly strange, unreal, and absurd, as if we are all stuck in a never-ending dream. Our perceptions of reality have become distorted, blurring the lines between what is real and what is imagined. It's a perplexing thought that leaves us questioning the nature of our existence and the true boundaries of our consciousness.
When Jesus was in the tomb, and you know how he left the tomb because he came back to life?
Yeah.
There was a cloth that was folded and left on where he was resting, like his body was resting.
Yeah.
And scholars were wondering, why did the scripture specifically have to point out, and he left the cloth folded on a place of where he was sleeping? Check this out. So in Hebrew tradition, right, there's the servant and there's obviously the master. And usually what happens is the servant, when the master is eating, there would be a cloth. Now, if the master would fold the cloth and leave it on the table, the servant would clean up the whole table, but you would leave what's being used by the master. Why? Because the folded cloth means he's coming back.
Oh, okay.
He's gonna return to the table.
Yeah.
So Jesus leaving the cloth means he's coming back.
I think the reading I read, he's like, oh yeah, don't let any of these people who slander the name of mine, get into your head, I will come back and stuff like that. But that was in the last page.
Yeah.
He's like, soon I will come back, blah, 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 don't let them slander. It was crazy.
The most secret formula to the Krabby Patty is crab meat. This is why the Krusty Krab looks like a crab trap.
So that's what I taste like.
This is why he makes sure nobody knows it. Mom.
So that's what I taste like. That's crazy.
You ever had a dream that that you're falling?
Oh yeah, dude, that should be scary, dude.
Bro. So there's a theory that if you're dreaming of falling, right, then you're escaping death.
In real life, or what?
In real life, but if you actually hit the ground before waking up, then you die.
Nah, I don't think I ever hit the ground, bro. What if you like accidentally dream that shit tonight, dude?
Bro, that's fucked. That's fucked, bro.
For whoever is in here and like records lives and shit. Oh, you know what? Actually, it doesn't matter. I can just save this, hopefully. I just 4 times I just recorded like a whole video that like of me like trying to just like explain what's going on and like kind of clear up everything. I hate to do this live because I can't, like, I've tried every.
You should never play the game called Blue Baby.
Who names the game Blue Baby?
So apparently this is a game about Bloody Mary's baby, and what you need to do to play the game is you need to be in a bathroom with a mirror and a sink and a door that can close. And you need to turn off all the lights, and you can only play this at night when everybody else is sleeping.
I already just can't play this game.
Yeah, so I saw the steps by Draw the Life Tic Tac, and what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to stand in front of the mirror in the bathroom and rock your arms as if you're rocking a baby. And you're supposed to say the phrase Blue Baby, Baby Blue 13 times in a row, and you can't mess up. And after you say that, you're actually supposed to start to feel weight in your arms as if there's actually a baby in your arms.
Are you serious? You actually start to feel something?
Yeah, and the weight's supposed to get heavier and heavier, and you're actually supposed to feel the baby start scratching your arms, but you shouldn't let the baby get too heavy. So to end the game, you need to throw the baby into the toilet and flush it and run out of the room as fast as you can and turn on all the lights in the house. And that means you made it out okay. But if you don't let go of the baby, Bloody Mary...
Y'all, I am freaking out right now. There's a lot of unexplained things going on in the ocean right now. Hold on real quick. I do not trust them. Just watch this real quick for me.
You get to Mars by going through the ocean. You can't get to the bottom of the ocean because outer space is the ocean.
Now what she just said just blew my mind. Now there's a situation called the firmament. So we know that water is all around us. And it is said that this dome divided the sea into upper and lower sections. You can't cancel this out because they still haven't discovered 80% of the sea. Early civilizations believed that the ocean and the stars above were linked. I mean, just look. Mayan, Norse, Hindu, Hebrew, all of them. Now we already know what spacesuits look like, but they look exactly like sea suits. I know once in your life you've heard of the Bermuda Triangle. Planes and people going missing in the ocean. There are black holes in the ocean. And I just know once in your life you've heard about sea monsters. When you see a comet, it looks like a boat soaring through water. What if these unexplained species in the ocean are actually aliens? If y'all have ever watched this movie Underwater, they went too deep and found the creature that don't even look like it's supposed to be from this earth. Or could it have just been a creature from space? Now you can say what you want, but I bet you we are not the only beings, only species, only creatures that are in this universe. It's just ironic that when they return to Earth, they're on water. I mean, I know I'm not tripping. And I know y'all heard of mermaids. So many unexplained things in the ocean. They're making more discoveries in space. Not really putting too much money or caring about what's going on the planet. Why? Because this sea stuff might have a lot of connections to space. And they not telling us. Y'all be safe, and I know I'm not the only person who feel this way.
Man, I feel you. Man, I hope y'all like that. Some of those were crazy. I don't know. Some of them just, I don't even know why they were there. But, yeah, she was very interesting. A lot of the Mars pictures are probably underwater pictures, just with the water removed. But, yeah, if y'all like these, man, hit that like, hit that sub, man. Take my channel a long ways, man. I really appreciate everybody, man. Until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to do some more crazy, weird TikToks. I like doing these. I hope y'all enjoy them. Take this with a grain of salt. It is TikTok. It's hard to believe anything on what you see today. But if y'all would, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It takes this channel a long ways, man. But, yeah, let's get to it. Some weird TikToks.
You ever heard of the Cthulhu?
No, what the hell is that?
So the Cthulhu is like this octopus monster. It's kind of like the Kraken.
Oh, I know about the Kraken.
But it has wings.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah.
Like octopus?
The Cthulhu is said to live in like the very depths of the ocean, right?
Yeah.
Right. So the Marianas Trench is the deepest part of the world.
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah.
We haven't even explored, what, like 80% of the ocean?
I was reading about this too.
For all we know, the Cthulhu could live in the, in the Marianas Trench.
100%.
Yo, for all we know, the city of Atlantis could be in the Marianas Trench.
Yes.
But we don't know what's down there.
Bro,
That's the thing.
There was a, you know, that anglerfish with the light sticking up.
Yeah, and Nemo.
I didn't know that was an actual fish until there's pictures of it like underwater and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's a real fish.
It lives in the Mariana Trench. I'm like, yo, what the hell?
Tell us more about the moon than the Earth's water, which is crazy.
You know, in the Mariana Trench too, they found, I don't know, it was in 2011 or something. They found a rock structure that looked like a UFO, fam.
Damn.
Theories that were proven real. China dinosaur theory. According to this theory, China found an island that is full with dinosaurs. A woman that was for vacation in China reportedly saw it on the news itself. They said that it was an expedition of 15 people to an uncharted island, and there were found multiple new dinosaur species.
These are scary what-if theories. What if everything behind you disappears, but when you look back, it reappears? What if our shadows were warning us about something in the dark because they disappear in it? What if you're the only person left on Earth and everyone and everything around us are just imaginary people and things we've made up so that we don't feel lonely?
No.
What if every time you think you hear your name being called, it's actually just your family trying to wake you up from a coma? What if the meteor that killed the dinosaurs was actually a UFO and we're the aliens?
Yeah.
Watch how something leaves Keanu's body. Notice his face expression. I'm joking about the Illuminati. It is strange, especially look on his face.
Various conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously change
cutting out.
your life. This shows a list of all the conspiracy theories in the world, from the top, the most well-known, to the bottom, the darkest of the dark, that will change your life. And welcome back, guys. Of course, as you know by now, in this series we're going from the top to the bottom, so I don't even know what part this is, but let's go. I don't like this one. I don't like it. This is solipsism. Genuinely, if you suffer from paranoia or anxiety or anything like that, just don't watch this. Like, I actually mean it this time. Right, so you are the only real person. Everyone around you is literally an NPC, so am I. Wait, what? This is what solipsism is, just have a little read. I believe that only one's mind is actually sure to exist, which is true. The scary thing about this is there is no way to prove or disprove this. Ever, ever, ever. So everything around you is fake, everybody around you is fake, only you are real. When you look at things, when you turn around, things just spawn in. But you are completely alone in this place, and everybody is just your brain's way of making you not feel so alone. Boom. Mind blown. See you in the next one.
Conspiracy theory that I've heard a lot is that when the astronauts were walking on the moon, you can see that they kick up a lot of dust. So people say, well, if there's no air on the moon, how is the dust flying around?
Remind me to dust my camera too, will you? Don't forget to dust your camera. We'll keep track of that for you, see?
There is a terrifying theory about our universe that the human mind can't comprehend. It's called the eternal universe theory. Many astrophysicists wonder if the Big Bang was merely an event, and not when the universe actually formed, but instead, the theory suggests that the universe has always existed. In this view, the universe is seen as an unchanging and infinite entity, where matter and energy are continually being created to maintain a constant average density as the universe expands. Unlike the widely accepted Big Bang theory, which proposes that the universe originated from a singular point in an event known as the Big Bang, the eternal universe theory suggests that the universe has always existed and will continue to exist indefinitely. This idea challenges the conventional understanding of the cosmos and raises profound questions about the nature of time, space, and the ultimate fate of the universe. Supporters of the eternal universe theory argue that it provides a more elegant explanation for the universe's existence. By eliminating the need for a cosmic beginning, the theory avoids the conundrum of what preceded the Big Bang or what caused it to occur. It also negates the requirement for a hypothetical singularity, which is a point of infinite density, a concept that currently lies beyond the reach of our scientific understanding. Moreover, an eternal universe implies that the conservation of energy and matter holds true throughout time, reinforcing one of the fundamental principles of physics.
Guys, what is going on? I'm not into conspiracy theories, and I don't think that this is some crazy UFO thing, but there's definitely something happening. Guys, it's 11 o'clock right now, and internet destruct. Listen to this, okay? We literally have no phone service, okay? We have been down since 9:30 p.m. and I got in my car and I could not make any phone calls. I thought it was really weird. My SOS was activated on my phone without me activating my SOS. And so bad. Finally, the internet is a little bit up because I'm using the Wi-Fi from my house, but I cannot make any calls. If this is happening to anybody else out there, let me know. Guys, this is not normal. This is not normal.
Should have grew up.
Hello, Madame Gazelle. I'm a vampire. Ah, a vampire.
That's odd. Madame Gazelle doesn't have a reflection in the mirror.
Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously ruin your life. This list shows all the conspiracy theories from the most normal ones we all know to the darkest of the dark that will change the way you literally see the world. And of course in this series we're going to be going from the top all the way down to the bottom. Come back, let's go for part 2. The Titanic didn't hit an iceberg. So we all know about the Titanic, of course, the really famous ship that sunk, and it's commonly believed that it hit an iceberg, but this might change your mind. This is mental. There was of course survivors of the Titanic, and a lot of them were interviewed. Not one of them mentioned anything about an iceberg. What's crazy is a few people
They were on a
did
ship
say that there was a
inside
fire.
the ship.
Interesting. Now go and look at this. Before the ship even sets sail, you can see a burn area in the photo. And it's actually the engine and boiler room right there. And if there was a fire in there, that's not ideal. Now there's a couple of theories I'm going to talk about. The first one was that it never even hit an iceberg at all. But it was actually an inside job done by people such as the Rothschild family, which I will make a video on later in the series. Main theory that is very believable has something to do with this burn mark. Now the theory is there was a fire on the Titanic before it even set off, and this fire weakened the hull of the boat. Maybe there was an iceberg, but not as big as it's made out to be. Did hit this iceberg, and if there wasn't a fire, it would have been completely fine. Everyone would have just not even realised. But due to the hull and the ship already being weakened from the fire, that's what made it sink. I mean, that's a very believable theory. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. And make sure you hit that follow button. It's going to get crazy.
Ice. Come on.
Obviously.
This is a picture of Earth in 2012. It's been called fake by many.
I'll still call it fake.
It's not fake, and is actually a historical picture. It's the last picture of the Earth before CERN destroyed our...
Here's another video that's blowing people's minds.
Well, you see those little round things around there. You probably pull
Looks like
up
they dug
every one of
right
them
into
under
the
there.
middle of the earth. At least that's what I thought when I first saw the video. Explanation coming in, part 2.
1, 2, buckle my shoes. 3, 4, buckle some more. 5, 6, 9, cake tricks.
Hold up.
So I did my sister's nails yesterday and I got a new primer, and today while we were cleaning she found this nail on the floor, and we figured that my primer that I used yesterday was probably just not a good primer, and we checked and she has both her thumbs on, and I've never...
No, I have a sister, daughters, old lady, fingernail packs come with all kinds of extra fingernails. Good try there.
never done this style ever before.
That's messed up. I'd be wondering what the hell just happened too. Damn, Katie, blink. There you go, push that button, get that eye going again.
Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously change your life. This right here is a list of all the conspiracy theories in the world, ranked from the ones that we all know to the darkest of the dark that will literally change the way you see the world. And in this series, of course, we're going to be going from the top to the bottom. So, yeah. As always, if you're easily scared, keep on scrolling and don't watch this series, but if you're here for the long run, let's go. Right, part 2. This is dream theory, or often referred to as alternate perception. Now, trust me, this is wild and so confusing. So, you know when you have a lucid dream and you can literally control everything that's happening in your dream? It's like real life. You not even realise you're dreaming, you may be doing things you just do in your everyday life. It's crazy, yeah? So this is where the theory comes in that we're actually switch. Now, let me explain. Stay with me because this is confusing. So the theory is, what we're in right now, you know, you sitting there watching this TikTok, me recording this, you sitting in bed, whatever you're doing, is actually the dream world. So we're all actually dreaming right now, and then when we go to bed and dream, that's the real world. Like we've basically just done a little switch our genome. It's crazy and hella confusing, but if you actually think about it, can control some of our dreams, that's known. Our dreams sometimes feel so real you don't even know you're dreaming, so it is possible that there is another alternate consciousness. Make sure you hit that follow button because it is about to get messed up. Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously change your life. Part 15. I'm sure by now you are aware that this right here represents all the scariest conspiracy theories in the world. From the least scary to the scariest of the scary. This today is crazy, like crazy. So, let's go. There's also new evidence for this, so if you think you've seen something similar, you haven't because there's new stuff. So, let's do it. So, of course, we all know Michael Jackson, of course, he tragically died. Or did he? Now to start off with, why do people believe that he is still alive? Well, this is why. To start with, when Michael died, no one was there to actually physically prove it. No one actually saw it. Furthermore, no one actually saw his body as he had a closed funeral. And most people of this nature would normally have an open casket, but he didn't. Next up, someone in the crowd at the funeral looked exactly like Michael, just like he'd slightly changed his face and had some makeup and stuff. And he was actually known for doing this before to change his appearance if he wanted to sneak into places. Crazy. Then a while later his daughter posted this photo where someone in the background looks like Michael. Like, what the hell? Now this right here is the big bit, and this is mental. So this is the ambulance that took Michael, and this video was taken after he died. Take a look.
Oh yeah.
There appears to be someone who looks like Michael getting out the back. Absolutely. Now we know that is the ambulance that he was in prior to this because it has exactly the same number plate. So who the hell was that being secretly escorted out of the back after he died? Now this is ridiculous, I don't know what I think of this. So this guy right here is Dave, supposedly one of Michael's best friends, who he never ever spoke about when he was alive. Now many people actually believe that Dave is actually Michael. He's just undergone a lot of surgery again and completely changed his appearance so he's completely unrecognisable. Now make sure you hit that follow button because the series only gets crazier. Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously change your life. Welcome back guys, I'm going to say this one is crazy. I seriously mean it. Just how? Now if you're easily scared, just keep on scrolling right now because this will change the way you see the world, like genuinely. If not though, let's kick off the video. I think it's like part 13 or 12, I don't know. Let's go. Right, so this is something called Last Thursdayism. Now, I know it sounds just really weird, doesn't it? And I mean, to be honest with you, it is, but it's crazy at the same time. So basically, the theory is that the past never actually happened. The universe was created last Thursday. Literally, just the universe was created like last week. And yeah, we've pretty much been living for like a week. Now, don't scroll because this is where it gets really crazy. From this part, there are pretty much two theories in which you can take. So, I'm going to explain both. First one, we actually have no concept of time, obviously. Someone made time, someone made the calendar. You know, there is of course no physical evidence that today is Monday or whatever, and there's no physical evidence of the time and whatever. No, someone pretty much made it up. So, we pretty much have no concept of time. Meaning there's no proof there's like 57 weeks a year or whatever. The universe could have been created pretty much last week, if that's how time worked. Confusing but makes sense in a way. Now this one is the crazy one that will seriously blow your mind. So this is basically the theory that the universe was literally created last Thursday. Like literally last Thursday. And this will seriously trip you out. It's basically believed that the universe was created last Thursday. And all of our memories and stuff were literally just planted into our brain from then. Making it feel like we've been alive for years and years when we haven't actually. Maybe this cycle just keeps on repeating and repeating, putting us into different dimensions or whatever. Or maybe it's happened just once and it makes us feel like we've been alive for like however long you've been alive.
Maybe
but actually it's only been 1 week.
TikToks.
Mental.
There's a theory that in Spider-Man No Way Home, Andrew Garfield's character He stopped a canon event from happening. Remember when Tom Holland and Zendaya were on the Eiffel Tower? Or not the Eiffel Tower, sorry, the Statue of Liberty? Zendaya fell from the Statue of Liberty, ready to die, just like all the other canon events of each Spider-Man when Gwen Stacy falls and dies, right? Just like that's what happened in Into the Spider-Verse 2. Where they can't stop a canon event from happening, or else it will fuck the whole timeline and deadass just destroy the universe. Andrew Garfield, not being from Tom Holland's universe, saved Zendaya stopping the canon event, and he probably fucked up the timeline. It makes sense now because Into the Spider-Verse 2 came out. They talk about canon events.
So if that never happened, there would probably not even be another movie type shit.
Or like something crazy is gonna happen now. Something crazy is gonna happen now.
Man, I like these, man. I hope y'all did, man. Take it with a grain of salt. Some of these were good. Yeah. The Spider-Man theory was kind of weird. I love Spider-Man, but yeah, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It'd take my channel a long ways, man. And I'll do more of these as much as I can, man. I do a lot of different stuff on this channel, so tune in, man. Appreciate you. What's good, y'all? Today we're gonna do some more weird, crazy TikToks that'll make you think. I've been doing these. I like to watch these. You just gotta take them with a grain of salt. I mean, it might be real, it might not be, but that's what we're here to do, is to look and see. But yeah, let's get started.
You're not even ready to imagine the craziness we're in right now. Antarctica is the most mysterious continent in the world. A new theory is so crazy that it could completely change your perception of the Earth. According to this theory, Antarctica is not just a massive ice continent, but rather an enormous ice wall that surrounds all the continents. In 1992, a new world map was created, the Gleason map, which shows Antarctica encircling all our continents. This theory goes even further. Some believe that if we manage to cross this wall, we will encounter numerous other continents deliberately hidden from us by governments.
I don't know. Government lies to us about everything, man. But if there is an ice wall, I want to know what's on the other side of it.
Creepy ocean theory. It is said that humans do not only know 5% of the ocean, but it is said that the government does not want it to be known. Since there are theories that they found beasts or something creepy there, it is said that these creatures are very large that could end our existence.
I don't know. I mean, Titans come from somewhere. I mean, every story's got a little truth in it, I guess.
And I've had to sneeze for this whole video, I'd assume.
It's in your throat somewhere? Is that our vehicle?
Yeah, no, that's not.
Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously change your life. This shows a list of all the conspiracy theories in the world, from the top, the most well-known, to the bottom, the darkest of the dark, that will change your life. And welcome back, guys. Of course, as you know by now, in this series we're going from the top to the bottom, so I don't even know what part this is, but let's go. I don't like this one. I don't like it. This is solipsism. Genuinely, if you suffer from paranoia, anxiety, or anything like that, just don't watch this. Like, I actually mean it this time. Right, so you are the only real person. Everyone around you is literally an NPC, so am I. Wait, what? This is what solipsism is, just have a little read. I believe that only one's mind is actually sure to exist, which is true. The scary thing about this is there is no way to prove or disprove this. Ever, ever, ever. So everything around you is fake, everybody around you is fake, only you are real. When you look at things, when you turn around, things just spawn in. But you are completely alone in this place, and everybody is just your brain's way of making you not feel so alone. Boom. Mind blown. See you in the next one.
No. No. Just no.
These are scary what-if theories. What if everything behind you disappears, but when you look back, it reappears? What if our shadows were warning us about something in the dark because they disappear in it? What if you're the only person left on Earth and everyone and everything around us are just imaginary people and things we've made up so that we...
No.
original poster claimed to have found something the government would want to keep a secret. He also wanted to be paid $5 million for the rest of the footage to be revealed, but it never did. As it gets deeper, it shows what appears to be a tall figure inside the chambers.
Have you heard of the theory that the Statue of Liberty is actually a statue dedicated to Lucifer? So this is the theory. Look at this painting. On the left, that's a painting of Lucifer in the 17th century. It's a picture of Satan summoning his legion, right? Now this is where it gets creepy. Lucifer is called the light bearer. In Latin, Lucifer means light bringing. The Statue of Liberty is holding a torch, which means it's bearing light, right? Before we jump into details, type amen down below to ward off any evil coming off this video. Now get this. The Statue of Liberty looks like the Colossus of Rhodes, which is a bronze Greek statue that stood about 108 feet tall. It was one of the world's greatest wonders. The Colossus of Rhodes represents something. It is dedicated to the Greek god named Helios, the god of the sun. Now back to the Statue of Liberty. People believe it's dedicated to Satan. I mean, if you look, their faces do look similar. But then again, this is just one big theory. Who knows? Let me know what you think down below. There's a dark secret to why we celebrate our birthdays. I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory or if it's true, but it blew my mind. So according to the stories and what I've heard, is you know how we chant, happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Well, chanting that is actually a ritual against us. Oh, these noodles taste like your mom's booty. And you know how I like your mom's booty. I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out though. You notice how happy birthday is like a chant. You light the candles, turn off a light, you all get in a circle, you start chanting, and then you blow out the candles. Tell me that's not portraying a ritual experience. Now let me tell you what I heard the ritual does. But first, what month and day were you born? Let me know down below. I want to know what sign you are. Me, I was born August 29th, and I'm a Virgo. Anyways, it is said that when we do that, it's a ritual that's sealing our fate to grow older. And that's why some people believe that people who don't celebrate their birthdays tend to look younger than they actually are. Now look, this is all conspiracy, and it's circling around the internet right now. But it's kind of scary to think about.
Scariest conspiracy
Yeah, that's weird. I don't know.
theories in the world that will seriously change your life. This shows all the conspiracy theories in the world, from the most well-known to the darkest of the dark, that will literally change your life. Most of you already know by now, but if you're new here, in this series we're going from the top to the bottom. Today, guys, this is a banger. You won't see life the same, you won't see kids the same, and you probably won't be able to sleep for a long time. So, let's go. This is rebirth theory. Probably the biggest theory out there is what happens when you die. One theory for it, believable, and will have you thinking for a long time. For a lot of people who have died and come back to life, you know, people describe the light at the end of the tunnel. So, this links into reincarnation theory as well, actually. What if that light at the end of the tunnel is actually the hospital light? Stay with me, hear me out. It's actually you being born. What do babies do when they come out? They cry. They cry and they scream. So what if the reason you cry and you scream when you come out is because you remember everything that just happened? You remember just dying. You remember seeing the light at the end of the tunnel and now suddenly being alive again, and you know exactly what happens after death, but you can't talk. You can't tell anyone. You're still a baby now. Then what if slowly as you grow up, the memories fade away and you forget everything? We may have all lived tons of lives. We may have been reborn hundreds and hundreds of times, but we won't remember, ever. Only for that faint few seconds when you're first born. Boom.
That makes more sense than most of the stuff I've heard, man. That just blew my mind. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, that follow button. It's gonna get even crazier.
Do you know the dark...
Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously ruin your life. This list shows all the conspiracy theories from the most normal ones we all know to the darkest of the dark that will change the way you literally see the world. And of course in this series we're going to be going from the top all the way down to the bottom. Come back, let's go for part 2. The Titanic didn't hit an iceberg. So we all know about the Titanic, of course, the really famous ship that sunk, and it's commonly believed that it hit an iceberg. But this might change your mind. This is mental. There was, of course, survivors of the Titanic, and a lot of them were interviewed. Not one of them mentioned anything about an iceberg. What's crazy is a few people
at night, and
did
everybody
say
was
that there was
inside
a
the
fire.
ship. So
Interesting.
see the iceberg.
Now go and look at this. Before the ship even set sail, you can see a burn area in the photo. It's actually the engine and boiler room right there. And if there was a fire in there, that's not ideal. Now there's a couple of theories I'm going to talk about. The first one was that it never even hit an iceberg at all. But it was actually an inside job done by people such as the Rothschild family, which I will make a video on later in the series. Main theory that is very believable has something to do with this burn mark. Now the theory is there was a fire on the Titanic before it even set off, and this fire weakened the hull of the boat. Maybe there was an iceberg, but not as big as it's made out to be. Did hit this iceberg, and if there wasn't a fire, it would have been completely fine. Everyone would have just not even realised. But due to the hull and the ship already being weakened from the fire, that's what made it sink. I mean, that's a very believable theory. Let me know what you think in the comments down below. And make sure you hit that follow button, because it's going to get crazier. Obviously.
Yeah, that was crazy.
There's a theory that in Spider-Man No Way Home, Andrew Garfield's character, he stopped a canon event from happening. Remember when Tom Holland and Zendaya were on the Eiffel Tower? Or not the Eiffel Tower, sorry, the Statue of Liberty? Zendaya fell from the Statue of Liberty, ready to die, just like all the other canon events of each Spider-Man when Gwen Stacy falls and dies, right? Just like, that's what happened in Into the Spider-Verse 2. Where they can't stop a canon event from happening, or else it will fuck the whole timeline and that has to just destroy the universe. Andrew Garfield, not being from Tom Holland's universe, saved Zendaya, stopping the canon event, and he probably fucked up the timeline. It makes sense now because Into the Spider-Verse 2 came out. They talk about canon events.
So if that never happened, there would probably not even be another movie type shit.
Or like something crazy is gonna happen now. Something crazy is gonna happen now.
Here's another video that's blowing people's minds.
This shit's changing different shapes, bro. It's just a circle. Look. It's just hovering.
Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously change your life. Welcome back, guys. I'm going to say this one is crazy. I seriously mean it. Like, just how? Now, if you're easily scared, just keep on scrolling right now because this will change the way you see the world, like genuinely. If not though, let's kick off the video. I think it's like part 13 or 12, I don't know. Let's go. Right, so this is something called Last Thursdayism. Now, I know it sounds just really weird, doesn't it? And I mean, to be honest with you, it is. But it's crazy at the same time. So basically, the theory is that the past never actually happened. The universe was created last Thursday. Literally, just the universe was created like last week. And yeah, we've pretty much been living for like a week. Now, don't scroll because this is where it gets really crazy. From this part, there are pretty much two theories in which you can take. So I'm going to explain both. First one, we actually have no concept of time, obviously. Someone made time, someone made the calendar. You know, there is of course no physical evidence that today is Monday or whatever, and there's no physical evidence of the time and whatever. No, someone pretty much made it up. So, we pretty much have no concept of time, meaning there's no proof there's like 57 weeks a year or whatever. The universe could have been created pretty much last week, if that's how time works. Confusing, but makes sense in a way. Now this one is the crazy one that will seriously blow your mind. So this is basically the theory that the universe was literally created last Thursday. Like literally last Thursday. And this will seriously trip you out. It's basically believed that the universe was created last Thursday. And all of our memories and stuff were literally just planted into our brain from then. Making it feel like we've been alive for years and years when we haven't actually. Maybe this cycle just keeps on repeating and repeating, putting us into different dimensions or whatever. Or maybe it's happened just once and it makes us feel like we've been alive for like however long you've been alive. But actually it's only been 1 week. Mental.
You just made me mental. No.
Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously change your life. Part 15. I'm sure by now you are aware that this right here represents all the scariest conspiracy theories in the world. From the least scary to the scariest of the scary. This today is crazy. Like, crazy. So, let's go. There is also new evidence for this, so if you think you've seen something similar, you haven't because there's new stuff. So, let's do it. So, of course, we all know Michael Jackson. Of course, he tragically died. Or did he? Now to start off with, why do people believe that he is still alive? Well, this is why. To start with, when Michael died, no one was there to actually physically prove it. No one actually saw him.
Not dreaming, don't wake me up. Not dreaming, past times, and now hold me down.
Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously change your life. This right here is a list of all the conspiracy theories in the world, ranked from the ones that we all know to the darkest of the dark that will literally change the way you see the world. And in this series, of course, we're going to be going from the top to the bottom. So, yeah. As always, if you're easily scared, keep on scrolling and don't watch this series, but if you're here for the long run, let's go. Right, part 2. This is dream theory, or often referred to as alternate perception. Now, trust me, this is wild and so confusing. So you know when you have a lucid dream and you can literally control everything that's happening in your dream, it's like real life. You not even realise you're dreaming, you may be doing things you just do in your everyday life. It's crazy, yeah? So this is where the theory comes in that we're actually switch. Now, let me explain. Stay with me because this is confusing. So the theory is, what we're in right now, you know, you sitting there watching this TikTok, me recording this, you sitting in bed, whatever you're doing, is actually the dream world. So we're all actually dreaming right now, and then when we go to bed and dream, that's the real world. Like we've basically just done a little switch our genome. It's crazy and hella confusing, but if you actually think about it, can control some of our dreams, that's known. Our dreams sometimes feel so real you don't even know you're dreaming, so it is possible that there is another alternate consciousness. Make sure you hit that follow button because it is about to get messed up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Scariest conspiracy theories in the world that will seriously change your life. So as we know, this right here shows all of the world's scariest conspiracy theories. As I'm sure you know, in this series we'll be going through from the least scary to the ones that will literally change your life. So once again, if you're easily scared, do not watch this video, just keep on scrolling, trust me. Now with that said, let's kick off part 7. Stuff is about to get mental. Right, so this one is to do with NASA, I mean, pretty obvious. Now of course we all know NASA, big space company. Well, actually I don't think you do. So what you probably didn't realise was that NASA actually started out by looking into the oceans and exploring Earth. They had nothing to do with space, because you know only 3 to 4% of the oceans have been discovered, so they wanted to explore it. But stay with me, it gets mental. So now of course we all know them as a space company, so what happened? Well, literally overnight they went from exploring our Earth and the oceans to exploring space and wanting to get us all off of Earth as quickly as possible. So what the hell did they see during their investigations in the ocean that made them want to get us off of the Earth? Now make sure you hit that follow button because I mean, stuff's only going to get crazier. Scariest conspiracy theories that will seriously change your life. So in this series, of course, we're going through the different theories, from the least scary to the most disturbing of the disturbing.
Like 15 minutes
now, as I've said before, if you're easily scared, just keep on scrolling. But I mean, let's kick off part 3. This is where stuff gets properly weird. So today is the theory of, are we all dead? You, me, your parents, we're all dead. Yeah, what? That makes no sense. Stick with me. Right, so it's actually proven that when we die, our brains still have around 7 or 8 minutes left of activity. And then, of course, there's the other theory, which is your life flashes before your eyes when you die. So you pretty much see your entire life after you've died. Stick with me. If you combine these two, we get a very messed up picture, but a very believable one in a way. So we know that there is a 7 or 8 minutes, and when you're in this, there is no concept of time. So that 7 or 8 minutes could feel like years and years and years. But you wouldn't know it because, well, you're dead. So what if your life does flash before your eyes in those 7 or 8 minutes? And we are all actually dead in those 7 or 8 minutes right now laying in a hospital bed somewhere. And we are literally just re-watching our entire lives. And it feels like years and years, like it's really real, but it's actually just in those 7 or 8 minutes, but we have no concept of time, so we don't realise it. Really messed up, isn't it? But it is possible. So what if maybe the world ended years ago, or 7 or 8 minutes ago, and we are all actually dead somewhere just re-watching our entire lives? Messed up, isn't it? Messed up. Now make sure to hit that follow button so you never miss a part.
Yeah, that hurt my brain. Man, I hope not. That hurt my brain. No more you today. Mexico, Egypt, Indonesia.
These are scary cartoon truths that'll terrify you, part 17. Okay, so Garfield is actually hallucinating from starving to death. Garfield seems like your normal house cat, but he eats 10 times his body weight and still feels hungry. Normal house cats can do that if they're starving to death. Garfield was actually abandoned by John long ago, and he's slowly starving to death while hallucinating the memories of a more comfortable life. This theory was even shown in the 1989 Garfield Halloween special. Garfield wakes up to find the house empty, then looks outside to find the windows boarded up and the grass overgrown. This is so traumatic to Garfield that he forces himself back into the hallucination, And the never-ending cycle continues.
There's also a conspiracy theory about a movie that came out recently, The Sound of Freedom. That whole thing is trying to give awareness about child right? There's theories, everyone who's gone into movies to watch it, the movie theaters have teamed up.
They stopped it.
Yeah, trying not to sell tickets, trying not for people to watch it.
Yeah.
I've seen one where it's like, oh, the person tries to buy tickets, they said it's fully sold out. Goes in the movie theater, nobody there.
There's no one in here. And then it said that they were sold out.
Another one, the guy comes in, he's like, oh, we have to download the movie, it's gonna take an hour. We can give you your movie back, like, you guys can walk out. Fam,
They're like
that never happens.
They're trying to stop them from watching it.
Exactly, and the two main ones they have been doing, turn off the AC so it's hot as hell in there.
Word.
And then,
Just to let you guys know again, it is gonna get hot. It is gonna be like that throughout the whole movie.
So why is it only this one though, not all the other ones?
the movies usually,
Yeah.
the lights when it goes on, the lights stay on the whole time, and people complain.
So they don't want to stay there and watch the whole thing. There's a deeper conspiracy onto that.
What do you think about Elon
I
Musk?
would check that movie out.
Hello.
The fuck? Part llama.
She wants to come in the sun.
Part goat.
Rihanna made a horrible mistake at her halftime show by reinforcing the crazy conspiracy theory that the Super Bowl is actually a live satanic ritual hosted by the elites to show off their power and influence to the peasants watching. And that every year the performer must flash the crowd a demonic or evil symbol of the Illuminati if they want to perform. Beyonce put up the same exact symbol to the crowd at her Super Bowl halftime show and was all over the news the next day for it.
Conspiracy theorists believe that Beyonce signaled that she's part of a secret society bent on world domination.
Some claim that's just the Rock Nation symbol, but why would other celebrities who aren't affiliated with Rock Nation at all flash it? Stop making excuses for them! At Justin Timberlake's 2018 show, he had a giant silhouette of Satan laughing at the crowd with his tail. They played it off like a guy playing the guitar. At Madonna's 2012 show, she was moving her body to show symbolism and wearing the Illuminati owl crown on her head. This was insane. J-Lo's costume was showing this evil satanic goat, and she was showing the horns with her head too. Look at her costume though. You can't tell me those are two eyes and a nose and then antlers going up. The Weeknd's dancers are literally wearing such similar outfits to the exact same ones they would do in a satanic ritual. You can't tell me that whole thing didn't look demonic as hell. Literally. Before I show you the craziest part, make sure you follow so you finally know the craziest conspiracy theories about each of these celebrities and be in the know and request who you want to see next. Have you ever wondered why the Super Bowl is even called the Super Bowl? Because if you just move over the B, it actually spells superb owl, which is the... Seriously though, the same exact demonic owl that Madonna was wearing on her head and one of the main species of animals that symbolizes satanic worship.
What makes the water act like this?
Yeah.
My GF has an ex who passed away in an unsolved accident. Today she told me about how killers often keep trophies. Should I be concerned?
Did you ever hear about the Grand Canyon theory?
No.
So the Grand Canyon, one of the world's wonders. There's a theory that the Grand Canyon holds something that none of us knew was there. So back in the 1850s, right? The Grand Canyon was used to mine gold. When people started mining it, the gold index crashed because they found so much gold there. Now what happened was the government and the military, they closed it off and they made it a sanctuary so that nobody can just go there and then take whatever they want. There was this one guy, his name was Seth Tanner, and he was an explorer. He explored this one cave and he claims what he saw was ancient Egyptian hieroglyphics in one of the caves.
Oh, what did it say?
The Grand Canyon, it actually holds the lost city of El Dorado.
What?
Like, you know, the lost gold city of El Dorado.
Yeah, the whole city.
The whole city. So if you think about it, it's never found. That ancient tale that all of the natives talk about, the lost city, and the reason the government and the world is trying to keep it a secret is because it would crash the gold price.
Wow.
You're not even ready to imagine.
Yeah, I like that. Some of it was weird, but some of it hurt my brain, man. Some of it was scary, man, for real. It got me thinking, but yeah, if y'all like these, man, hit the like, hit that sub, man. It takes my channel a long ways, man. I'll try to do more of these. I'll try to find some better ones. For some reason, one guy was in the whole video, but yeah, man. Until next time, y'all. Peace.
Imagine getting arrested for having a child with a dead body. Jennifer Burrows is a 26-year-old who was working at a morgue when she was arrested. Imagine getting arrested for having a child with a dead body. Jennifer Burrows is a 26-year-old who was working at a morgue when she was arrested after a DNA test proved her child's father was a dead body she was supposed to autopsy. But it actually gets worse from here, because while Jennifer was working as an assistant pathologist at the morgue, she had relations with more than 60 bodies, belonging to men aged 17 to 71 years old. She did this for 2 years until it led to the birth of her son. Her son's father was a 57-year-old veterinarian from Texas, who passed away in a car accident in 2017. Jennifer was charged with 158 counts of indecent treatment of a corpse. Many psychologists and experts have debated why someone would do this. The reasons range from curiosity to severe mental illness. Some even believe Jennifer was suffering from psychosis. Alright, after all that, I don't really know how to end this video, so stay safe out there and follow for more.
Okay, I've been seeing this all over my For You page and I need to talk about it. This can give you quite the jump scare if you're not expecting it. This woman named Felicity gained tons of media attention in 2018 when she confessed to marrying a zombie doll named Kelly.
Imagine getting
What's good, y'all? Today we're gonna do some crazy, weird TikToks. These are the criminal TikToks, hey, true crime TikToks. So these are gonna be a little different. I hope y'all enjoy them. If y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot. It takes this channel a long ways. But yeah, let's get to it.
Imagine getting arrested for having a child with a dead body. Jennifer Burrows is a 26-year-old who was working at a morgue when she was arrested after a DNA test proved her child's father was a dead body she was supposed to autopsy. But it actually gets worse from here, because while Jennifer was working as an assistant pathologist at the morgue, she had relations with more than 60 bodies, belonging to men aged 17 to 71 years old. She did this for 2 years until it led to the birth of her son. Her son's father was a 57-year-old veterinarian from Texas, who passed away in a car accident in 2017. Jennifer was charged with 158 counts of indecent treatment of a corpse. Many psychologists and experts have debated why someone would do this. The reasons range from curiosity to severe mental illness. Some even believe Jennifer was suffering from psychosis. Alright, after all that, I don't really know how to end this video, so stay safe out there and follow for more.
Hell no. That's more than just a mental illness, and there's some dudes out there that got laid after they died.
Okay, I've been seeing this all over my For You page and I need to talk about it. This can give you quite the jump scare if you're not expecting it. This woman named Felicity gained tons of media attention in 2018 when she confessed to marrying a zombie doll named Kelly. Now, I don't know about anybody else, but in my opinion, Kelly is looking suspiciously real. Felicity's fascination with dolls came at a young age when her grandmother gifted her a porcelain doll. She became obsessed with collecting dolls over the years, and she grew a wide collection. Her collection ranged from antique dolls all the way to creepy dolls. But everything changed when she found a zombie doll online. Kelly the zombie doll was created by an artist in Thailand. Felicity became intrigued with the doll's unique features and then became obsessed with it. She began treating the doll like a human by giving her a name, dressing her up, and even taking her out. Felicity claims that Kelly has a personality and that they have a deep emotional connection. As time went on, Felicity's feelings grew stronger, and she realized that Kelly was her soulmate. She decided to take the relationship to the next level and propose to the doll. She exchanged vows with the doll and promised to love and cherish her forever. Felicity insisted that this was a genuine expression of her love and devotion. She said that the doll has helped her through hard times and even given her a sense of purpose. Despite the controversy, Felicity remains committed to Kelly. I actually found that they recently started a family of zombie doll children. What a happy family, I guess. In reality, no disrespect to Felicity though, like, you do you, girl. If you love zombie dolls, then you do that.
Did you know that?
Hell no. Her parents are at fault there, man. Somebody should got her help a long time ago. That ain't right. That ain't normal. Hell no. No, that ain't normal. She needs help. And whoever didn't get her help, shame on you.
Yellow Jackets is inspired by two true stories. The first one is the Donner Party. In April 1876, a group of about 87 people set out on a journey from Illinois to California. Instead of the Oregon Trail, they decided to use a shorter, untested route. By the time they were crossing the Sierra Nevada mountain range, they were low on food and supplies. And between the rough terrain and the accumulating snow, they were stranded by October. A diary kept by Patrick Breen detailed the weeks to come. As members of their party succumbed to the cold, illness, or starvation, they ended up resorting to cannibalism. When a search party arrived to help them in the spring of 1877, they found that over half the Donner Party had died, and as many as 21 had been eaten. After their rescue, the Donner Party survivors became famous, then infamous. And while some denied the cannibalism stories, at least 8 survivors admitted to eating human flesh. Let me know if you guys want to hear the other story that inspired the show.
This small Santa Claus was also Toronto's scariest serial killer. 67-year-old Bruce MacArthur murdered 8 men in downtown Toronto from 2010 to 2018. He was previously married with a woman and had 2 children with her, but little did they know about his double life. Many people who knew Bruce described him as sweet and outgoing, and they never imagined he would do something like this. In 2010, gay men in Toronto began going missing, and unfortunately, after some time, their cases stopped getting so much attention. Bruce first met these men on dating apps, and when he met them in person, he took their lives. He targeted marginalized men, which in this case were gay men of color. He strangled them and then dismembered their bodies and then put their body parts in planters. Bruce even took photos of his victims when they were alive and then deceased. This is one of his victims who got away after almost being murdered by Bruce. In 2018, police began discovering dismembered body parts of some of the 8 missing men on the property of one of Bruce's clients who hired him as a landscaper. And finally, in 2019, Bruce pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and was sentenced to life in prison.
There's idiots out there. I mean, it's sick to even kill somebody and chop them up and shit, but to go dispose of them on somebody else's property, you're just an idiot. Just idiot.
This is why you have to be careful in national parks. So in 2016, a man completely dissolved in a hot spring in Yellowstone.
What?
A lot of people don't realize these hot springs are near boiling temperatures, and a lot of them are severely acidic. And falling in happens more than we realize. It terrifies me so much that I made an entire podcast episode about it that's going up tonight. So it's believed that a 23-year-old man and his sister went into Yellowstone to go hot potting, which is when people secretly hang out in the cooler hot springs. It's like really not allowed in the park. His sister was filming him as he went over to one of the hot springs to reach down and touch it to test the temperature, and that's when he tumbled forward and fell in. A rescue team was able to get there and they saw his body floating in the pool because a fall like that kills you immediately. But a thunderstorm was coming in, so they were gonna have to wait a while to get him out. And by the time they got there, there was nothing left. And unfortunately, this does happen more than we realize. Check out tonight's episode if you're interested in hearing more.
Wow. Man, thoughts go out to him and his family, man. That's crazy.
So I always thought no one ever dies at Disney. Like, even if something horrible happens, they get the person off the park so they can always say that no one's ever died there. But then I found out not only is that not true, but a law firm has compiled all of the incidents. I'm going to share a few of them with you, but if you're interested in stories like this, make sure you follow the podcast because tonight's episode's just going to be these stories. So 2 of the park's worst accidents have both happened on the Matterhorn ride. One of them being a woman named Dolly, who in 1984 fell off of one of the back of the sleds onto the rails. At the time, these gondolas used to go into the rides, and so there was actually a family that watched her fall off onto the track. And so the family also saw as there was another car racing towards Dolly. The dad actually screamed at his daughters to cover their eyes, which was for the best because Dolly got hit hard. She got hit so hard that when EMTs arrived on the scene and were going up into the ride, there were park attendants coming down telling them not to look. And so finally, when someone was looking at the car she was in, they noticed that her seatbelt was unbuckled. But it's never been confirmed if she unbuckled her seatbelt herself or if an attendant didn't check her seatbelt well enough and it was never buckled in the first place.
No, they gotta have better safety than that. If you can just take your seatbelt off on a ride, that's a crazy that's someone crazy ready to commit suicide at any time can do that on your shit, or they can just do it just to collect insurance. They gotta fix that.
Things that bother you, they never bother me. I feel happy and fine.
I will be showing the video, but nonetheless, hi, my name is Ethan, and here's everything you need to know in under 1 minute. In September of 2017, 31-year-old Laura Wallen vanished into thin air. Her boyfriend Tyler Tessier had played the part of the worried boyfriend desperate for answers. However, he was living a double life. He had a fiance, and he feared that Laura would expose her pregnancy. The night of her unaliving, Laura texted her friend and stated, "Tyler has taken me to an open field in Damascus. I'm not sure why we're here, but it's in the middle of nowhere." Her body was found a few days later. Sam and Colby eventually uploaded a video where they were in the same area at the same time and they captured a woman begging for help. Here's the video.
Did you get that? Yeah, I got that. Somebody is screaming. Someone's screaming bloody murder. Whoa. Guys, what the you hear that? Yeah.
What do you guys think?
Rush and go try to help. Shit. There's 3 y'all. Unless you a bunch of pussies. Oh, my bad.
Have you ever heard of America's first serial killer? Herman Webster moved to Chicago in 1885 and actually ironically changed his name to H.H. Holmes after, you guessed it, Sherlock Holmes, the detective. Holmes had quite a bit of medical knowledge, so he opened up a pharmacy near Jackson Park, which actually became the spot of the World's Fair, where he ended up finding a majority of his victims. Holmes purchased an empty lot and turned it into what is known as the Murder Castle. Holmes created this so-called castle with booby traps and a complete labyrinth that made it almost impossible for any of his victims to ever escape. This murder castle had soundproof rooms, booby traps, and trap doors that would even drop you unsuspectedly down into the basement. And once you made it into the basement, you never made it back out. Inside the basement was acid vats, quicklime, and a crematorium for him to easily and quickly dispose of any of the bodies. But Holmes finally made a mistake when he murdered his assistant and his few children, but the police actually ended up finding the body of one of these children, leading to Holmes' arrest. Once arrested, Holmes claimed to have murdered over 200 people over the span of just a few years inside this murder castle. He even went on to write a book about himself, and in it he wrote, "I cannot help that I am a murderer no more than a poet can help the inspiration to sing." Finally, Holmes was hanged for his crimes in 1896.
Nah, they shouldn't have hung him. They should have tore off a toenail and a toe. They should have tortured him. What they should have done. I don't care what you say.
The year to disgusting individuals. Hi, my name is Ethan, and here's everything you need to know in under 1 minute. After talking about the Jacqueline Ma case, I wanted to dig a little deeper and see what I could find, and that is when I stumbled upon 36-year-old Randy Cheviera, who also won several teacher awards. Sometime during the fall semester of 2019, she had relations with one of her students. He had later told police that she had performed several non-professional actions on him in the classroom. Police also found out that Randy was texting the student, sending him a very explicit messages, which also backed up the student's claim. The school was notified on November 18th, 2019, and the next day she resigned and turned herself in. But here's the kicker, she was released 1 day later.
This had to be a horrific way to die. It was just an ordinary day in London, February of 1983, and a plumber named Michael gets a call to go out to a location called Cranley Gardens. The tenants were complaining of a horrible smell, the toilets weren't flushing, the pipes were backed up, so Michael shows up and he removes one of the covers to the drains by the the side of one of the houses, and he looks down into it and sees a pile of what looks like a slimy, flesh-like substance with little pieces of bone sticking out of it, and he immediately goes, "This ain't right." So he calls a supervisor. Supervisor shows up and takes a look, and they say, yeah, let's call the police right now. And while they were waiting for the police to arrive, Michael looked at one of the tenants and said, "That flesh almost looks human." And one of the tenants actually replied back to Michael and said, "No, it looks like somebody's been flushing their Kentucky Fried Chicken." However, it was not Kentucky Fried Chicken. Police arrived on the scene and confirmed that the flesh was in fact human. They do a little investigating and realize that the flesh had been being flushed from the top floor. So they go up to the top floor and they knock on the door of a tenant named Dennis Nilsson. Dennis opens the door and the police confront him on the matter, and at first he acts completely shocked. But after a little pushing and prodding from the police, Dennis sighs and he goes, "It's a long story and it goes back a long time, but I'll tell you everything. I need to get it off my chest anyway." As the police drove to the station with Dennis Nilsson in handcuffs in the back seat, the officers said, "So, what are we talking about here? 1 or 2 bodies down there? How many people did you flush?" And Dennis just coolly goes, 15 or 16. As it would turn out, Michael the plumber unknowingly led police to a serial killer who makes the Jeffrey Dahmer story look like a nursery rhyme. And just as Dennis had mentioned earlier, he did have a lot to get off of his chest. He explained that he started out trying to have normal relationships and he didn't want to kill people, it just kind of panned out that way. He would have a relationship here, a relationship there, but they would ultimately always end up leaving him, and so he finally found a way to get them to stay. In the 1970s, Dennis had started frequenting gay bars and pubs and luring men back to his apartment with the promise of drinks, and once he got them in there and got them inebriated, he would then proceed to strangle them or drown them. And then once his house guest was dead, he would perform a ritual of cleaning, bathing, shaving, and dressing the bodies, and then posing them in different places around the house, taking photographs, having conversations with the corpses, doing some naughtier things with the corpses, and then ultimately he would stuff the bodies under the floorboards. And he would leave the bodies under the floorboards as long as he possibly could, but ultimately, of course, decomposition would take over, the smell would get to be too much, so he would dismember the bodies, drag it outside, put it in a bonfire, and then mask the smell of burning flesh by putting a car tire on the bonfire. But then Dennis's landlord started remodeling the apartment and actually evicted Dennis, and so Dennis was forced to move into an attic flat where there was no longer access to a piece of land where he could do bonfires. And so he had to start getting creative and find other ways to get rid of the bodies of the people he was killing, and so he began dismembering the bodies into smaller pieces and flushing them down the toilet, which is where our man Michael the plumber ultimately unearthed everything that he had been doing. In a short span of 5 years, Dennis has been confirmed to have killed 12, although he claims to have killed more, and he was guilty of at least 7 more attempted murders. He died in prison in 2018.
There's some disturbed people out there, man, and I'm glad they caught him. I'm glad he died in prison. But, man, to do that to another person is just, you're something else. Disgusting.
A man named Peter Porco hops out of bed, uses the bathroom, shaves, puts on his suit, and walks downstairs to eat breakfast. He then prepares his lunch for work that day, loads the dishwasher, writes a check for his son, and then walks outside to go get the morning newspaper. But when the door shuts behind him, he gets locked out. Luckily though, Peter has a spare key hidden in a flower pot on his front porch. He grabs it, unlocks the door, and opens it slowly just to make sure he doesn't wake up his wife, but out of nowhere, he collapses. Dead. Peter and Joan Porco are your typical modest family that live in a 2-story home in New York. They have 2 sons, John, who serves as a naval officer, and Christopher, who's a student at the University of Rochester, 200 miles away. The couple are both in their 50s and have been married for more than 30 years. Peter serves as a court clerk at the Albany courthouse and is known by his coworkers as a reliable, trustworthy guy. So when he doesn't show up for work on an important court date, everyone becomes a bit concerned. A colleague of his reaches out several times, but Peter never picks up the phone. The coworker then proceeds to drive to his home to make sure that everything is okay, but when he arrives, there's a crimson trail leading from the walkway up to the doorstep, and finally, to Peter. First responders arrive at the scene, and that's when they discover Joan Porco lying in the bed. They're shocked to see that she's alive and conscious because it's obvious she has severe head trauma and there are wounds all over her face. Afraid she won't live much longer, a detective looks at Joan and says, "Who did this to you? Do you know them?" She pauses and it's clear she's not able to make out words. She simply nods, yes. The detective then says, "Was it your son, Chris?" And again, she nods, yes. Joan is then rushed to the hospital, and after 12 hours of emergency surgery, doctors are able to save her life. However, it's clear that she's not 100%. Joan had received trauma with a blunt object 3 times to her head, causing the loss of her left eye and a fragment of her skull. It's revealed that the murder weapon is a 3-foot axe later found in the couple's bedroom. Peter's autopsy report shows that he was hit 16 times with trauma to the head, face, and body. However, the injuries, which tore off a part of Peter's jaw and exposed a part of his brain, were not the cause of his death. It was the blood loss. See, even after such catastrophic injuries, Peter was still able to get up and go about his day as though nothing happened, surviving for several hours. It's also worth noting that in the past 2 years, the Porcos had undergone 2 separate robberies where computers and electronics were stolen from the home. As detectives continue to sift through the evidence surrounding the Porco case, a news reporter makes a call to their son Chris and tells him his parents are dead. He proceeds to call 911 and see if this is actually true, and tells police that he was sleeping in the lounge of his college when his mom and dad were attacked. Now keep in mind, Joan identified Chris as her attackers, so detectives start looking for reasons why he'd be motivated to kill his parents. They begin digging into his past to find that his relationship with Joan and Peter was far from perfect. And just 2 weeks before his murder, Peter Porco had confronted his son Chris about forging his name on a $46,000 check to buy a yellow Jeep Wrangler. Investigators then come across a crucial piece of information. Joan and Peter Porco have a $1 million life insurance policy, half of which is entitled to their son Chris. 3 weeks following the grisly ambush of the Porcos, Joan, who is in a medically induced coma, wakes up. And as she starts coming to, she says that she doesn't remember anything about the night of the attack, and even goes on to defend Chris, saying that her son would never do such a thing. But his mother's defense isn't enough. The evidence keeps stacking up against Chris, with surveillance cameras from his college showing a yellow Jeep leaving campus at 10:30 on the night of the attack. The vehicle returns the following morning at 8:30, and a pair of New York toll booth operators also report seeing a yellow Jeep between the time he left and returned to campus. And when students and staff are asked if they'd seen Chris on the night of his father's murder, no one reports saying that he was sleeping in the lounge of his dorm. Also, if you're still wondering how Peter was able to go about his day with a chunk taken out of his brain, I have your answer. Basically, the paleocortex, the part of the brain responsible for daily tasks, wasn't actually injured during the attack, turning Peter into a real-life zombie, able to go about his day until eventually he bled out and died. A year later, in November 2005, Chris is indicted, and his mother, who is still severely disfigured from the attack, manages to scrape together $250,000 for bail and stay with him every day, arm in arm, until his trial begins in May 2007. Prosecutors argue that from their findings, Chris had manipulated his friends at school, claiming that he was a rich kid, but in reality, he was just a con man. Not only did he regularly steal money from his parents, but he himself was responsible for the 2 burglaries at the Porco home. He'd pawned the electronics off on eBay because mom and dad had cut him off. And when they cut off Chris for a 3rd time, he, in a fit of rage, drove 300 miles in his stolen Jeep to murder his parents and frame it as though it was just a burglary that had gone wrong. The defense, on the other hand, says that no physical evidence actually ties Chris to the crime scene. However, it's this one detail that proves that Chris Porco is a cold-blooded killer. On the night of the attack, someone had used the family's 4-digit passcode to enter the home and turn off the alarm before smashing it. On May 24, 2007, Chris Porco is sentenced to 2nd-degree murder and attempted murder, being sentenced to 50 years in prison. Just how was Chris able to look his mom
Tell me that ain't Nancy Pelosi.
in her disfigured face and lie to her saying he wasn't the one who did it without feeling an ounce of remorse? A psychologist working on the trial explains this phenomenon best with one word: sociopath.
Did you know that the movie Jaws?
Yeah, that's, man, to do that to your parents, there's something wrong with you. Something really, really wrong with you. To even hurt your mother's, I don't, evil don't even describe it. I just, it's nothing I can comprehend how people can do this. I don't understand.
Jaws was inspired by a true story? Well, let's go back in time. Back in the year 1916, between July 1st and 12th of that year, 5 people were attacked along the coast of New Jersey by sharks, and only one of the victims survived. Let's set the scene. It's the middle of the summer along the Jersey shore. The boardwalk is bustling, the beaches are busy, and the cool ocean water is calling your name. It's Saturday, July 1st at Beach Haven, a resort town on the southern coast of New Jersey, and Charles Epting Van Sant, a 28-year-old man from Philadelphia, was on vacation at the luxurious Angleside Hotel with his family. On that night, just before dinner, Charles decided to take a short swim in the Atlantic Ocean with a dog that he came across on the beach. So, following the dog into the water, Charles jumped in and swam out into the dark ocean waters. A few moments later, Charles's family noticed that he had begun to scream. Fellow bathers in the water believed that Charles was calling out to the dog he had befriended, but the reality of the situation was much darker. Charles was in the midst of a vicious shark attack, and his legs were being ripped apart by a massive beast under the water. After people on the beach and in the water began to realize that Charles was actually being attacked, a lifeguard named Alexander Ott and a bystander named Sheridan Taylor hopped into the water to rescue him. After grabbing a hold of Charles, who was thrashing and screaming, they pulled him ashore. The bystander, Sheridan, would later claim that the bloodthirsty shark followed them in the water all the way up to the beach. At this point, Charles was bleeding profusely, as his left thigh was stripped of its flesh, and shortly afterwards, he bled to death on the manager's desk of the Angleside Hotel. This was the first of multiple attacks that would ravage the shore that summer. Despite the brutal attack on Charles Van Sant, kind of like in the movie Jaws, the beaches along the Jersey shore remained open. And although sea captains who were entering the ports of Newark and New York City reported seeing large sharks swimming off the coast of New Jersey, they were ignored. These captains had tried to warn the public, but no one listened. Fast forward almost a week later to Thursday, July 6, 1916. Spring Lake, New Jersey, 45 miles north of Beach Haven where the first attack occurred, was another beachside community where people from New Jersey came to relax and catch some sun. But on that day, a dark force was waiting out in the waters, preparing to attack. That evening, Charles Bruder, a 27-year-old Swiss bell captain at the Essex and Sussex Hotel, was out on the ocean, swimming 130 yards from the shore. Charles had swam many times in these waters without issue. He knew them like the back of his hand. But that day, while out amongst the waves, a massive shark bit him in the abdomen, tearing apart his insides, and then proceeded to sever both of his legs. According to reports from witnesses, the amount of blood spilling from Charles's mangled body actually turned the water red, like something straight out of a horror movie. After hearing the screams, a woman on the beach notified 2 lifeguards that a canoe with a red hull had capsized and was floating just at the water's surface. Lifeguards Chris Anderson and George White swiftly rowed out to Charles in a lifeboat, but upon discovering his shredded and lifeless corpse, realized he had been bitten by a shark. Although the lifeguards managed to pull Charles from the water, he was in shock and bleeding profusely and bled to death before he could make it to the shore. According to the New York Times, women were panic-stricken and fainted as Bruder's mutilated body was brought ashore. This was the second brutal shark attack along the Jersey shore in just under a week, and although panic was beginning to set in, people were still venturing out into the dark waters. A week later, on July 12, 1916, the next 2 major attacks would take place in the Matawan Creek, near the town of Keyport, New Jersey. Keyport is a quaint village located just 30 miles north of Spring Lake, where the previous attack had occurred, right near the ocean. Keyport itself resembles more of a Midwestern farm town than a beach resort area, and it was the last place anyone at the time expected another attack to occur. Earlier that day, a man named Thomas Cottrell, a sea captain and Matawan resident, was walking home from work across a bridge in town when he spotted an 8-foot-long shark in the creek heading upstream. Obviously, this was alarming to Thomas, and he rushed into town and attempted to tell locals what he had seen in an attempt to warn them. But sadly, the people of Keyport and Matawan dismissed his warnings, citing that he must have been suffering from heat stroke, and no effort was made to tell people to stay out of the water. So now we get to around 2:00 p.m. that afternoon. A group of local boys, including Lester Stillwell, age 11, were playing in Matawan Creek together, near a dock called the Wyckoff Dock. It was an average summer day. It was hot, the sun was shining, and the kids just wanted to cool off in the water. One of the boys had brought along his pet dog, which was swimming with them as well. While swimming near Wyckoff Dock, the boys claimed they saw what appeared to be an old black weather-beaten board or a weathered log, but they brushed it off as nothing. Lester told his friends to take a look at him as he floated on his back in the water, but as he was floating, he was suddenly and violently pulled beneath the water by a massive shark. Lester's friends were helpless and had no idea what to do as they watched their friend violently being thrashed up and down in the creek as Lester's screams filled the air and his blood filled the water. One boy noticed a dorsal fin poking out of the creek, and it was then when they finally realized that Lester was being attacked by a shark. Immediately, the boys got out of the creek and ran to town for help, screaming that their friend Lester was being attacked, and several men, including Watson Stanley Fisher, a local 24-year-old businessman, rushed to help. At first, the adults thought that Lester had been suffering from a seizure and that the boys had imagined the dorsal fin, so they hopped into the water to try locate Lester's body. Quickly, though, they realized they were dead wrong. Stanley Fisher, the businessman, was quickly able to find Lester's body under the water, but as he was pulling it up from the bottom of the creek, the shark attacked him as well, ripping into his leg. It was a crazy and chaotic scene, and in the process, Stanley lost Lester's body and it floated back down into the depths. Stanley's heroism had led him right into the mouth of the beast as well. After emerging from the creek, the townspeople realized that Stanley's right thigh had been severely injured and stripped of its flesh, and he would later bleed to death at Monmouth Memorial Hospital in Long Branch at 5:30 p.m. that afternoon. Lester's body was recovered 2 days later, 150 feet upstream from the Wyckoff Dock area on July 14, 1916. But the shark wasn't done that day. The fifth and final victim, Joseph Dunn, a 14-year-old boy from New York City, was attacked half a mile upstream from the Wyckoff Dock, nearly 30 minutes after the fatal attacks on Lester and Stanley. At the time, Joseph and his friends were swimming in the same Matawan Creek and had yet to hear about the vicious attack that had just unfolded a few hundred feet up the river. The group was still in the water when someone from town ran down to them, yelling at them that they needed to get out of the water because there was a massive bloodthirsty shark somewhere lurking within its depths. Hearing this, Joseph, his friend, and his brother swam to the dock and began to get out of the creek. But just as Joseph was climbing up the ladder to escape the water, the man-eating shark sprung from the creek and chomped down on his left leg. Joseph screamed, and his brother and friend rushed over to help pull him from the shark's jaws, and after a vicious tug-of-war battle with the shark, they managed to pull Joseph out of the water and saved his life. Joseph Dunn was then taken to St. Peter's University Hospital in New Brunswick, where he eventually recovered from the attack, although he lost his leg. After these attacks, the public was in a full-blown panic. Even President Woodrow Wilson got involved and assigned funds specifically to the New Jersey government to help identify and eliminate the shark threat. All across New Jersey and New York, beaches were patrolled by heavily armed guards on boats. Gates were built in the water near the beaches, and entire communities were shut down. This story was front-page news across the entire nation, and everyone was scared to get into the water. In Matawan specifically, where Joseph, Lester, and Stanley were attacked in the creek, a reward of over $2,000 was offered to anyone who could catch and kill a shark in the creek. Residents of Keyport and Matawan patrolled the shoreline for days, firing shotgun rounds into the water and even detonating dynamite in the creek. However, no shark was ever killed or captured in the area. The nickname given to this killer creature would eventually take a hold of the nation, the Matawan Man-Eater. Multiple people claim to have captured and killed the man-eater in the following weeks, but one specific case sticks out amongst others. On July 14th, 2 days after the attacks in the creek, a man named Michael Schleiser was out on a boat in Raritan Bay, the body of water that feeds into the Matawan Creek, only a few miles from the scene of the attacks. As he was on the water, a great white shark attacked his boat. The boat was sinking, and Michael took action and managed to kill the shark with a broken oar before it could kill him. When the shark's stomach was cut open and analyzed, scientists found suspicious fleshy material and bones, and it was eventually determined that the young great white had previously ingested nearly 15 pounds of human flesh, and thus the man-eater story came to an end. There were no more shark attacks on the Jersey Shore that summer, and to this day, they remain far and few. But scientists still don't have a clear answer to the question, what was the Matawan man-eater? The general consensus at the time, and to this day, was that the shark was a great white. Others suggest that it was a bull shark, as they're most commonly found in creeks and rivers and are known to be aggressive. But we decided to go pay Matawan, New Jersey a visit so that we could check out the locations of these brutal attacks ourselves and search for some of our own answers to our questions.
Imagine getting
I don't know about that, man. I'm not getting in the ocean. I sure ain't getting in no. Man, I'm from here, man. I'm from Arkansas. He said creek. Creeks around here, man, ain't very deep. And so he must be really saying like river, but he's saying creek. But I don't know. I found these interesting. I figure y'all might find them interesting. If y'all like this, man, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It takes my channel a long ways. I'll try to do more of these. I really like these more than I like the other TikToks. So I'll probably do a couple more of these. But yeah, hit that like, hit that sub, man. Until next time, peace. What's good, y'all? Today we're going to do some more weird, crazy TikToks. These are more of the conspiracy theory, I guess. True crime type. But yeah, I like these. This is going to be like 28 minutes or 30 minutes long. So yeah, if y'all like these, man, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It takes my channel a long ways, man. Let's get to it.
Craziest crimes of all time. A man by the name of Sean broke 7 different laws in an effort to be sexy. He did this by breaking into a woman's home, stealing her lingerie, and walking the streets of Sacramento wearing it. A man by the name of Rutledge Dees IV was recently arrested after pretending to have a disability so that nurses would change his dirty diapers. Apparently this was his kink, so he received therapy instead of prison. A woman was upset at her boyfriend Christopher because he let out a horrific fart. Christopher, who was slightly offended, proceeded to headbutt and choke her before she could escape and call police. A woman posing as a psychic promised her clients that she could put a special blessing on their money and double it overnight. Spoiler alert, the next day she ran off with over $100,000. A woman from Michigan has been described as feral after biting off another woman's ear. Why, you may ask? Well, she believed that she was a werewolf and the other woman was a vampire.
When 20-year-old Mary Collins disappears, her whole family immediately fears the worst.
Now, Mary had plans
that
to
dude
meet
was
up with
delusional.
her former boyfriend and high school friend, Levy Pham. He's also meeting his new girlfriend, Kelly Lavery. You can see them all pictured in this video that he posted to Facebook. So when Mary goes missing, her family checks her social media. And what they discover is that these two, they've been bullying her online. They've left her cruel messages saying no one likes her and other really mean things. Now, by this point, the police have been notified of her disappearance, but Mia, Mary's grandmother, is convinced that she's still in Levy's apartment. The police actually do a search of his apartment and they find nothing. And so they don't really push forward with the case. So it turns out that this guy, James Solorano, was present at the time of Mary's disappearance. And he boasted to a friend exactly what the trio had done to her. I won't share all of it because it's horrifying, but they stabbed her 133 times. They put a leash around her neck and tortured her. When she eventually passed away, they covered her body in detergent and cinnamon to mask the smell. They then rolled her up in plastic and stuffed her in a mattress. James actually told his friend they were planning to incinerate that mattress as soon as they got the opportunity to do so. Now that friend was rightfully horrified. He immediately went to the police and told them what happened. They did another search of Levy's apartment, and this time they ripped open the mattress. Just as they were told, there they found the body of 20-year-old Mary Collins. Her family were completely devastated. Now, all 3 were arrested. Their ringleader, Kelly Lavery, took a plea deal and was sentenced to 20 to 30 years in prison. For more 7 Sin crime stories, you can hit that plus button.
I don't think people like that need a plea deal, to be honest. I don't think there should be plea deals for people like that.
Boy went missing and came back as a new child. What happened next will give you chills.
In 1912, 4-year-old Bobby Denver disappeared whilst on holiday with his family. His parents were completely distraught and searched for him everywhere. Eventually, the local and state police got involved, and a massive manhunt to find Bobby was launched. It would be nearly 8 months later before the police would find a young boy matching Bobby's description. This boy was found with an older man named William Cantwell. William said that this kid is not Bobby. This kid is the son of his sister. William and his sister even went to court to try and prove that. But when the Dunbar family took one look at this kid, they told the police it was definitely Bobby. Even the court sided with the Dunbar family. Now here's the truly sinister part. 100 years later, the family, wanting to put an end to all this talk, did a DNA test. Turns out that kid was not Bobby Dunbar. William Cantwell and his sister were correct. To this day, no one knows what happened to Bobby.
The darkest conspiracy theories. The Teletubbies theory. The theory says that the show is inspired by historic events that happened in a Bulgarian mental facility. Each Teletubby is inspired by a kid that was experimented on. Lala was based on a child who had a facial disfigurement and had to smile all the time. Tinky Winky was based on a deaf child who was tied to a fence outside and suffered frostbite. Dipsy was inspired by a child who was constantly sick and ended up lying in his own puke. And Poe was based on a child who fell into fire, which is recognizable why his color is red.
Court documents.
That was just stupid. Stupid.
For Idaho suspect Brian Koberger are now showing that the DNA from the knife sheath is a statistical match to him. An STR DNA comparison was performed, or short tandem repeat analysis, and Koberger's profile was 5.37 octillion times more likely to be his than someone from the general population. I didn't know octillion was a number, but it's apparently a 1 followed by 27 zeros.
That was my bad. That was my bad.
Well, whatever that meant.
I was playing the game, and I got butt down the phone. Okay. That was my bad. What? No. It's only me home.
Okay, so this was just an accident. You called 911. Did you say you killed 2 people or something like that?
Rainbow 16. I had my headset on.
Okay, how old are you?
17.
You're 17. Do you have a driver's license or no?
No.
Okay.
I don't have a driver's license.
Are you, where's your parents at?
Work.
Okay.
No.
Do you want me to talk to your mom?
Yeah, you can.
You're not in any trouble, man. If it's an accident...
Hey, is this Elijah's mom?
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, so what happened is, I guess he's saying that he was playing a video game, and in the process of accidentally calling 911, he said that he killed 2 people, but he was talking about on the game. So we thought that there was a double murder, so we showed up to your house with a bunch of us. That's why we're here talking to your son, okay? So there's nothing to be worried about, okay?
Yeah, I got a call.
Yeah, we're just trying to, we're just doing our due diligence here, trying to figure everything out and make sure that everybody's okay, because we have to do that when we get a 911 call.
How you butt dial 911 playing a video game? My phone's right over here. I play video games all the time. Y'all know this. Man, could you imagine? I done killed 2 people.
Remember when Terrifier 2 made people pass out and throw up in theaters? Well, get ready, because Terrifier 3 was just officially confirmed, and it's going to be even bloodier. I have no idea how they're going to top the bedroom scene, but I'm excited to find out. Allegedly, the actors for Art the Clown and Sienna are both returning, so I feel like this means Terrifier 3 will be continuing the story from right after Terrifier 2. One of the producers said they'll have a bigger budget intended on giving filmmakers more creative freedom, and let them be as wild as they can be. And all jokes aside, we're going for that Oscar this year. Can you imagine if Terrifier 3 wins an Oscar? I'll be updating you guys with anything I find out, so follow for more.
I don't think any damn scary movies ever won an Oscar. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, but good luck. But I ain't ever seen Terrifier 1, so I guess I'm missing out. I don't know. I mean, I like B movies, C movies, A movies. It don't matter. A movie's a movie, and it needs to be seen by somebody. So, but Terrifier, I have to look it up.
This is the sickening case of the killer house party. It was summer 2011 in Florida. Tyler Hadley had been telling his friends that his parents were out of town. On the afternoon of July the 16th, Tyler posted on his Facebook, "Party at my crib tonight, maybe." He followed this up at 8 p.m. by posting, "Party at my house, hit me up." A friend, Ashley, asked, "What if your parents come home?" "They won't," he replied, "trust me." Partygoers reported that Tyler seemed very anxious at the party, but it was hard to tell whether this was just nerves or substances. During the evening, there was reportedly 60 people at the party. People were smoking inside,
Wow.
smashing bottles, and just generally trashing the place. In the weeks prior to this party, Tyler had apparently made a sick comment to one of his friends. He said he wanted to kill his parents and have a big party after. He said nobody has ever done that before, kill their parents and then have a party with the body still in the house. The evening went on and eventually people started leaving. As Tyler's friend Mark Andrews was leaving the party, Tyler said he had something he wanted to say to him. He said, "Dude, I did some things. I might go to prison. I might go away for life. I don't know, dude. I'm freaking out right now." Mark told him, "Don't be telling me that sort of thing. I don't need to know." It transpired that Tyler's relationship with his parents had become strained, and at one point as a punishment they'd taken his phone off him. In a sick plot of revenge, after Tyler's parents returned home from work that day, he took their phones off them and locked the dog in the closet. Shortly before 5 p.m, Tyler reportedly took 3 pills and then stood behind his mum, Mary Jo, while she worked on the computer. Sickeningly, he then attacked her with a hammer. As his dad ran to see what was happening, Tyler then attacked his dad with a hammer too. He then dragged their bodies to the master bedroom. He then funded the party that he hosted at the house with his dead parents' credit cards.
Apparently, several partygoers had noticed a bad smell in the house that evening. It's reported that Tyler actually told several of his friends that evening what he had done. One of the friends decided to report this to police after the party. Tyler was sentenced to life in prison, and in 2015, the family home was demolished.
Yeah, hell no. I don't know what's wrong with people to hurt their parents like that. That's just crazy, man. I love my mom, and I would never do nothing to hurt her. And anybody that would do anything to their mom like that just deserves to be under the jail. You don't even deserve to be fed every day. You just need to be put to death immediately. Quit wasting money on these stupid-ass people.
Imagine going to Disney World only to be followed by someone the entire time and not even know it. 17-year-old Madison Gaston received a notification on her phone that an Apple AirTag was following her the entire day. If you guys don't know what an Apple AirTag is, it's basically a mini tracking device used to find your personal items in case you lose them, such as your keys. So Madison received this creepy notification, and it stated that the AirTag was detected with her at 7:09 p.m., but she only received the notification at 11:33 p.m. When Madison clicked on the notification, a map appeared outlining every single place that she went to in the last 4 hours. So basically someone knew every move she was making. By the way, Madison was with her family, and when they saw this, they all panicked and emptied their bags and belongings in the parking lot, but they were still unable to find the AirTag. There's been a number of growing cases where women have reported AirTags following them, and this usually happens in places like Disney World or where kids or teens usually go. And unfortunately, a lot of criminals and predators are using AirTags to stalk people, steal cars, and even kidnap children. And just so you guys know, there are settings on your phone that allows you to get notifications if an AirTag is detected on you, so you might want to check that.
This video...
Oh, I definitely gotta check that out. I had no idea about no damn AirTag. You can just stick them anywhere you want to and just follow whoever you want, huh? People these days are creative and stupid.
Is one reason why you need to make sure you are so hyper vigilant. This woman and her son were just trying to get inside the house, and look what her Ring camera.
She would never cheat, you never see her with a different guy. Ever tell you different, then it's a lie.
This boy killed his neighbour for TikTok fame and got away with it. When he was 16, Zachary Latham's mum passed away, and he went to live with his grandparents. He'd been known to cause trouble and had several assaults on his record, and when he moved areas, this didn't change. He posted regularly on his TikTok about his love for cars, but he started to make enemies in his new area due to his reckless driving. William Durham, a 51-year-old corrections officer, was Zachary's neighbour. He lived with his wife and 2 sons next door. Due to Zachary's behaviour, tensions grew between the Durham family and the Lathams. In April 2020, Zachary got into a confrontation with William's wife, Catherine. She confronted him about his reckless driving, and Zachary filmed the exchange for TikTok. He mocked the woman, calling her a Karen, and the video got over 3 million views. Shockingly, Zachary's followers were actually encouraging his behaviour. They were egging him on to slash her tyres and cause even more trouble. The Durhams had a 21-year-old son called William Jr. When he found out about the video that had been posted online, he confronted Zachary too. However, during that exchange, Zachary threatened him with a knife. The Durhams tried to get police involved, but they just weren't interested. Shortly after this, Zachary intentionally swerved his vehicle, narrowly missing the youngest Durham son. That day, the entire family decided to confront Zachary and put a stop to his behaviour once and for all. That day, Zachary and Catherine got into an altercation in which Zachary hit her in the face and pushed her. The entire Durham family then went round to Zachary's house to confront him. Zachary armed himself with a stun gun and 2 knives. Zachary's wife recorded, presumably for TikTok, as the drama unfolded. A huge brawl erupted, and Zachary stabbed William and attempted to stab one of his sons. During the struggle, Zachary took a blow to the head and was concussed. Witnesses reported seeing blood absolutely everywhere. Police attended the scene and sadly, William Durham had passed away. Shockingly, during Zachary's trial this year, he was found not guilty. His defense team stated that he'd acted in self-defense.
This is a true horror.
That's no fucking self-defense. He provoked the motherfucker till motherfuckers did something about it. I mean, fucking courts are stupid, man.
Horrifying story, part 9. This story took place in the International Indian School in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, in the year 2003. Asim, a 16-year-old Indian student in that school, born and raised in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. On a normal school day, Asim was walking back home alone from school as he lived 5 minutes away. He would walk alone almost every day. It was a hot, sunny day and the roads were empty. Asim suddenly realized that there is someone or something walking right behind him. He sees a very tall woman, about 7 feet tall, covered in black and wearing the niqab, very common attire that women wear in Saudi Arabia. He just took a glimpse and then turned back very quickly without having any other thoughts about that woman, and she was about 150 meters away. As he walked, he asked himself, why was that woman very tall and walked boldly like a wrestler? In that split second, Asim decided to turn his head for one last quick look, and the woman was right behind him. She was able to cover 150 meters in a few seconds. This boy's heart drops. He started walking faster without looking back, as his house was only 50 feet away. He did not want to run because she would know that he's scared. He reaches outside, grabs the handle of the gate, feels safer, and immediately turns around. And no one was there. The entire area was completely deserted, like no one has ever been there before. Now that there are no connecting lanes around the building that Asim lives in, the woman had nowhere to turn. But where is she? It terrified him that she vanished out of nowhere, given the fact that she also followed him 100 meters plus in a few seconds. He just froze and stood there in shock for a whole minute after what just happened. He goes through the gate, turns his head one last time, and there she is, 20 feet away from the gate, staring through his soul with a smile. He was able to tell that she was smiling from the lifted eyelids from the rear ends. As he froze in his spot, staring at this thing, it removes its veil slowly, and the boy sees not a man, not a woman, but a beast-like face, staring at Asim through the gate. After this incident, Asim never walked to school alone for weeks. Until this very day, Asim being in his 30s right now, not knowing what the hell that thing was, and why were the roads completely empty during the time span of this incident.
That's somebody playing a joke on that little kid, boy. Somebody put a mask over a mask and then just started to scare the shit out of a kid. I mean, duh.
Did she beg you to stop? Did you hear her lungs gargling with blood? Or did you see it in her face when she realized she could no longer breathe due to her collapsed lungs? What were her last words? Did you stay to watch her die? Or did you leave her there in agonizing pain as you ran away?
Now a lot of people have been tagging me in this video, so I'm here to explain the backstory to this whole thing. The girl you see here is named Tristy Bailey, who on Mother's Day was found brutally stabbed and slashed to death. Now Tristy was one of 5 children of Stacy and Forrest Bailey. She lived in Florida and attended Patriot Oaks Academy, where she was a cheerleader. On May 9th, 2021, Tristan's parents reported her missing after her mother came back home and didn't find her in her room. The neighborhood came together to try and find Tristan, but failed. That's when the police got involved, where they found Tristan's body stabbed 114 times. A nearby neighbor's CCTV camera captured Tristan walking alongside with what appeared to be Aiden Fucci, who at the time was 14 years old. But then 2 hours later, Aiden can be seen running back home alone. Police quickly took Aiden Fucci in for questioning, where Aiden took a Snapchat picture and a video in the back of a cop car. It was obvious that Aiden wasn't taking the situation seriously.
Having fun in a cop car. Yep. Tristan, what's up, guys? Yep. Tristan, if you can walk out the damn. When you see this in a month, this in a cop car, guys. Tripping, dude.
Until investigators saw the snap as well as a response saying, "You were with her, Aiden. You know what happened to her." Investigators also noticed Aiden switching up his story every time he was questioned about the night. After constant interrogation, Aiden finally confessed to being with Bailey that night, and that they were both heading to a friend's house. On their way back, however, Aiden says that they both got into an argument, and he pushed Bailey and Bailey struck her head on a rock on the way down. But investigators found a pocket knife with the tip missing, the same weapon that was used to stab Bailey 114 times. This weapon also belonged to Aiden. They also investigated Aiden's home, where they found blood-stained clothes and blood-stained shoes. It was concluded that Aiden lowered Bailey out of her house, as they were neighbors, then brought her to a secluded area where he stabbed her 114 times, all over her body. Nobody knows why Aiden killed Tristan. It's being stated that Aiden had no motive to kill Bailey, as his peers say that he always fantasized about killing somebody. Aiden was arrested for first-degree murder and charged with the death of Tristan Bailey, and he was tried on February of 2023, where he pleaded guilty, and on March 24th, 2023, he was sentenced to 40 years to life in prison at the age of just 16 years old. Like and follow for more.
Man, so young. I mean, I'm glad they got the psychopath out of here that fast. I mean, it just shows how young people can be for the devil or evil to take over them and make them do something stupid. Now, a 16-year-old is locked up for the rest of his life, and a little girl's dead.
I am not sorry for something I didn't do, and I am not sorry for the things I did do.
Mr. O'Neill,
All right.
Listen, stop.
All right.
Listen to me.
I'm not
You're not going to raise your voice again.
I'm not going to raise my voice again. I'm not.
I will have you removed from this courtroom. I can sentence you without you being present.
Yes, ma'am.
You don't conduct
I
yourself.
understand, Your Honor.
Thank you.
But I will say, I'm sorry for your loss.
19 years I've been at this job. I've seen human beings killed at the hands of others in every way imaginable. You name it, I've seen it. Shootings, stabbings, drownings, suffocatings, blown apart by cars in DUI manslaughter cases. Horrible things. This is the worst case I have ever seen as far as the facts go. When the person from fire department, when he testified, and when he said that he retrieved the body of Ronivia O'Neill from the home, and all he could do was sob. It took every ounce I had not to start sobbing too. Because there is no way any person with any feeling could have witnessed or seen the photos of what occurred that night and not be haunted for the rest of your life. I know I will be. For the rest of my life, I'll be haunted by what I saw as far as the evidence and just the abject cruelty of it all. The abject cruelty. And I was aware, because I reviewed a lot of the discovery ahead of time, as you well know, did a lot of in-camera inspection of a lot of documents. And I was aware there was some evidence, at least, that when you needed to recover from your gunshot wound, that neither your parents nor your Aisha, Miss Robinson, would let you come recover at their home. I don't know if it's true or not. I'm not going to get into a dispute. I'm just mentioning there was some evidence referencing that in the records. And all I could think about, because I knew that Miss Barron was not with you romantically at the time, and I knew that she just out of the goodness of her heart let you come stay with her. And it is beyond tragic that that critical decision ended in so much horror for her and for her children. It is unspeakably cruel what happened as a result of that one decision. The way that Miss Barron died was horrific, and that 911 call, which captured truly all of it. You heard, and everyone who's heard that 911 call heard a death scream. If anybody ever wants to know what it sounds like before a human being dies, knowing that their death is imminent, that's exactly what it is. That was a death scream.
We're going to see if it's true.
But what happened to little Ranivia and to little Ronnie, but I'm going to focus on Ranivia because she was special. And you can tell Miss Barron had done everything she could to create a beautiful home for her family. I noticed that the Ranivia's bedroom, before you set it on fire, you could tell she tried so hard to make her feel like a princess. Kenyatta did everything she could. And I noticed too in the kitchen, on the refrigerator, she put up magnets that said faith, love, family, hope. And then you know what else happened to that refrigerator during that night? It got splattered with blood all over it due to what happened. Little Ranivia, she couldn't scream, she couldn't run away, and she witnessed what you did to her mother as far as shooting her mother in the arm with the gunshot. She knew. And the horror that that child suffered. And she already had a life where she was born with challenges regarding her physical and her mental disabilities. But the pain and suffering that she suffered that night at your hands, unspeakable, absolutely unspeakable. And at the moment, that first time you struck her with that hatchet, and little Ronnie testified that all he could see was tears coming out of his sister's face. At that moment, that child knew. She knew she was being betrayed in the cruelest, most tragic and sorrowful way that a child could ever be betrayed. She was being betrayed by her parent, the one person that should be there to protect their children and love them and keep them from harm. And that was the last thing that child felt before she passed on from this earth, was your utter, cruel betrayal to her.
I hope that dude rots. He killed his own little girl with a hatchet. Man, I love all my daughters. And that dude, I hope somebody gets his ass every day. I mean, I hope they tear his asshole up. I hope he has stitches every freaking once a week put on his butthole.
Is this your chin, Mama? Do this and put it on your chin. Oh.
This is Samantha Sacharvi and her daughter, Vianne Mangrio. Sadly, they are no longer here with us today. They lived in Burnley, UK. They had a beautiful, loving mother and daughter relationship. Vianne's father living in Pakistan. Vianne was only 14, but both her parents were very proud of her because she already had plans to go to Cambridge and study law. Samantha had hired a man named Shabazz Khan to do some handiwork around the house, but he did more than just handiwork on the day of October 1st, 2020.
They look sketchy.
The bodies of Saman and Vianne were found. When police decided to go to their house for a welfare check, police launched an investigation and found that the handyman on CCTV was there that day. 52-year-old Shabazz Khan was then arrested. He had laced Saman's rose wine with diazepam before ultimately strangling her. A little while after that, at 3:25 p.m., Vianne was coming home from school, and when she arrived into the house, Khan drugged her and ended her life too. To throw him off as the suspect, Khan tried to make it look like the bodies were set on fire by the tea kettle, but had trouble doing so. So instead, he started to write on the wall, COVID-19 and my mom is evil, to make it look like the two mother and daughter didn't like each other and had a falling out. Luckily for autopsy, it showed that that wasn't the case, and that Saman passed away from pressure on her neck while her daughter's body was so badly burnt that they could only say that she died of asphyxiation. In Khan's loft, they found jewelry worth 27,000 pounds that belonged to Saman. Khan was sentenced to life in prison with a minimum of 34 years, while his wife, who also tried to lie about his whereabouts to the cops, was jailed for 30 months. Always be careful on who you allow in your home.
Facts.
Is this guy a hero, or is he a terrible monster? This guy's name is Steve Sanderson. He's a guy who's currently serving a life in prison sentence for the 1991 murder of his girlfriend. And in 2015, he just happened to get a new cellmate, a man named Theodore Dyer. Now, this guy was sentenced to prison because he did unspeakable things with a 9-year-old girl. And he was trying to hide that fact from the other prisoners. But being his new cellmate, Steven found out right away what Theodore Dyer was in prison for. And while they were alone in their cell together, this guy was trying to explain his situation, saying he was framed. Steven told him to be quiet, and the next day he would have to find a new cell. Well, the guy kept talking, and Steven had just about enough. So Steven punched him in the face a few times, took off his shoelaces, and then strangled him and ended his life. The court gave him one more life sentence, but it wouldn't have mattered because he already had a life sentence. While in court, Steven said about Theodore Dyer, "I didn't judge him. The only judge is God. I just set up the appointment."
Facts. These facts. That was so much facts. So I didn't judge him. God did. I just set up the appointment. That's fucking awesome. The hell?
Oh, I missed you, Mr. Thompson.
If you ain't ever seen that movie, don't.
How I've missed our merry times together on Ponder Rock.
You will not believe who the killer was in this child murder case. It was August in 1993 in New York when 4-year-old Derek Roby was making his way to summer camp. He only lived 1 block away, and his mum claims that this was the first time she'd ever let him walk anywhere on his own. Tragically, that afternoon, Derek's remains were found. He was discovered in the nearby woods about halfway between his house and his intended destination. He'd been lured from the pavement, strangled and beaten with rocks. Disturbingly, he'd been SA'd with a stick. It's also worth noting that when he was found, he had Kool-Aid poured all over his body. Bizarrely, 4 days later, 13-year-old Eric Smith offered to help police with the case. When police questioned him, he initially claimed to not have seen Derek that day, but he then did keep changing his story. Now, when Eric's dad attended the police station to see what was going on, he offered Eric some Kool-Aid. Eric reacted very bizarrely to this and threw the Kool-Aid on the floor. At this point, police were very suspicious of Eric, and they also found out from neighbours that he'd been asking very strange questions. These were questions all about DNA evidence and also what would happen if they found that a child had killed Derek. Shortly after, Eric did confess to the killing. He claimed that it was because of his anger about being bullied by other kids. At the age of 13, he was convicted of second-degree murder. This is a more recent picture of Eric, and he was actually released from prison in February of this year.
Craziest crimes of all time.
Wow. That's crazy. Kids killing kids, man. Evil can get you young now. That God's children ain't safe no more. But man, these were true crime stories. I hope y'all enjoyed them, man. If y'all did, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It means a lot, and it takes my channel a long ways, man. I'll try to do more of these, man, if y'all would. See y'all later. What's good, everybody? Today we're gonna do some more weird TikToks. These are the true crime TikToks. I really enjoy these. Very interesting. You don't have to take these with a grain of salt because these are usually true. So if y'all would, hit that like, hit that sub, man. It takes my channel a long ways. But yeah, let's get into it.
The Teletubbies conspiracy theory claims that the show was inspired by events in a Bulgarian mental facility called La La Land. Psychotic children were purportedly isolated in dark rooms, and apparently 4 children who died on the same day inspired the characters in Teletubbies. Lala's facial disfigurement and 5 years of isolation inspired Lala. Tuate, a deaf, facially deformed child, was tied to the fence outdoors and frostbitten, inspiring Tinky Winky. Donka, starving and unwell, inspired Dipsy by lying in his vomit for days. Ultimately, Paulina fell into a fire and was roasted alive, inspiring Poe. So why are they called the Teletubbies? The children's main source of comfort were the television sets in their room, and when they got word that the mental institution was getting rid of them, the children concocted a plan to hide the TVs. The children would rip out their insides to hide the miniature TV sets that were too big to swallow, only to be found dead by the returning caregivers the next morning.
I said these were true, but that sounded like a load of shit. Ain't no kid done cut their stomach open with nothing and stuck a TV inside of them. That's just the stupidest shit I've heard. In a mental hospital.
This is the case of 16-year-old Susana Morales and how a police officer has been accused of murdering her. On Tuesday, July 22nd, 2022, 16-year-old Susana Morales went to go visit a friend that lived nearby. This friend lived in the Sterling Glen Apartments, which was near Susana's home on Santa Ana Drive. Susana would normally walk to this friend's house, so this was a route that she had taken many times. She left her home at around 6 p.m. and was at her friend's house for a couple of hours. At around 9:40 p.m., Susana texted her mother Maria and told her that she was on her way home. Again, this should have taken her a very short amount of time since they lived so close. It should have taken her about 10 minutes. However, when 10 minutes went by, Susana was still not home. Maria began texting and calling Susana to see if everything was okay, but she never got a response back. The family continued to try and get in contact with Susana, but at about 9 a.m. the following morning on July 27th, the Morales family called the police department and reported Susana as missing. However, the police department told the family that they didn't believe Susana was missing or that she was in any type of danger. In fact, they told the family that she was most likely a runaway. They also told them that they needed to wait 48 hours before officially reporting her as missing. Now, the family knew that Susana would not voluntarily leave. Things were great at home. She had a loving family. She had loving sisters, loving parents, a boyfriend, and it just wasn't like her to go completely MIA. So the family took the investigation into their own hands and they started going around the community asking if anyone had seen Susana the night that she disappeared. And someone did. One of their neighbors caught security camera of Susana walking home. Now, this neighbor's house was very close to the Morales house. It was literally just a 1-minute walk. You can see Susana wearing a yellow tank top, light blue jeans, and white Crocs. She was walking by herself on the route that she would normally take to go back home. However, somewhere between her neighbor's house, which was just a minute away, and her house, something happened. Family showed this footage to the police because it clearly shows that Susana was not running away. She had her phone on her hand and she was literally walking home. So police looked at this footage and they decided to look at her phone records to see if it could ping a location. Phone records showed that between 10:07 and 10:21 p.m., Susana was walking in the direction of her house on Singleton Road. Then between 10:21 p.m. and 10:26 p.m., her phone indicated that she was in the area of Oak Lock Trace and Steve Reynolds Boulevard. After that, her phone either died or was turned off. After discovering this information, there really wasn't any serious movement in Susana's case. It literally took police a month to put out a statement letting people know that Susana was missing, but at this time, they still considered her a runaway. However, that would all change on February 6, 2023. This is when the remains of 16-year-old Susana Morales were discovered along Highway 316 between Drowning Creek and Barrow County. And next to Susana's remains, police found When police checked the serial number, it came back as belonging to 22-year-old Miles Bryant. And it turns out that Miles was actually a police officer. Okay, more in part 2.
Hold up. They threw her off saying that she wasn't a runaway, or that she was a runaway, that she wasn't kidnapped or anything like that. And it just so happens that they found a cop's gun at the scene. No wonder they kept putting it off. But to be honest with you, they say not to report it for 48 hours, somebody missing, but they also say that if they don't find you in the first 48 hours, that they likely won't find you. So what's going on with that? I mean, they're giving you 48 hours to get away with a crime that they know after 48 hours that they're going to have a slim chance of catching you. So it's lets these predators get away with shit that they shouldn't. But yeah, that's crazy, man. Heart go out to her family.
Don't be fooled by this smile. This guy is one of the biggest dickheads to ever live on this planet. This asshole's name is Nicolae Ceausescu. He was the dictator of Romania from 1964 to 1989. And because of this prick's horrible economic policies, his country was drowning in debts. In Ceausescu's mind, the best way to combat this was to tell his own citizens to make more babies. In his mind, more babies meant more people in the workforce. Romanian citizens listened to this guy, and before long, they had more babies babies than they knew what to do with. Parents couldn't take care of so many children, so orphanages ended up getting really overcrowded. In some orphanages, these kids were literally not even being fed because this useless sack of shit refused to allocate enough funds towards these orphanages. This is only one of the many atrocities this fucker committed. So it's no surprise that in 1989, him and his wife were both executed by firing squad by Romanian citizens for crimes against humanity.
Hell yeah. Thank God the citizens got to do that. That's awesome that the citizens actually got to take justice out for his failure and his demise to their people. Glad to see civil justice.
Okay, this appears to be one of the weirdest true crime stories in history. And it's one that totally flew under the radar, at least in the United States, because of when it happened and where it happened. Back in early 2017, two separate women in two separate countries were both approached by men saying they wanted to film a series of prank videos for YouTube. One was from Vietnam, one was from Indonesia. They were paid a small amount of money for this, although it wasn't a small amount of money to them. The prank was that they would run up to strangers in public places and smear some sort of lotion or baby oil or something on their faces, and then apologize and run away, or kiss them on the cheek and run away, and that was the prank. And they did this over and over and over again, getting specific direction from the guys who hired them on how to dress, on exactly where to smear the cream, that kind of thing. They did it, they got paid, everything seemed fine. They assumed these videos were going up somewhere. In February of 2017, each of the women were told, hey, we're going to bring in a partner. The two of you are going to work together on this one. It's at Kuala Lumpur Airport in Malaysia. They were told exactly how to dress. One of them was told to wear a white t-shirt with the letters LOL on it. You know, like maybe that was branding for the prank channel or something. They were shown the target. They ran up. They smeared the stuff on his face. And then he died. This time, the baby oil had been replaced by the deadly nerve agent VX. The prank victim was Kim Jong-nam, the half-brother of Korean dictator Kim Jong-un. The two women were apparently unknowingly carrying out an assassination on behalf of the regime. See, Kim Jong-nam had been working with the CIA, apparently, and had been exiled from North Korea since 2003. They had apparently tried to take him out multiple times and finally succeeded by convincing two young women they were acting in a prank YouTube video.
Wow, that's crazy, man. How they should have known not to just run up to anybody and just smear shit in their face. That's just crazy. I mean, they get what they get. I mean, man, I don't know what to say about that.
Years ago, the nation was shocked and overjoyed to hear that two missing children had been found alive.
Wow, that's crazy, man. You see how both of those turned out? Those kids turned out? Man, and the dude only got 7 years for kidnapping and abducting, and they let him go just so he could do it again. Man, something gotta be done about this justice system. That shit ain't right. 7 years, man, get out.
These are the most haunted places in Pakistan. Starting at number 4, Shah Allah Dita Caves in Islamabad. This famous tourist spot in Islamabad is advised to only be visited at daytime. In Islam, caves are known to be homes for jinns. Visitors have reported hearing shrill noises from within these caves, and the locals don't usually go anywhere near them. Number 3, Sheikhapura Fort in Lahore. Sheikhapura Fort is a historical fort located in the district of Lahore. The fort is currently in awful shape, and no one is willing to restore the site. But anyone who dares to go near the fort returns with fear and horror. It is said that the last queen that resided in the fort died there, and it has since been haunted. Number 2, Mohatta Palace in Karachi. This palace is ranked as the most haunted historical landmark in Pakistan. Today, this palace serves as a museum. The guards and the workers in this palace have experienced dreadful activities. They would see artifacts moving from their place. They would hear noises of people having a party inside, and they would be physically touched by unseen beings. Let alone, the staff always warn visitors not to come alone if they want to avoid an unwanted encounter. And finally, number 1, Karsaz Road in Karachi. The Bride of Karsaz is a horrific tale about a newlywed couple that died in a car crash on Karsaz Road. Since then, there have been several sightings of a bride dressed in red that lingers around the road. But it gets even more sinister. Several people have reported that a bride stands on the side of the road at night, signaling late-night travelers for help. Once they stop, the bride's face turns into something unearthly, almost like a decomposing body, and she chases them down. Eyewitnesses say that they were chased by the bride, with her running as fast as their cars. It's safe to say that Karsaz Road isn't the most welcoming place in Pakistan. You tell me, what country should I do next?
I don't know about that. I don't know where I am on the fence about ghosts and stuff like that. You say ghosts, I say demons, probably. I mean, that's all I can say. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that. I mean, if it's haunted, it means it's probably possessed by demons. I don't believe in ghosts. I think ghosts are really just demons disguised, acting like your loved ones. That's just my
This is a case of 4 University of Idaho students and how they were murdered in the middle of the night. 5 students lived in this house on King Road in Moscow, Idaho. On the first floor, we have roommate BF. On the second floor, we have roommate DM and 20-year-old Xana Kernodle. Lastly, on the third floor, we have 21-year-olds Madison Mogan and Kaylee Gonsalves. On the night of Saturday, November 12, 2022, Maddie and Kaylee arrived to a bar called the Corner Club at around 10 p.m. They were there for a couple of hours, and then at around 1:40 in the morning, the two girls headed over to a local food truck to get some food. After this, they made their way back home and arrived at around 1:56 in the morning. Later that night, Kaylee posted this photo on Instagram with the roommates plus Xana's boyfriend Ethan Chapin, and she captioned it, "One lucky girl to be surrounded by these people every day." Now, as for Ethan and Xana's routine that night, they had gone to a house party nearby and had gotten back to the house at around 1:46 in the morning. Now, even though Ethan didn't live at the house, he decided to spend the night there with his girlfriend. So by 2 o'clock in the morning, all of the roommates plus Ethan were already at the house, either asleep or getting ready for bed. However, we do know that Xana remained awake for some time because at around 4 o'clock in the morning, she ordered a DoorDash order to be delivered to the house. Around that same time, roommate DM was woken up by the sound of what she thought was Kaylee playing with her dog Murphy up on the 3rd floor. A short time later, she heard who she thought was Kaylee say something to the effect of, "There's someone here." However, this also could have been Xana because her phone records show that she was on TikTok at around 4:12 in the morning. So after hearing someone say, "There's someone here," roommate DM looked outside her bedroom door, but she didn't see anything. Then, DM opened her door a second time when she heard what she thought was crying coming from Xana's bedroom. She also heard a male voice say something to the effect of, "It's okay, I'm going to help you." Finally, DM opened her door a third time when she heard crying, and this time she saw something. She saw someone dressed in all black wearing a mask that covered their nose and their mouth walking towards her. He was a male, 5'10" or taller, not really muscular but athletically built, and had bushy eyebrows. This man just walked past DM as she stood frozen in place and headed over towards the back sliding glass door. After seeing this male, she quickly locked herself back inside her room. Later that morning at around 11:58 in the morning, either roommate BF or roommate DM called 911 and requested help for an unconscious person. And when police arrived to the scene, they found the deceased bodies of Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Madison Mogan, and Kaylee Gonsalves. All four of them had been stabbed, and police believe that the murders happened somewhere between 4 o'clock in the morning and 4:25 in the morning. During the investigation, police did find a shoe print outside of DM's bedroom, and they also recovered a tan leather night sheet that was lying on the bed next to Maddie's right side. Through surveillance footage, police also discovered that a white sedan had passed by the house numerous times the night of the murders. Okay, more in part 2.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about that. How 5 people just die. I mean, they had to be gassed or something for nobody to be able to respond or do something. But it's weird how they say she made a call at 4 in the morning for a DoorDash. Could have been a DoorDasher. I mean, it's 4 in the morning, around the same time that they were killed, so makes you think.
Did you guys know that the movie The Hills Have Eyes is actually based on a true story, and the actual story is just as disturbing, if not more? So this story takes us to a place called East Lothian in Scotland, and that's where we meet Sonny Bean. Sonny came from a very poor family, and his father was a ditch digger and a hedge trimmer. So naturally, his father expected his son to follow in his footsteps. However, Sonny ended up meeting a woman called Agnes Black, and a lot of people suspected her of being a witch, if not evil. Some people even claimed that she ate human flesh. So knowing that their relationship would never be approved, they decided to run away together. However, they went for a very alternative lifestyle. They were said to have started living in this cave here, and it's located on the Galloway coast in Scotland. And because this story took place in the 1600s, the couple were able to get away with a lot. Together, they ended up having 8 sons and 6 daughters, and all of those kids ended up producing 18 grandsons and 14 granddaughters. So yes, basically they were all breeding with each other. Now, because they were living in a very remote area, they basically had no human contact. Whenever they would see a human passing by the coast, they would attack them. Now, at first, their goal was just to rob these people of whatever food and money and belongings they had, but soon it developed into something much darker. They not only started attacking men, women, and children, robbing them, but then they would take their bodies into their cave and devour them. It's estimated that the entire Bean family had well over 1,000 victims. However, one time they ended up attacking a couple on horseback that was on the beat, and they went for the wife first, and the man was able to get away. But before he was able to get away, it was said that the family attacked the wife and basically disemboweled her, cut her throat open, and mutilated her entire body before taking her to their cave. Obviously, the husband, terrified, escapes and runs back to the village and reports everything to the king. That's when the king launches an investigation and hunts down the Bean clan. When they finally did find the cave, inside was a scene out of a horror movie. There was gold, watches, and clothing all over, but there was also pieces of human limbs hanging from the wall like dried beef. Because of the heinous crimes they had committed, it was said that they weren't given a trial, and the men had certain parts of their body cut off and then they were thrown into the fire. They also made the women and the young girls watch the men burn alive. Then when it came for their turn, they were simply just thrown into the fire. I have a slightly longer version of this on my YouTube channel, same username at HeebieJeebiesTV. Here's some.
I did not know that was based off a true story, and that is some weird shit. 1,000 something victims, and they got away with it for years, man. That's crazy. It took the king to come down there and kill them, and then they got what they deserved. I mean, threw them in the fire. Hopefully they didn't eat them afterwards, but man.
And better footage
The
of
good
the
old
Watts
days.
family ghosts caught on police body camera. The first video that you're going to see is going to be the one of a little girl running down the stairs.
I can.
I'm not seeing these.
Yes.
Oh my gosh. What in the world is that? Wow.
Hi. It's me. I miss your face. I was just calling to say hi.
Oh, hell no.
Yes. Yes.
Hell no. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that. That was just weird. Demons playing tricks on you.
Obviously a ton of conspiracies about Michael Jackson, but in my opinion one of the most interesting ones, if not a little ridiculous, is that this is what he actually looked like. Hear me out. On January 27, 1984, Michael Jackson was shooting a Pepsi commercial at LA's Shrine Auditorium. Everything was going great until the sixth take when the pyrotechnics malfunctioned, causing his head to be engulfed by a fireball on camera in front of 3,000 fans. Now, he likely couldn't feel it at first, but as he made his way down the stairs onto the stage, it didn't take long for the stagehands to realize he was on fire. Aaron Faye, his hair and makeup artist at the time, said, quote, "This was someone I knew and he was on fire. By the time I got to him, all of his hair was gone and there was smoke coming out of his head." According to the hospital, Michael suffered second and third degree burns across his head and face. In 1992, the music video director that was filming his tour, Rudy Dolezal, was told that Jackson refused to appear on camera on days that he wasn't performing because on those days he didn't have a nose. Rudy went on to tell the New York Post that Jackson needed a prosthetic nose that took hours to put on using makeup and putty. In 2002, rumors were running rampant in the tabloids that what was left of Jackson's nose cartilage had completely collapsed. So what's the conspiracy, man? I couldn't figure out what it was used for, but there is footage of Michael Jackson being made up to look like an old man using makeup and prosthetics, and it's very convincing. Then there's also this Akon interview where Akon describes going to the movies with Michael Jackson and being shocked when he got there and a complete stranger walked up to him and started talking in Michael's voice because it was Michael, but he was absolutely unrecognizable. The theory being that nobody really knew what Michael Jackson looked like anymore because the Michael Jackson that was famous was just a mask. Now this is a real man named Dave Dave. a victim of horrible burns when he was young, and Michael Jackson just kind of took an interest in him and took care of him. So at first, when I was reading about this, I was like, okay, case closed, that's a different guy. But the theory points out that Dave suddenly became a lot more public, and his appearance kind of changed after Michael Jackson's death, insinuating that Jackson didn't pass away in 2009, but instead resumed living under various assumed identities, easily fooling the world because nobody had really known what he looked like since the 80s.
It would be great if they had their voice here.
Hit the link in my bio to watch hours of conspiracy theory content on my YouTube, and have a great week.
I don't know about that.
Better allergy relief for better boyfriending. Live Claritin Clear.
Yeah, those were some crazy TikToks, man. I liked them. A couple of them were really interesting. One of them I just didn't understand. Like Teletubbies, there's no way that them kids cut themselves open and stuck a TV inside of them and then died. I mean, they're in a mental hospital. There's nothing sharp they can use to cut themselves. Well, they use their fingernails. But anyway, man, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man. It takes this channel a long ways, man. It means a lot, and it take me a long ways too. So, man, if y'all would, see y'all later. What's good, y'all? Today we're gonna react to some more TikToks. These are I think the true crime ones. So I like these. They're very interesting. They're good facts to know, and I like to learn. So yeah, before we do, let's hit that like, let's hit that sub, man. It takes my channel a long ways. Yeah, let's get to it.
Top 3 creepy last words people said right before dying. A nurse said that one night she was floated to oncology at the hospital she used to work at. She was given a patient who was passing away and had been unconscious for several days. At one point during the night, the nurse went into the room and the patient was on top of the bed. She looked at the nurse and said, "Don't let them take me." The nurse was freaked out and she asked her who was going to take her, and the patient said, "That black thing up there," and pointed up in the air. The patient died within minutes. A guy was rushed into a level 1 trauma facility from a motorcycle versus truck collision. The guy's able to talk at the beginning. He was drunk and cussing out the doctors and nurses trying to help him. They end up intubating him to preserve the airway, and he's going downhill fast. He codes, but they manage to bring him back. Suddenly, the guy comes completely to, rips out his tube, grabs one of the med student's hands, and lets out a breathy-like scream. "Don't let me die. I'm going to hell. Please don't let me die," he said. This freaks out everyone. The guy said he woke up in hell on fire and keeps begging someone to check his feet for burns. Nobody could believe that he pulled out his tube and was talking. Despite everything they did, the guy still died. The doctors and nurses were freaked out about it for weeks. Emma said that when she worked in a nursing home, they had a resident that was unpleasant, to say the least. One day, Emma was on bell duty. It was her responsibility to answer all the bells for 2 hours, and the man rang his bell and told her that there was a black dog under his bed. Emma looked under the bed, but there was nothing there. She thought that he could have possibly seen a dog because it was a hot day and the front door to the home was open. She told him that the dog must have gone out the door before she arrived. He rang the bell again a short time later, insisting that he could see a dog under the bed. Again, Emma couldn't see anything. This carried on. He became quite hysterical on one occasion, shouting that the black dog under his bed was trying to bite him and that it had red eyes. He looked terrified, and Emma couldn't calm him down for ages until the dog disappeared. She handed over what happened to the nurse in charge and went home as it was the end of her shift. The next day, she was on afternoon shift, and she found out that the man had died not long after she had gone home. It really freaked her out. Emma said that he was a very unpleasant man, and she often wondered if the dog was there to take him away to you-know-where.
Wow. That first one was really freaky. Don't let that dark thing up there get me. That was freaky. Ooh. But yeah, and then dude goes to hell and comes back to life, and he's like checking their feet for burns and stuff. That freaked me out too.
Gonna Ruin Your Childhood, Part 78.
In the movie Shrek, Lord Farquaad did something you probably didn't notice that will make you really mad. So in the beginning of the movie, you see Papa Bear, Mama Bear, and Baby Bear in these cages. But later on in the movie, in this scene, you see Papa Bear and Baby Bear, but where's Mama Bear? It is later revealed that Lord Farquaad turned Mama Bear into a rug in his room.
Oh, wow.
This boy suffered a botched circumcision and was raised as a girl for 13 years. In 1965, David Reimer was born a boy along with his brother in Winnipeg, Canada. But at 8 months, he suffered a botched circumcision and unfortunately, his genitals were accidentally burnt off. While his twin brother was fine, David's damage could not be fixed. So David's parents consulted with Dr. John Money and he suggested that David undergo sex reassignment surgery and be given hormones and instead be raised as a girl. His parents took the advice and changed David's birth name from Bruce to Brenda. Dr. Money believed that David could be easily raised as a girl despite being born as a biological male. The doctor even told David's parents to never tell him or his twin brother what happened to him as a baby. As the twins got older, Dr. Money continued to see them for annual checkups, but it's been said that during these appointments, he would make them rehearse sexual acts as he photographed them. Throughout David's childhood, he rejected anything feminine and consistently showed masculine traits. By the time he reached 13 years old, he was suicidal and his mom realized that he wasn't happy being a girl. Soon after, David's father finally told him the truth and immediately he changed his name from Brenda to David. David then began taking testosterone and going through various operations to rebuild his genitals. But he continued to suffer from psychological trauma throughout his life due to Dr. Money's experiment, and not long after, his twin brother passed away. And sadly, at the age of 38, David committed suicide. A lot of people blame Dr. Money for David's death, but his defense is that it was the right thing to do at the time.
When I think of
What she said, I think she hit the nail on the head, boy. She said that experiment. I was thinking the same thing. I think it was an experiment. I think that doctor was sick, and I think he was doing an experiment on them kids because he was a sicko.
theme park rides likely to kill someone, I don't think about the miniature railway. Unfortunately, that's exactly what happened at Gulliver's Land in Milton Keynes. Hugh Doe was 56 and from Newport Pagnell in Bucks. He was an engineer and he was working at Gulliver's Land on May the 10th, 2006. He had been doing some maintenance on the miniature railway train at the theme park, and after the work was completed, it's reported that he stood up after giving the driver the all clear to move the train on. Tragically, he was killed instantly when the train went into a tunnel. Hideously, it's reported that he suffered a huge amount of trauma to his skull and brain before being dragged through the 10-foot-long tunnel. When a health and safety spokeswoman was asked for comment, she stated that he had been decapitated. She stated, "There was probably 2.5 to 3 inches between the top of the carriage and the tunnel." The park was closed to members of the public the day after the incident as a mark of respect for the victim. There was an inquest into Hugh Doe's death. Eventually it was announced that Hugh's death was labelled as misadventure.
You think people actually want to buy your
Misadventure,
shit?
my ass.
Be cut up fucking flesh and bones and eyeballs and brains. Like, who the fuck wants to eat shit like that?
You never know.
You never know.
You never know.
So prison really was not any type of difference for you. When I came on the trial and told my story about how I was kidnapped and how I attacked you and you claimed that I tried to kill you, it was
You did try to kill me with a knife.
It was self-defense.
Huh.
You were never going to let me go.
Blood-curdling facts that you wish you never knew. Part 13. Hundreds of thousands of bodies have either been lost or buried at sea, so every time you swim in the ocean, you're basically bathing in a graveyard. Chainsaws were originally invented for childbirth. Female mummies in ancient Egypt were always decomposed more than the male ones, and this is because the male bodies were embalmed a lot sooner while the female bodies were kept at the family home until they started to decompose a little bit. And this was to prevent people from having sex with the dead female bodies. Vlad the Impaler was called this because he would place his enemies ass first on pointed poles that would slowly skewer them to death. Fatal familial insomnia is a disease where a person literally cannot go to sleep no matter what they take or what they do. The symptoms get progressively worse until they die of exhaustion. And for the last one, you might want to look up who invented blow-up dolls.
No, I don't know about that chainsaw. I don't think they invented chainsaws for delivering babies. That's crazy. I'm gonna Google it. Screw it. Why were chainsaws invented?
According to CNET, in 1780.
Oh my God, it's true. What the hell? Okay, so what was the last thing you said? Okay. Who invented blow-up dolls? No, that ain't what I asked. Anyway, y'all can look up who invented blow-up dolls. But yeah, it's true about the chainsaw. Wow, I called his bluff on that and lost.
These are the people that left almost 200 bodies in their funeral home to rot for over 4 years. They were stealing people's money, not actually cremating their loved ones, and let me just show you their Facebook post and what they were actually doing with this money. Here they are, August 10th, 2021, on a family vacation in New York City at the Empire State Building. In October of 2021, it looks like they were actually trying to buy his grandparents' old house. And they say, we had a cash offer ready to go. Wonder where all that cash came from. Here's November 9th, 2021. Looks like they're in South Beach, Miami now, which is not cheap. Staying at a hotel right on the beach. And here they are just 1 month later in December of 2021, bragging about their nice hotel in San Francisco. And then in February of 2022, another vacation, this time to Vegas. Him and his wife and his family all going on these vacations. Here's a post from December 2021 talking about how he's so happy with where his businesses are at, the right people in the right place doing the right thing at the right time. Yeah, you were never doing the right thing.
That's crazy. What the? Yeah.
He says that having his own fingers amputated has made him feel more complete.
What?
Yet he says he's only 46% of the way to becoming an alien. And what he has planned next is disturbing. This man hails from Montpellier, France, and his name is Anthony Lafredo. Anthony calls himself the Black Alien. He began his transformation at the age of 27, and in order to look less and less like a human, he's already had tattoos all over his body, as well as numerous cosmetic surgeries such as removing his tongue, nose, ears, and 2 fingers. He's also had his teeth dyed purple, and the whites of his eyes black. He even had silicone implants implanted. To justify all this, he explains, first you have to know what you want, then you have to have the courage to say it, and finally you have to have the energy to do it. According to some sources, his next steps are to have his legs amputated and to become very thin. So we wonder what he'll look like when he's reached 100% of his transformation. And more importantly, we wonder why nobody's stopping him because he's clearly hurting himself. But he says, I'm lucky enough to live the life I want, to do what I want physically. It's absolute freedom. There's no one to stop me. Except that he still complains when he gets kicked out of public places like certain restaurants, which don't hesitate to ask him to leave.
Now the rarest yeah, I've been telling you, get the fuck out of my restaurant, man. I don't need nobody like you in my fucking got a mental disorder, you're not taking medicine for it. You're a risk to society. And people letting you do that, whoever's doing the surgery on you just needs slapped. I mean, man, that's just sick and disgusting. I feel sorry for dude. He's got a mental illness.
Lip type is a Cupid's bow lip, where the middle of the upper lip dips down and there are two distinct peaks on either side. You can also see it more clearly here. It's difficult to quantify as there haven't been any high quality studies, but it's thought that less than 5% of people have this lip shape.
Everyone laughed at him when he married her, but 2 years later, they regretted it. The story begins with this guy named Sean, who met Amelia and instantly fell in love. But when he would tell his friends about her, they would just laugh. But Sean knew he loved Amelia and was going to propose to her. Amelia had always been bullied because of her weight, but Sean loved her no matter what. When they went out in public, they would get dirty looks. People would laugh at them in the streets. But Sean did not care and decided to marry her. 2 years down the line, Amelia had a secret that Sean did not know about. Sean was so in love with Amelia, he decided to marry her regardless of people laughing at him. They got married on the beach and looked very happy. But 2 years down the line, Amelia had a deep secret. Sean started to notice that something was off. The couple looked happy, but Amelia was keeping something from Sean. Amelia had been distant for many months, and one day Sean decided to ask Amelia what was wrong. Amelia finally opened up and said that she had been cheating on Sean. Immediately when Sean heard this, he was shocked. He was so angry and felt betrayed.
In Texas, a 17-year-old named Isaac Gonzalez
Oh, what
was
happened?
arrested after cutting his ankle monitor off and taunting police on social media. Gonzalez, a murder suspect, who fired around 100 bullets into a residence, resulting in the unintended killing of an innocent woman named Novita Brazil and the injury of another person. He is now facing charges of murder and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Additionally, an unnamed 15-year-old boy is facing a murder charge in connection to the incident. The shooting took place when Gonzalez and the 15-year-old mistakenly targeted the wrong house, believing it to belong to a rival gang. This led to the death of Novita Brazil, a 25-year-old woman who was studying at her home. Following the shooting, the suspects engaged in a high-speed chase with the police and discarded several firearms believed to have been used in the incident. They were initially apprehended, but were able to post bail. During their arrests, both suspects displayed a shocking disregard for law enforcement and the seriousness of their actions.
Yeah, man, that was wild. I mean, I liked a few of those. That one, I wish they had more information on it. I don't like being left like that, but yeah, I like those. Real cool. These were true crime ones, so I really like those. But yeah, if y'all would hit that like, hit that sub, man, it means a lot, and it takes my channel a long ways. Till next time, y'all, man. Peace.